Chapter 11. Fort Sambachu, Snow Serpent Pass, Gyeongsi. The sunrise was just touching the river the next day when the hills in the east ended in towering cliffs. They were free of the gorge. Half a mile on, they found a wide bridge that crossed the Snow Serpent River. They turned south and rode across it, off the main road. A lesser road following a deep stream took them to a short and jagged hill, where Fort Sambachu was built at the feet of the Drimbakang Low Mountains. By then, Briar was leading Evie's pony. Her eyes were fixed on the soaring peaks ahead. In the gorge, the hills had obscured the mountains beyond. Here, Evie saw the immense, snowy heights that stood between Gyeongsi and the realms of the sun. "See those three?" Kanbob asked Evie, pointing to the nearest mountains. "According to the worshippers of La Ni-Ma, our sun goddess, those mountains are her husbands. The east one is Ganas Rigyalpo, the Snow King. The west one is Ganas Gazig Rigyalpo, the Snow Leopard King. And the one in the middle is Kangri Skadpo, the Talking Snow Mountain King." "What does that mean, the Talking Snow Mountain King?" Briar asked. He wasn't sure if Evie even heard. Kanbob looked at Briar. "I think the worshippers feel he is the most conversational of the Sun Queen's husbands." "The sun isn't a queen in the living circle," Evie murmured. Kanbob smiled at her. "But this is Gyeongsi, the home of many faiths. Surely they told you that when you were here for the winter. Garmashing itself has more temples than even the God King can count, it is said. People come here to build at least one temple for their faith, because our realm is closest of all to the heavens, and our mountains hold them up." "And why do people want to be close to the gods?" Evie wanted to know. "Back home, Shai-Hun does horrible things to people." Kanbob gave Briar a strange look. "Shai-Hun is a god of the deep desert," Briar explained. "Is that Fort Sambachu or a temple?" "It's the fort," Kanbob said in confirmation. "Let those lowland creepers come against us there and see what they get." Briar had to admit, the fort looked promising. Its hill and its towers commanded a view of the pass, the road, and the grassy plain for a good distance. The curtain walls sloped inward and climbed the hill in steps, which would allow the archers on the highest level to shoot above the heads of those lower down. Around the outer walls, an army of 500 or more tents was camped, flying banners of crimson, turquoise, and emerald silks. Evie yelped and reined up, almost forcing her mount to rear. Briar instantly reached for her horse's bridle, though he was trying to keep from pulling too hard on his own animal's reins. "Wait, wait," Captain Rana called, raising a hand. "It's all right. They are allies, and welcome ones at that." Kanbob rested a hand on Evie's elbow. "If you're this jumpy now, what will you do when you get to the war?" she asked. "We're just getting ready for it. Garmashing is where you'll find the real danger." Parahan rode up beside Evie. These are Kombampur flags, but not my uncle's or my father's. What is going on here?" He dismounted and walked into the tent village. "He'll catch up with us," Rana said. "Come on, the general's waiting for you." Once inside the fort, they barely got a chance to wash up and release the cats in the rooms to be shared by Rosethorn and Evie. Rana shooed the three travelers along the halls of the fortress to General Seirugo's audience chamber. There, the notables were seated on one side of a long, worn table behind pots of the ever-present tea and teacups. Rosethorn, Briar, and Evie watched as Rana marched up to an imposing, bronze-skinned woman in a fire-orange tunic jacket. He presented her with the reports he had written each night on the road. Then they saw the older man on the general's right and forgot all about her and Rana. Evie squeaked and threw herself around the corner of the table to hug First Dedicate Doc Yi. Rosethorn and Briar were more restrained, but every bit as glad to see the older mage.
Evumeme, where is your dignity?
Her most recent teacher asked as he patted her on the back. I don't have any, Evie said, her voice muffled by the cloth of his habit. Doc Yi looked up at Rosethorn and Briar.
General Serugo has been good enough to allow me to read the reports she received from Captain Rana, he said. I understand you had a difficult time. Evumeme, did you bring your cats?
She straightened up, indignant. Of course I did. Then she saw his smile and realized he was teasing. Sorry, honored Dedicate. You can visit them whenever you like.
Perhaps a little later. I should very much like to hear Monster purr again. Now,
Doc Yi looked up at Rosethorn.
Captain Rana wrote that you came to warn us, but as he has told you, your warning was not needed. Wei Shu made secret treaties with both Inxia and Kayan, which freed his armies so he could launch an invasion here. He is a greedy fellow, is he not?
Rosethorn smiled wryly and told Doc Yi, That is one way of looking at it, honored Dedicate.
Is it true, then, that you are also determined to fight here?
The older man wanted to know. Rosethorn nodded. More than ever after our time at the Winter Palace, she said. Her belly griped. Her heart cried out for Lark, but her answer had to be the one she had given Doc Yi, and the reason she had taken her 2 children and brought them back to Gyeongshi. After what they had seen of Wei Shu and his court, she had to do all she could to stop him. The Emperor of Yanjing was a monster in human skin.
Good,
Doc Yi said.
I have an errand of utmost importance. You are the best person I know of our faith who can carry it out.
He came out from behind the table and gripped Rosethorn gently by the shoulder.
Forgive me. I did not let you walk into peril on purpose. I did not know that war was inside our borders until the God King did. And I did not let this errand wait until you were the only one who could do it for me. At first, I undertook it. A week ago, I set out from Gamashing. For each step, I tried to take due south on this errand. There were Yanjingyi troops to drive me south and east, to here, in fact, where I would find you.
He turned to Briar.
They are bringing food for you and Evie, if you will sit over there.
He nodded to a bench against the wall.
I must speak with Rosethorn privately, and then all of us can have a proper midday.
She's tired, Briar said flatly. Her breathing?
I understand,
Doc Yi replied.
She will sit, and I will have tea brought.
Rosethorn caught Briar's gaze with hers. When she was certain that she had it, she raised an eyebrow. It was a warning, and her boy knew it. He was not to push any further. He stared back at her hard, and then guided Evie to the bench Doc Yi had indicated.
He is a faithful son,
the first Dedicate said as he led the way to a side door out of the general's meeting room.
You have been unstinting with your own love, that he is so unstinting with his love for you.
She ducked her head and hoped he didn't notice she was blushing. She and Briar only rarely talked about affection. Both of them had learned the hard way when they were children that many people would take any affection they offered and use it to get everything they had. The older man brought her into a room next door that also seemed to be laid out for meetings. He sat on a bench on the nearest side of the long table and indicated that she should sit beside him. There were no windows here, and only 2 doors. The only thing on the table was a leather pack. Doki gestured, deep black fire trailing from his fingers. He and Rosethorn were instantly enclosed in a shadowy globe that almost touched the room's ceiling. Suddenly, Rosethorn, who had been cold since they left Kushi, felt warm. She drew her own power within her skin, not wanting her plant sensitivity to be entangled with the great man's stone magic. "Your children are not as carefree as they were when you left for Yanjing," Dokyi said. Rosethorn sighed. "No, honored dedicate. The Emperor was more overwhelming than we liked. You warned us it would be so. But I am sorry to have been proved right, all the same." He hesitated, then asked, "Rosethorn, are you still heart-whole in your vows?" "Of course, honored dedicate." "As I said, I tried to take care of this matter myself, but no matter how I tried, I could not place my feet on the road to my destination. I have not been so thwarted in my designs since I was a dedicate of only 10 years. Using great care, he opened the pack on the table and slid the leather down over the sides of the contents. He revealed a large peachwood box that contained 4 drawers. Letters were carved in the sides, as well as the top. Rosethorn shrank back from the waves of power that seemed to flow away from the box. "What is this?" she asked. "This box holds the greatest treasures of our religion," he said quietly. "Without them, the living circle falls apart." Goosebumps raced over Rosethorn's skin. Doki touched the small gold knob on the bottommost drawer. Carefully he pulled, and the top 3 drawers separated from it. The drawers were not set into a single frame, but were interlocking pieces. "Look at it," he told Rosethorn quietly. The contents of the bottom drawer, or open-topped box, were wrapped in silk that had not been dyed. Gingerly, using the tips of her fingers, Rosethorn separated the leaves of cloth that lay on top. Underneath them lay a cup. At Dokyi's silent urging, she picked it up, gasping as magic flowed up her arms and through her veins. The cup was the size of her palm and made of baked reddish clay, with no glaze on it. 4 twisting branches of carved white aspen seemed to grow around the cup from a round, flat base. The base itself was secured to a thin granite circle. More signs she did not recognize were cut into the outside of the clay, but not the inside. It was the simplest of objects, but the power within it made her bones shiver. Somehow, she managed to gently place the cup in its box and cover it again. "Honored dedicate?" she whispered. "The cup of water," he told her. He slid the 3 drawers into place on top of the cup until Rosethorn heard a faint click. Now the man touched the gold knob on the 3rd drawer and pulled the top 2 off it. He motioned for Rosethorn to remove the silk cover from the drawer's contents. "No," she said. She still shook from her contact with the cup. Frowning, Dokyi motioned again. Rosethorn reached out a trembling hand and uncovered the drawer's contents. There lay a clear stone, or crystal ball, in which a flame burned, seemingly without air or fuel. "Pick it up," Dokyi ordered. Sensing that she was about to refuse, he ordered, "Each guardian must handle them. Pick it up." Rosethorn closed her eyes and wrapped her fingers around the ball. It was warm. And then she was furiously hot, burning inside her own skin. Swiftly, she put the globe back and gulped the remains of her tea. It did not put out the heat inside her. She was afraid to speak, expecting flames to come out of her mouth. "The blaze of fire." Dokyi covered the ball with silk and slid the 2 remaining drawers over it. He pointed to the knob on the 3rd drawer. Rosethorn looked at him and gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. She saw Doki as she had known him that winter. She also saw a towering tree, a soaring fire, a jet of water, all whipped by a gust of air. She didn't dare argue. It occurred to her that he had been these things all along, and she, a dedicate initiate of Winding Circle, had never suspected it. Embarrassed for her ignorance, she stabbed the gold knob with a finger and let Doki lay the 3rd drawer bare. It held a green jade bowl. Inside it was a motley collection of seeds, large and small, many belonging to plants that Rosethorn had never seen before. She felt the magic in each as she ran her fingers through them, but no pain. Either she was worn down, or this earth power was friendlier to her. She raised the bowl and carefully inhaled the dry scent of the seeds, wondering how old they were, what she wouldn't give to plant some of these. Gently, she set the bowl in its drawer and covered it with silk.
The seeds of the earth.
The man covered the bowl with the last drawer and nodded to Rosethorn. She took a deep breath and touched the gold knob for the air treasure. The wooden top of the drawer flipped up. Under its silk covering lay a feather that was many colors and none. Every time Rosethorn's eyes moved, she saw different shades ripple across its surface. Even the feather's shape changed as she held it in her fingers. A great wind assaulted her. Thunder rolled in the distance. Lightning struck nearby. The skin all over her body rippled.
The feather of air.
Doki's voice was a comforting growl as Rosethorn covered the feather and replaced the lid.
Now these boxes will open only for you. These are the 4 sacred treasures of the living circle. There are no other beauties like them. These are the embodiment of all we hold sacred. Each temple we build is touched by them, and they are in every temple. As long as we have these, our faith will not fall. As long as we labor in our charge to preserve the beauties of the world, to worship all of it in life and death, these treasures and their blessings will be ours. Should they fall into the hands of a destroyer, however, into the hands of one such as Wei Shu, our temples will lose their strength, our works and our people will become corrupt. The treasures must be hidden outside a temple of the living circle.
Rosethorn blinked wearily at him. "Why not?" she whispered. Tides dragged at the blood in her veins and in her womb. Another kind of tide, hot and molten, surged in the marrow of her bones and within her eyes. She felt its long, slow roll, countless miles below her feet, under the pathetically thin skin that covered the earth's surface. Why not to another living circle temple?
First Circle Temple in Gamashing is the only one of our houses built to keep the treasures without revealing their presence,
Doki told her.
If I had been here, or in your Winding Circle, with these boxes for a week or more, everyone would feel their nearness in the air they breathed, the fire they warmed themselves with, the water they drank, and the earth under their feet. Every bit of magic within them would strain to find the treasures and touch them. They would appear in dreams, water puddles, in the surfaces of metal. A week more, and others would come. No, there is only one other safe place for them here, in Gyeongshi.
Rosethorn covered her face with her hands. Water, laden with ice, coursed through her veins. Flocks of birds flew south below her as she slid from wind to wind. She didn't notice when Doki left the room and returned with a tray of tea and buns. She came a little to herself when he wrapped her hands around a warm cup.
Drink. Do you understand, girl? You will take them to the Temple of the Sealed Eye, in the Drimbakang Lo, west of here. Their priests are the only ones who can hide such things so no others can sense them. They are immune to the power that great magics possess over others. Only a dedicate of exceptional will and power can carry such a burden. Only a dedicate with strong reasons to return can take the treasures there and come back.
Slowly, Rosethorn looked at him. She could have sworn she heard Lark ask someone to fetch Kama's home from the looms. What if I didn't have such reasons?
Drink.
Doki helped her to lift the cup to her lips. A few sips, and she began to feel as if she was more herself.
You would become a priest of the Sealed Eye. As I told you, I did try to take the burden myself. Thanks to the gods, I have to suppose. I failed. You must not.
Rosethorn emptied the cup and set it down. What if something happens to me? She whispered. The Emperor's soldiers. She turned her head. There. That was Nico's voice. He was talking about Triss and Lightsbridge University. Doki gripped her chin and made her look him in the eyes.
You will stop hearing the sounds shortly. It is the winds that carry them to you. Or perhaps it is the life's blood of all the plants that link roots beneath the surface of this world. The sounds will fade.
Listen. His voice made her blink.
I was right about you,
he said with great satisfaction.
They can be distracting at first, but I knew the acceptance of the treasures would not drive you mad.
Surely someone from Garmishing could have... Rosethorn began to say. Then she saw the complexity of the table's wood grain. She sensed a grain within the grain, and patterns inside that. Gently, she followed the whorls with her fingertips. She might follow them to the tree that had supplied the wood for the table, if she concentrated hard enough.
You are not listening. One of my dedicates perished in the attempt to hold the box, and another lost his mind. No other dedicate had both the strength to go and the need to return Rosethorn.
Doki spoke into her ear so that she could hear nothing else.
Only a very strong mage can survive the treasures and the Sealed Eye Temple. But you, half of you walks in the sun, and half of you walks in shadow. You will need the shadow in the Temple of the Sealed Eye.
What? Rosethorn yelped. That's not true. I'm a plant mage. I need sunshine. I thrive on it.
Then how did you die and return?
She opened her mouth, inhaled, and thought the better of whatever she had meant to say. Instead, she exhaled and rubbed her temples. It's a long and difficult story.
Then I will live through the fighting, because I want to hear it. In the meantime, I am first dedicate of the Living Circle faith, first dedicate of all of the Living Circle temples, and your vows of obedience are vows to me. I need you to do this, because if the Emperor, if any evil person seizes these treasures, they will poison our temples first, and then the world. No more arguing.
She bowed her head. No, honored dedicate.
Eat something.
Yes, honored dedicate. She picked up a bun and bit it. Red bean. She hated red bean. She ate it anyway. As she chewed, Doki explained.
In a day or two, General Seirugo will send troops on a sweep of the villages between this fort and the Drimbakang Zugu. The people here in the south must be moved to safety, should imperial armies come this far. You will ride with the soldiers as far as the turnoff for the road to Sealed Eye. They will guard you.
Will the children and I have a guide? Rosethorn asked. She bit another bun. This was very spicy meat. She ate it dully.
Dokye shook his head. No. The fewer people who know of this, the better. Briar and Evumeme must remain behind.
That pierced the fog in her brain. She sat straight.
Dokye, no. They're my charges. Briar is a man as such things are judged here. Others will look after him and Evumeme. You cannot take them with you.
She remembered their restless nights on the way through the pass, when she had roused them both from ugly dreams. Did Dokye even understand the weird effect the mountains were having on Evie? Briar was watchful, but he hadn't spent years of his life raising young mages. You've forgotten what they're like. Briar seems tough, but he worries himself sick over me. Evie's still a child, and the mountains are pulling at her. She should be watched carefully.
They will not be able to accompany you, I swear it. No, I will not prevent them,
Dokye said in response to her glare.
The magic of the Sealed Eye itself will do so. Once you set foot on the path to their temple, your young people will lose you in plain sight. This friend of theirs, this Parahan, will keep them safe. Or they may remain here, but you must take these treasures into hiding.
Rosethorn bowed her head, feeling very weary. I am really the only person who could have done this?
I am one of Gamashing's defending mages, the man replied. I took precious time to try to do it myself, and failed. I am needed in the capital now.
Oh, forgive me, honored dedicate, Rosethorn whispered. Her heart twisted. Briar would not understand. Sadly, Evie would understand all too well. Evie expected everyone to leave her sooner or later. All you can do is deliver this thing and hurry back to her, Rosethorn told herself. Get a grip on yourself, Niva. She looked at Dokye.
Look,
he said, understanding that she was ready to listen.
This pack will keep the treasures concealed for 10 days or so. Anyone who snoops will think it holds clothing. Place the treasures inside it.
He held the leather pack open for Rosethorn. At first, she hesitated to touch them, afraid of what the combined treasures, even in their silk wraps and boxes, might do to her. When she saw Dokye's glare, Rosethorn glared back, wiped her fingers on a handkerchief she kept in her sleeve, and gripped the box by the sides. It felt like any other wooden container, cool and smooth. Rosethorn set the box inside the pack. Briskly, Dokye did up the ties and buckles that secured it. Once he was finished, he placed it on the table.
Now you must take the map to the temple from my mind. This is why you require no guide. If the map is behind your eyes, no one can steal it from you.
Rosethorn nodded. She had done spells like this twice, though she did not care for them. She closed her eyes and found the core of her power, the part that was pure magic. It surged up through her arms and into her hands more fiercely than ever before. Carefully, she pressed her fingers against Dokye's temples. His earth magic answered hers. Once again, she saw a landscape. She knew it for southern Gyeongsi in vivid detail. The Snow Serpent River flowed over its rocks and hollows, plunging into the gorge. The fort lay just below her, with the army camped around it. Now she turned west, following the Snow Serpent River deeper into the country. There were villages on both sides and temples dedicated to gods she did not recognize. Only once did she spot a circle temple to the north on the plain. She recognized it by the 4-colored banner that flew from the bell tower. When the snow serpent met the Tamsho River, the map spell drew her south, into hills that were just lower rises of the massive Drimbakang Low Mountains. Inside the first line of peaks, the magic pulled her along first one gorge, then another. At last, she found the shadowed spot that was her destination, the Temple of the Sealed Eye. She took her hands from Dokyi's head. "I should tell Briar and Evie something," Rosethorn murmured. She felt dizzy and strange. "Where's the pack?" Dokyi gave it to her. "You must rest and have a proper meal. Sudamini wishes to meet you and thank you for saving her brother." Rosethorn blinked at him. "Suda who?" "Parahan's twin sister is camped before our walls, with troops she has brought to join us. Her name is Sudamini." "Oh." There were mountains in Rosethorn's head. She rose and swayed. Dokyi stood and supported her by one arm. "Forgive me, the map is complex. Together with the treasures, you have borne too much all at once." He snapped his fingers. The dark bubble around them vanished. "I can only say in my own defense that we are all desperate. The Emperor took the God King by surprise." "How bad does it look?" Rosethorn asked, leaning on Dokyi as they walked out into a hallway. "Sudamini's warriors have shown they are worth more than their numbers. The eastern and western tribesmen and their shamans have been coming in to join our armies. I don't think the Emperor has planned for them," Dokyi explained. "And we still await the armies of the Northwest." He led her somewhere in the fort. Rosethorn wasn't certain where. If she closed her eyes, she saw the endless ocean and the unexplored lands far to the west of Emelon. She tried to keep her eyes open. Dokyi handed her over to 2 female dedicates, who gently took her arms. "Let her sleep and eat. Give her a hot bath. Treat her with all honor," the man instructed them. "And put this among her things." To Rosethorn's drowsy surprise, he casually handed the pack with the treasures to the younger of the 2. "Rest," he said, and kissed Rosethorn on the forehead. "I will see you later." The older dedicate led Rosethorn into a large room. All Rosethorn noticed was the bed, strewn with Evie's cats. Promising herself that she would never let Dokyi talk her into anything more than a fishing trip again, she tumbled onto it. Briar and Evie had finished their snack and were wondering what would happen next when the main door opened. Parahan came in, his arm around a much shorter person in a yak-skin coat and boots. They were chattering in the language Parahan often used for swearing. While his companion waited to see the general, Parahan came to see Briar and Evie and filch a couple of their leftover dumplings. "Who's that?" Evie demanded, feeling a little jealous. She could see that Parahan's friend was female. She wore a long braid of black hair pinned at the back of her head and a tiny row of rubies that followed the line of her brows somehow. She also had large golden brown eyes, a perfect nose, and full lips. She made Evie feel even more like a grub than she did already. "That's my sister," Parahan said gleefully. "That's Sudamini. She's the fierce one, and I'm the layabout. There was gossip that the Emperor might invade Gyeongshi this year or next, so she came from Kombampur to offer her services and 200 warriors to the God King. She heard what happened to me. So now I have my own clothes and weapons, because she prepares for everything, and we are going to fight Weishu, if the God King will have me." Parahan indeed had his own clothes, a red silk tunic embroidered with a multitude of birds, blue silk breeches, and proper riding boots. He asked, "Where is Rosethorn?" "First Dedicate Dokyi took her away for a talk," Briar said, leaning against the wall. "In that room." He pointed to the door. "There's some kind of magic going on in there, but it's behind a wall," Evie offered. "We can't even get a peek."
"Far be it from me to try to peek at mages," Parahan said. Then he frowned. "Is she all right?"
"Dokyi's our friend," Evie told him. "He wouldn't hurt her."
"He's I don't know, he's the first dedicate of First Circle Temple," Briar explained. "That means he's sort of the head of all the living circle temples in the world. And Rosethorn is a living circle dedicate." Parahan nodded. "I understand."
"Maybe he's telling her that she doesn't really have to fight the Emperor," Evie suggested. She sighed. "I would like that."
"Prince Parahan," General Seirugo called. "Excuse me," Parahan told them. He went to the table and bowed. "Please, General, here I am only Parahan, a soldier." Seirugo looked him over. "Well, only Parahan with 100 of Sudamini's troops to his name. The God King sent me a message about you." "But the God King doesn't know me," Parahan said, unnerved. "In all my years of service to Gyeongshi, I have learned never to try to guess what the God King does and does not know," the general replied. "The answer to your question," he says, "is yes. You have a job. You may begin here in the south. Sudamini and you are to go west with 2 of my captains. Move as many villagers as possible into the fortresses between here and the Temple of the Serpents on the Tomsho River." Evie saw that General Seirugo was showing the road to Parahan on a map on the table. "With those same troops, you may then proceed north. You have my permission to cut down every unsanctified piece of Yanjingyi worm bait that gets between you and the capital."
"Where does that leave us?" Evie asked Briar in a whisper.
"Wherever Rosethorn says we go," he replied comfortably.
Evie wasn't comfortable. Dokyi had plans for Rosethorn. What if they didn't include her or Briar? And now that they were indoors, with thick walls between her and danger, she was suddenly too tired to get up. She felt as if she had been pulling rocks out from under the feet of killers for months. She had been sleeping cold at night for years. She'd been hungry again, and terrified. This was a comfortable place. The mountains sang even through the walls. Why did they have to leave? Let soldiers deal with the Emperor. They slept most of that day, and bathed, and put on clean clothes. Evie introduced the cats to Sudamini. Parahan introduced his rough-voiced twin to the people who had been his companions on the road to Gyeongshi. When Suda learned that Evie and Briar had freed him from his shackles, she insisted on pressing her forehead to their hands, which flustered both Evie and Briar, though for different reasons. She was fascinated by the tale of their journey and their battles along the Snow Serpent River. Serious conversation came over that night's supper with Dokyi, the twins, and General Seirugo. The discussion about the Imperial soldiers in the Snow Serpent Pass and plans to get villagers to safety along the Snow Serpent River went smoothly. Then Rosethorn began to explain her plans.
"No!" Briar cried. "This is the most bleed-brained idea you've ever come up with. You can't." He glared at Dokyi. "Find someone else. Look at her. She's worn out. I won't let you do it."
"Such an ill-behaved child," Seirugo commented, looking at her pakoras, ball-shaped dumplings, with a suspicious eye. The Kombampur cooks who had come with Suda and her troops had provided the meal to welcome Parahan.
"I am not a child," Briar snapped.
Dokyi tried, unsuccessfully, to hide a smile behind his finger.
"Such a bad student, then."
I'm not a student either. Exactly. I'm certified in my own right, and she can't tell me to go or stay anymore. She has trouble breathing up here.
Actually, I feel better, Rosethorn said. She took a deep breath and raised her eyebrows. Much better. She had eaten all that was put before her and was taking seconds. There are benefits to the burden I passed to you, Doc Yi said, though his eyes were on Briar. I will not tell you my age, because I am vain. I am older than I seem, however, and stronger due to its influence. She is healthy enough for whatever trials the land may put before her, young man, and it is not your place to question a duty for which her vows have fitted her. Enough, Rosethorn said when Briar opened his mouth again. Not one more word, understand me? For a long moment, there was silence and tea drinking. Then Evie said, My cats can't take any more travel. Between sleeping herbs and galloping along, they're not looking so good. I am a bit tired myself. She rubbed her thumb along the table's edge. Might we stay here? I could help defend this fort, and the cats would be all right. It's a mountain fort. There are rocks I can use here, big ones. Maybe Rosethorn and Briar could do more thorns and bar the road to the pass. That is a splendid idea, the general said unexpectedly. Everyone looked at her in shock. It is? Rosethorn asked. Seirugo smiled. I am taking troops northeast along the Drimbakang Shalog, she explained. Parahan and Suda will have 2 companies of my people as well as their own 200 to ride along the Snow Serpent Road going west. We all have to move villagers to safety and fight any Imperials that have come so far south. But Captain Rana's company will remain in charge here to defend the pass and the local villagers. A barrier of thorns on the pass will make Rana's work easier. There will be no more Yanjingi soldiers to come through that way. Rosethorn frowned. Briar smiled wryly. I don't think any trade will be going down the Snow Serpent for a while, Rosethorn, if that's what's wrinkling your face. It won't matter if the pass is blocked. She nodded slowly. We could do thorns then. I'll go with Parahan and Sudamini as far as the Tom Show River, provided they don't slow down too much, alerting the villages and temples. And I'll go with you, since Evie will be snug as a flea in an armpit here, Briar said cheerfully. Sudamini choked on her curried rice. Briar, Rosethorn cried, where are your manners? In the same dunghole you left your bleeding brains when you said you were going off without me, Briar shouted back, jumping to his feet. Boy, you cannot go to the Temple of the Sealed Eye with her, Doc Yi said. It will not be permitted. Briar stared at Doc Yi in white-hot rage, wondering if he should tell the old hand-waver what he could do with his permission. Doc Yi stood and put an arm like stone around Briar's shoulders. Let us confer outside, he said agreeably. I'm not even one of his precious dedicates, Briar thought, indignant. He did not argue. At the moment, standing this close to the old man was like being close to Rosethorn when she was in the depths of her magic. Only stronger. Like stone. Outside the room with the door closed, the first dedicate released him. Softly he said, I know that you have lived under terrible strain since you reached Yanjing. So? Briar demanded. He kept his own voice quiet. He didn't want Rosethorn to hear either. Doc Yi folded his hands in front of him. I honor your care for her, Briar, but this is now something only she can do, and it concerns survival for many. She wanted you to come with her, but it is quite truly not possible. If you love her, you will help her, not hinder her. Is there no one else? Briar whispered. Doc Yi shook his head. The task requires someone extraordinary. She is that person. Do not make her duty more painful."
He walked back into the supper room, leaving Briar to think and kick the wall. When he returned to his seat, Evie was saying, "The Emperor has plenty of riches. He doesn't need Gyeongshi. The farming here isn't very good. What can he want here?"
Jackie shook his head, smiling. "But he isn't the heart of the world. He hears Gyeongshi is the spindle on which the world turns, but he does not understand it. He thinks if he takes Gyeongshi, people will say that he is the spindle. He thinks Gyeongshi means wealth and magic," General Seirugo explained. "He thinks that people build temples here to be close to magic. In truth, they come to be closest to the sky, where the gods dwell. When our ambassador reminded him that 5 holy rivers that feed hundreds of thousands rise here, he only said that was interesting. He must not be allowed to control our temples or to handle the gifts of our gods," Dak Yi said. "He will do what he has done to every other realm he has conquered. He will loot its treasures and destroy all the signs of its history. That is what the Emperor does to his conquered nations."
Evie stared at the man, her eyes wide. Briar glared at him for frightening her and put his arm around Evie. They picked at their food in silence for a time, before Parahan said,
"Do you know, I would like Briar with us."
To Sudamini he said,
"You must see what my friend here can do with a handful of seeds, Suda."
"Truly?" she asked. Evie nodded. "There's plenty of the Emperor's soldiers that won't be buried with their ancestors because of what Briar can do." Suda smiled wickedly at Briar. "Impressive." Briar looked at her. Parahan's twin was a couple of inches shorter than Briar and well curved. Tonight, she wore her blue-black hair in complexly twined braids secured with gold pins. A wicked dimple accented her mouth. Briar was the first to admit he was a fool for a dimple. "Ride with us and find some Yanjingi dogs to fight," Suda proposed. "Show me these skills of yours."
"A prebu is always welcome."
Briar looked at Parahan, confused by the strange word.
"Anan shi,"
Parahan explained in Tian. "We are going to have a splendid time deciding which language to speak," Suda murmured. Briar shoved his hands into his pockets to give himself a second to think. If he went with the twins, at least he could watch Rosethorn for part of her journey. He could see Evie was worn out. There was also her un-Evie-ish drifting off as she stared at the vast mountains. Perhaps if she stayed here for a time to feed her cats and rest, she would get used to the tall peaks and come back to herself again. With the pass closed off, and Gyeongshi armies roaming in 2 directions, the fort ought to be safe for her. He hated to think it, but maybe Daki had a point as well. Watching Rosethorn until she left the twins for this strange temple was probably all of the orange he was going to get. Half of the fruit was better than none. With luck, he would find her when she returned from her strange errand. He would be able to sense her as she came down from the mountains. The very grasses would tell him. He glanced at her. She had actually cleaned her plate. Her color was better than it had been since they left the traders. "You need to go to bed if we're taking the road again soon," he said gruffly. He looked at Daki, Parahan, and Sudamini. "We can't wait another day?" "You may wait," Daki said. "I leave at midnight." "Alone?" Suda asked, alarmed. "Alone is best," Daki said. "Suda, I am the first dedicate of the Earth Temple, of First Circle Temple. Midnight and the dark are my elements. I will be fine." He stood and went to Rosethorn. "Do not wait for more than a day. The new magic will strengthen you as you travel, and the Emperor is on the move.
Good fortune, and the gods' blessings to you, my daughter." He kissed Rosethorn on the forehead and looked at Briar. "If all things go well, soon we will meet again." As he walked from the room, Parahan, Sudamini, and the general followed to ask their own questions. The moment the door closed behind them, Rosethorn began a scold that blistered Briar's ears. Chapter 12. Fort Sambachu, Snow Serpent Pass. Briar rose at dawn the next day after a night filled with foul dreams of Rosethorn and Evie in the hands of imperial torturers. Rather than go back to sleep and risk more dreams, he borrowed a mare with a stable girl's permission and rode out of the fort. He had thought to go uphill, but the sight of the Sun Queen's 3 mountain husbands towering over him made him feel uncomfortably fenced in. Instead, he rode down, past the tent village where most of the army was camped, over the Snow Serpent River crossing, and out onto the grasses and brush of the Namrunga. The light in the sky was pearly and seemed to come from everywhere in the east. It would be a while before the sun crested the topmost heights of the hills and mountains there. His horse startled a pair of pheasants, who drove horse and rider away from what turned out to be a parade of peeping youngsters. Snowfinches, wagtails, and larks also gave their opinions of the rider and his horse as their day was interrupted. Briar wasn't sure, but those opinions sounded like bird insults. He scanned the sky for the famed Gyeongshi buzzards and steppe eagles, but there were none in sight. "Too cold," he told the mare. Gloomily, he added, "Or they're out where the fighting's going on. They'll get plenty of food at those places, enough for every carrion bird in Gyeongshi." Normally, he grudged no one a meal, having often gone without for the first 11 years of his life, but it was hard to wish a buzzard well at a battlefield. Once he could no longer see the village on the eastern hills, or the fort on the southern ones, Briar dismounted, letting the mare's reins trail. The horse, a sturdy animal bred for the thin air of the mountains, began to graze. Briar walked on until he heard only the wind in the grass and the insults of the smaller birds. Someone had told him that Namrunga meant skydrome. It was a vast plain between the Drimbakang Lo and the Drimbakang Zugu, the long finger of mountains that curved out of the southern heights and around the capital, Garmishing. The enemy was aiming for that wide plain, where his generals could put their catapults to good use. First, they would have to fight the Emperor's army in the north and the tribes of the Drimbakang Sharlog around the eastern passes. No one wanted the imperial armies to mass on the Namrunga. Briar would have preferred to fight in the canyons, where he could have put trees to work, but the plain was what he would have. First when he rode west with Parahan and Suda, and later when they rode to Garmishing. Now he crouched and tried to dig his fingers into the dirt of the Namrunga. The grass was interwoven and tough. It fought his intrusion, just as it fought the death of the winter freeze. "I'm a friend," he told it. "I just want to meet the dirt. Let me in a little." He spread his magic over the bed of plants. There were patches of bare earth here and there, but he could feel the plant roots running under them, nourished by the trickle of moisture from the distant river. The grasses trembled, and then gave way. "Thank you," Briar told them gravely. "You're very strong. Those lowland grasses would never stand a chance against you." The grasses were scornful of fat, water-soaked plants beyond the mountains. Only here, next to the sky, could they reach for the infinite. Briar shook his head and looked around. A line of boulders stood close by. There were images painted on them in bright colors and outlined in white. A many-headed god, a snake twined about itself to make an intricate circle, a goddess
riding a beast whose antlers were tipped with stars, a spider that wore a crown. It wasn't the first time he had seen such paintings on rocks. Then, as now, he wondered who went to such trouble, and why. The Snow Serpent Pass was bare of them. Now that he thought of it, the Ice Lion Pass, which they had taken on the way to Dohan, had also been bare of the paintings. It was as if the artists had not wanted to share them with foreigners. Shaking his head at the idea, possibly a leftover of his nightmares, he scooped up a little dirt. The grass closed over the space it had made for him. Briar said his thanks, rubbing the dirt in his palms to get a feel for it. If he was going to be fighting on these plains, he needed to understand his battlefield. He spent his ride back to Fort Sambachu smelling that earth, rolling it between his fingers, and dusting it onto his cheeks. Finally, he rinsed it off in the little river that ran past the camp. By then, he understood the earth of the Namrunga and what grew there, if not the stones and their paintings. This dirt was very young and energetic, thrust up by the same force that made the Drimbakangs themselves. That same youth filled the roots and stems of everything that grew in it, making it more inclined to do whatever he, or Rosethorn, might ask of it. He was considering the possibilities on his return to the fort when a soldier in the armor of the Realms of the Sun hailed him and informed him that their Highnesses Parahan and Sudamini desired his company at breakfast. By the time Briar left Parahan and Suda, they had equipped him for any fighting they might encounter as they got the villagers to the safety of the temple fortresses. He now had 3 horses assigned for his use, extra packs, a tent, an armored vest, riding gauntlets, leather riding breeches, and an armored cap with a tassel of bronze eagle feathers. He also had a short, pot-bellied rider named Jimut, who had been assigned to care for Briar's horses, tent, and even Briar himself. He and Jimut had just dumped everything in Briar's room when Rosethorn banged on the door. Briar could hardly believe what he saw when he opened up. Rosethorn looked fresher and brighter than she had in a couple of years. There was an extra gloss to her short-cropped hair. Even the natural red of her lips was more vivid than it had been in a long time. "What are you gawping at, boy?" Her voice was louder and crisper, as if she had more wind in her lungs. Briar forgot himself and hugged her. She pushed him away. "What has gotten into you? Don't think I've forgiven you for your rudeness to First Dedicate Dokyi last night." He grinned at her. "Never crossed my mind," he reassured her. Rosethorn looked at Jimut. "And who's this?" "Jimut, this is my teacher, the Nansher Rosethorn," Briar said. He'd been lucky that Suda had found a man who spoke Tion, since Briar had only a scattering of words in Banpuri. "She'll be riding with us." Jimut pressed his palms together before his face and bowed deeply to Rosethorn. On their walk to the fort, Briar had tried to explain that it was important to be polite to her. "Whatever he told you, I'm much worse," Rosethorn said. Jimut kept his palms together and bowed again. Rosethorn made a harumphing noise and looked at Briar. "Bring a seed ball and some strong grow potion," she ordered. "Captain Rana has horses and guards waiting. We're going to block the pass." "May I come?" Jimut asked. "If I am to attend Nansher Briar—" Briar sighed. "It's just Briar." He'd already said it to Jimut twice. "I should take every chance to become used to his sort of magic," Jimut continued politely. "I have no problems with that," Rosethorn said. "Only, Briar, if we can move this along, we need to root them more deeply than usual, and I want to get it over with." "Evie?" Briar asked. "She would rather take a bath, she says. She has seen us do this before." They were out the door with Rosethorn before she had time to get testy. She said nothing, sinking into a distant, thoughtful mood, as they joined Sergeant Canbob and a squad of 10 soldiers at the stables. As they rode past the camp, they saw that everyone was now up and busy shining armor, sharpening weapons, bundling crossbow bolts, and doing up packs. In the open ground, between the tents and the river, archers practiced their shooting, while spearmen and swordsmen dueled under the eyes of their commanders. The cavalry jumped their horses over obstacles in unison on the plain. Refugees were arriving. They carried children and belongings, or fetched them in carts and on the backs of mules and yaks as they climbed to the fort. Once they reached the narrow place in the pass, where the road first entered the river gorge, Rosethorn emerged from her deep silence. "Sergeant, take your people over to that rock," she yelled over the roar of the fast-moving water. "If you'd hold our horses until we're done." Canbob nodded and motioned for her people to take the animals, as Briar, Jimut, and Rosethorn dismounted. Jimut stayed back as the mages went into the bottleneck where the hills were closest to the road. The task was easily done. Briar sprinkled strong grow potion on the seed balls held by each of them, but the seeds were already quivering before the liquid touched them. The balls had soaked in the wakefulness and swift growth of the others used in the fighting on their way to the fort. Now it took just a whisper from Rosethorn for them to leap to the ground. The cloth burst, showering seeds everywhere. Plants slammed roots into the earth and sprouted even as Rosethorn and Briar walked forward with their water flasks. By the time they had emptied the water over the scattered seed, the growing vines were up to their shins. The green whips did not try to snag the two mages, but those would be the only people the vines left alone. Thorns an inch long showed on the lowest parts of the stems as the vines rose and sprouted more branches. Their various flowers budded and bloomed, then scattered still more seed in a burst of air. Rosethorn and Briar had withdrawn to the clear ground near Jimut by the time the first blossoms showed. Everyone could see that green stems had crawled across all of the open ground between the rise of stone to the hills and to the river. They could hear the rustle as petals and leaves unfurled and heavy stems wove together with their neighbors. Canbob, who had at least seen something like this before, offered Rosethorn her flask. Rosethorn took a gulp of butter tea, grimaced, and passed the flask to Briar. He took 2 good drinks, having acquired a taste for the local beverage, and returned the flask to Canbob with a quiet thank you. He never took his eyes from the barrier, feeling with his power for any weaknesses. Rosethorn left that to him as the kind of basic work a junior mage ought to attend to. "Will the enemy be able to cut through the vines?" Canbob wanted to know. "With a sharp enough sword or halberd," Rosethorn said absently. Briar grinned. "And then the stems will grow back 3 times as fast, and they will look for the one that chopped them and grow straight through him." "Or around," Rosethorn murmured. "Or around," Briar agreed. "And around, and around." "And the Emperor will know you did this?" Canbob said. Rosethorn and Briar looked at each other. "Let him," Rosethorn said. The barrier was now 2 feet thick and 3 feet high. Thorns pulled themselves up the hillside, drawing stems with them. Roots shot down from the stems, lancing deep into the stony earth. More blossoms gave up seed that filtered to the ground among the thickly woven stems. Briar waited for word from Rosethorn. She watched until the barrier was 4 feet tall and 5 feet wide on the road, and had climbed 10 feet up along the hillside. No horse, mule, camel, yak, or human would be able to pass between the barrier and the river without losing skin, or between the river and the cliffs that edged it on the far side. They both knew the thorns would continue to grow for days, leaving the flanks of the hills on the north side of the road impassable by mount or by foot. No one would be crossing into or out of Gyeongshi until Dokyi, Seirugo, or those with whom they had trusted the opening spell, came to clear the pass again. Briar glanced at Jimut, who had turned gray under his dark brown skin. "Jimut, mount up," he told the rider, "and have a swallow of something before you faint." "I never faint," Jimut said, but he wobbled as he walked to his horse. One of the other soldiers held the mount's reins. It took Jimut 2 tries to get into the saddle. "This will do, I think," Rosethorn said, turning away from what they had set in motion. "Good," Briar said. "I want my breakfast." By midday, General Seirugo and 200 of her troops were gone, on their way northeast to warn the villages and get the people to safety in the temple fortresses. Briar, Rosethorn, and Evie spent the afternoon with Parahan and Sudamini, playing with the cats, watching their troops exercise, reading maps of the Gyeongshi Basin, and refusing to speak of anything gloomy. Supper was a grand feast in the style of the Realms of the Sun. Captain Rana and his squad were invited as thanks for bringing Parahan to Gyeongshi and his sister. There was juggling, sword and fire dancing, and music from the realms and Gyeongshi. In the end, Parahan carried Evie back to her room in the fort. She had fallen asleep by the fire. The cats, used to these things, followed them. Evie woke as Parahan set her down to open her door. Since she was leaving at dawn, Rosethorn had moved her things down to the camp. Evie now had the room to herself. Parahan held her up with one hand as he walked her inside. "Are you coming to say goodbye to us in the morning?" he asked as she fumbled to feed the meowing cats. Evie shook her head. "I don't like goodbyes. They're bad luck. I feel small enough about not going to fight." She sat cross-legged on her bed. "You helped fight all the way here," Parahan told her, "and Rana may need you to help defend this place. Just take care of yourself and the cats, so I have my friends to come back to. Will you promise me?" "All right, I promise." Evie grabbed Parahan's sleeve. "And you look after Briar and Rosethorn? As much as they'll let you." She felt a bad quivering in her lip and in her eyelids. Evie turned over and buried her face in the pillows. She only looked up and wiped her wet eyes on her sleeve when she heard the door close. That afternoon she had placed her small statue of Yanjing's god of luck, Hebei, on the room's shrine. Now she used one of the coals in the hearth to light a stick of incense. Applying that, she lit 2 more sticks in the jar that already stood on the shrine, then left hers with them. Putting her palms together, she bowed and prayed silently to the plump, grinning god. She knew that Parahan, Suda, Dokyi, and Rosethorn didn't pray to Hebei, but she didn't think the god would mind, and Briar always said he would take help from wherever he would get it. She wasn't sure about General Seirugo's gods, but she included her as well. She'd heard Captain Rana's warriors say that soldiers could always use a friendly god's attention. Once she had finished praying to Hebei, Evie turned in the direction of the Sun Queen's husbands. She knew exactly where each mountain's peak rose behind the fort. Now, in the quiet of the room, with the cats settled on the bed without fuss, she even thought she could hear their voices. One of them especially had a kind and musical voice, a low, burring hum. She tried to copy it low in her chest, reaching for that magical sound. On and on she hummed, making a kind of prayer of it, a prayer to the Sun Queen's husbands to look after her friends. Chapter 13. The Plain of Namrunga, south and west, along the foot of the Drimbakang Low. Jimut roused Briar at a painfully early hour to help him put on his new half-armor. Briar donned the sling with his seed balls and other odds and ends himself, not wanting his helper to get in the habit of handling his mage's gear. Breakfast was hot bread, stuffed with spiced meat and rice, something he could eat as the soldiers dismantled and packed up his tent. He drank hot tea with Rosethorn, Parahan, and Sudamini, none of whom seemed to believe in chatter before sunrise. He was drinking a second cup of tea when Rosethorn bent down and lifted the strange pack she had gotten from Dokyi 2 days before, the thing she had to take someplace that Briar was not allowed to go. She slung it on her chest in place of her own bundle of deadly plant magics and ran her fingers over it, her face thoughtful. Briar scowled. "Don't start fussing again," she met his eyes. "I took care of myself long before you met me." "Carrying something like that?" He tapped the pack with his finger. The next thing he knew, he was flat on the ground. His ears and head rang. Something cold and wet lay on his forehead. Above him, the sky was the color of gray silk. Rosethorn bent over him, her brown eyes rueful. "I had no idea it would knock you down," she said. "I would have warned you, honestly." Parahan knelt beside him. "Are you all right?" he asked. "There was a flash of light, and you flew through the air." He looked at Rosethorn. "We'll warn the troops to keep away from you and your burden." She nodded. Briar took a breath and coughed. Rosethorn helped him to sit up. Jimut knelt beside him with a flask. Briar hesitated, then drank. It was cold water. "Thank you, Jimut. I believe you would have told me," he said to Rosethorn, "and you think you are safe with that thing." "Safer than you," she said. Parahan and Jimut hoisted him to his feet. Suda waited nearby with men who held their saddled horses. Their small army was ready to march. Briar felt better in the saddle. He didn't complain when Jimut rode close to him and collected the reins so he could lead Briar's mount. That seemed like a good idea, too. It was hard to concentrate on what anyone said, or on anything but the strange pictures that rippled through his brain. Lions that seemed to be carved of ice and snow, tiny metal serpents with skulls for heads, and orange-fanged gods with flames for hair. Blue goddesses danced on the mountaintops with a different weapon in each of their 6 arms. A yak, whose head was as big as he was tall, snuffled in his ear. He had wanted to know what Dokyi had foisted on Rosethorn, what all the secrecy and risk was about. Now it seemed like ignorance might not be such a bad thing. At least, not when it came to that pack. Clearly, Rosethorn could carry it without problems, but he thought he would leave it alone. Briar opened his eyes to full daylight. He found himself at the back of their group, with the pack animals and their crossbow-wielding guards. The rest of their numbers trotted ahead. Briar twisted frantically, looking for Rosethorn. That was when he discovered someone had tied him to the saddle. "You're back with us," Jimut said cheerfully. He rode between Briar and an attendant who led a train of supply mules. The reins to Briar's horse were in his hand. "You are back?" His furry eyebrows inched up toward his hairline. "I never left," Briar retorted, annoyed by the question. Then he looked at the sun. It was almost noon. "Did I?" "Your eyes were closed. You didn't move. Forgive me," Jimut said, bowing as Briar yanked at the long scarf that secured him in the saddle. "I didn't want Nansha Rosethorn angry if you fell off." He edged his own mount over to Briar and traded Briar's reins for the scarf once Briar untied the knot. "I was in a mage trance," Briar announced, trying to recover his dignity. "Don't your Nanshers have trances?" "Well, yes," the older man drawled. but usually they shake, rattles, and hum and chant for a long time, first to give us warning."
"Mine caught up with me fast," Briar replied, thinking quickly. "I had no time to warn anyone." He looked ahead. "Shouldn't we be riding up there if I'm to help guard the warriors?" Jimut looked at his friend, shrugged, and led the way as Briar nudged his own horse into a trot. They picked up the pace to a gallop. A few of the warriors they passed called out jokes to Jimut, suggesting that it was nice of him to join them. Jimut only turned his beaky nose up haughtily. "I'm sorry," Briar called. "You should have roused me."
"I tried," Jimut replied. "It didn't work."
"I don't normally sleep like that," Briar said as they slowed. "I really don't."
"Whatever Nansha Rosethorn carries, it must be as strong as the great river Kanpoja, the thundering water," Jimut explained. "You can hear her in Kambampur from miles away. She comes to us from here in Gyeongsi. The hero Ajit Robi fought the Drimbakang demons to set Kanpoja free. He cut a path for the goddess through the mountains, and she leaped from Gyeongsi into Kambampur. All of our great rivers are born from her."
Briar looked at the tumbling band of the snow serpent. "This river is the Kanpoja?"
Jimut shook his head. "Farther west, along the Drimbakang Dzugu and through the Drimbakang Lo. Maybe we will see it, where the goddess's temple stands." He sighed. "I have always wanted to see it." He and Jimut had just caught up with Rosethorn, Parahan, and the others when they reached a bridge across the snow serpent. Here, Rosethorn, Briar, Jimut, Suda, the Gyeongshin Captain Lango, and 2 companies of warriors turned off the road and crossed the bridge. A large village several miles up this road had to be evacuated. Parahan rode on to collect people on the south side of the road and ensure they reached safety, while the other Gyeongshin captain, Ja, left them to do the same errand on the north side of the road. At the village, the officials were not impressed with the warning carried by Suda and Captain Lango. They did not like the arrival of 200-odd soldiers at their gates, half of them southern foreigners. They did not believe that the Yan Jingyi emperor had declared war on Gyeongsi. Yes, the headman said, messengers had come from that fortress to the east, but messengers were excitable. They would claim a caravan was an enemy army. The headman said his village wall would hold off any invisible army. Finally, Rosethorn had heard enough. She rode forward to Suda's side. "Excuse me, Your Highness," she told Suda, her voice carrying to the villagers. "But if they don't want to leave this place, they don't have to. If they want to trust their safety to logs that have been eaten hollow by insects, let them. Surely there are other people around these parts who will be grateful for the warning." Briar hadn't thought the bug munching was that bad, but it was his and Rosethorn's pattern to reinforce what the other said. He dismounted and walked to the wall beside the gate. With one hand, he reached out to a log he guessed wouldn't bring the gate down and pushed. No one had to know that he asked the weak wood at the base of the log to give way for him. The log groaned and then toppled onto the ground outside. He shook his head, tisking to himself. "When did you last replace these logs?" Rosethorn wanted to know. "Magic!" the headman shouted, his face red bronze with fury. "You used magic!" Briar turned and looked at the man. "I can't magic the kind of bug damage that got done to this log," he said. "Rosethorn can't either. We're plant mages, not bug mages. Look at this wood yourself." "We just came up the Snow Serpent Pass with the Emperor's warriors chasing us," Rosethorn snapped. "We didn't have time to spell your logs. Believe us or not, but ask your wives and children if they mean to wait here with you behind your rotten walls." "We come at the bidding of the God King," Captain Lango said last. "Why would we be foolish enough to use his name for a lie?" The village leaders were finally convinced, and the soldiers set up camp outside the wall. Rosethorn vanished. Briar could tell she had walked outside the wall, probably to listen to whatever songs her burden was singing. He found work helping a woman and her children pack. Jimut, seeing what he was up to, obtained a mule the fatherless family could use for their burdens. While Jimut helped to load the mule, Briar gathered piles of sticks and what twine was available, and made carry crates for the villagers' birds and pets. If he didn't have enough twine, he simply persuaded the sticks to grow through one another to make the joins he needed. The afternoon was half over when he heard a crash from a hut and a child's screams. He ran to see what was wrong. Inside the hut, 2 women were bent over a wailing child who lay between several wooden boxes. The little boy clutched his left shin with both hands, shrieking. Blood leaked between his twined fingers. Briar pulled off the sling he wore on his back. "Excuse me," he called loudly to the women. "Please, I can help. I'm a nanshi. I use medicine." The women moved aside. Briar felt inside the sling for a roll of linen bandage and a potion he kept for bleeding wounds. He leaned close to the child's face and yelled, "Ha!" The boy threw up his hands to protect his face. Instantly, Briar gripped his leg. He felt it gently to see if it was broken. It did not seem to be. He used a touch of his power to tug a square of linen off the bandage roll. Carefully, he pressed the cloth against the wound. After a short wait, he took the cloth away for a quick look. The boy had cut himself from his knee halfway to his ankle, but the wound was a shallow one. Quickly, Briar pressed the cloth to it again. The older of the 2 women, assured that he knew what he was doing, got a wet cloth and set about cleaning the child's bloody hands. The younger woman began to carry the fallen boxes outside. When he heard steps approach, Briar looked up from his patient. A much older woman came over with a small kettle of steaming water in a bowl. "I think you will need this for your work," she asked. "You are very good to come to the help of strangers." "I used to scream like that too," Briar said, grinning at the child. "When it looks so bad you think the healer will cut your leg off, you get scared. It is just a very ugly scratch." "We should have watched him better," said the woman who had cleaned the child's hands. Now she had given him some kind of sweet. He was sucking on it and watching Briar's every move. "There is so much to put in the wagon that we forgot." With the 2 women to help, Briar cleaned the wound, covered it with his medicine, and bandaged it. The only thanks he accepted was a couple of very good dumplings that he shared with Jimut. After that, he settled by the well and continued to make carry crates. The soldiers and the villagers combined resources for a large meal after dark. Though everyone was friendly enough as they came together to eat, the villagers' faces showed their worries. The scramble to pick what to take and what to leave continued long into the night. Briar was dozing over a half-finished crate when someone nudged him awake with a booted foot. He looked up at Suda. "Bed," she ordered with a friendly smile. "In the camp. Come on, I'm turning in too." Saddest of all, he was so worn out he could not think of anything witty to say to impress her. As they walked out of the village and into the camp, Jimut was waiting. He bowed to Suda and took Briar to his bedroll. They left in the early morning. Captain Lango detailed 2 squads of warriors to keep the villagers moving. The rest of his company and all of Suda's, together with Rosethorn and Briar, returned to the main road. They halted that day only to rest the horses. It was twilight when they reached the Temple of the Sun Queen's husbands. As a fortress, it made Fort Sambachu look like a collection of crates. Its walls, painted with blue and green many-armed men, were thick and lined with men and women armed with longbows. The walls were built in step fashion, like those at Sambachu. So, too, was the temple itself, building up to a tower that gave a view of the road and plain. The heavy gates, each one painted with what Briar assumed was a husband who held weapons in every one of his 8 hands, stood wide open to admit the villagers. When Rosethorn approached the gates, her burden set up such a high, tooth-hurting screech that Briar covered his ears, almost falling off his horse. The ever-alert Jimut caught his reins just in time. The noise only stopped when Rosethorn turned her horse away from the gate. She conferred with Suda and Captain Lango briefly, explaining that the magic in the temple's walls and gates was uncomfortable with the magic she bore. In the end, only Captain Lango and his warriors accompanied the refugees inside for the night. "Uncomfortable," Briar muttered to Jimut, rubbing his aching jaws. "Uncomfortable," she says. "I've heard 2 ships scraping against each other that didn't make such a noise." "It's not that the magics are fighting, or the temple is evil," Rosethorn explained to Briar and their friends over roast goat, flatbread, and cheese. "Magic isn't evil of itself, only the ends to which it's put, like a dagger. But the shape their magic holds doesn't match mine." She didn't really mean her own green magic. Briar knew he could have walked through that gate if he had wanted to. It was Rosethorn's burden that had put up the fuss. "No," said a voice just outside the light of their fire. A man of Rosethorn's age, in the long scarlet tunic worn by this temple's priests, walked closer to their group. "Our magics enclose us to protect us, with only the opening at the gate to allow other magics to enter, if they are small ones." He looked at Rosethorn, then around the circle until he found Briar. "We would have been forced to ask both of you to remain outside. I have brought our chief priest's apologies to you. Normally, this is not such a problem, though your burden," he nodded to Rosethorn, "is more than our spell walls can handle at any time. But there are so many small magics now. We already have 2 villages and their shamans, and there are always the midwives and healers." Rosethorn got to her feet and bowed. Briar did the same, though his sore body complained. "We understand," Rosethorn told the priest. "These are things that happen in times of upheaval." He bowed. She bowed, which meant Briar had to bow. Then she wandered off with the priest to talk magic. The others began to talk about fighting they had done before. Briar listened until he got so bored that he decided to go for a walk. It would stretch his legs and give his ears some blessed quiet. He ambled down toward the river, waving to the sentries as he passed them. Once he reached it, he found the bank was lined with large boulders. He didn't remember them from the ride in, but that was no surprise, as tired as he'd been. He slipped between the boulders and sat on the rocky verge, listening to the fast-moving water and thinking of nothing else for a while. It was a relief to have some time to himself. When he turned to climb uphill to camp, he saw images in softly glowing paint on the sides of the boulders that faced the water and the plain. Each stone showed a different figure: dragon, yak, many-armed god or goddess, snowcat. Then he saw motion. First, the painted eyes followed him, and then the painted faces. He stopped in front of the largest stone. The picture on it was a 9-headed cobra. It was a very big 9-headed cobra, taller than Briar by 12 inches at least. The paint glowed a moon-pale white. Briar wouldn't have liked the thing even if it had held still. Then, the middle head of the 9, the one that bore an ornate crown, left the safe grounding of the rock and stretched forward until her flickering serpent tongue touched Briar's nose. He thought he might howl like a herd dog. He was far too scared to move. "Please go away," he said. His voice cracked. "Briar?" That was Jimut. "Who are you talking to?" Are there any 9-headed snakes that crawl around after dark here? Briar called. One head is a woman's?
Naga, Jimut whispered. He had to be close for Briar to hear him. In fact, Briar was certain Jimut stood on the other unpainted side of the boulders. But they're stories, and the ones up here are different from the ones at home. Briar winced as all 9 faces grinned down at him.
What do you mean?
In the realms of the sun, they're evil. To Briar's horror, Jimut climbed on top of the boulder beside the Naga. The 3-headed goddess that was painted on Jimut's rock stared upward, as if she could see him. She slid a hand up along the curve of the stone, reaching for Jimut's foot. Here, a Naga can be a human head, surrounded by snake heads, or crowned by snakes. They're the gods of whole mountain ranges, Jimut explained. Or several rivers that flow into one, or... Briar's knees gave way and he knelt, unable to stay up anymore. The Naga sank back into its boulder and went flat again. The 3-headed goddess held her arms out to either side, as she had posed originally, and stared into the distance. "You're tired," Jimut said, jumping off his stone. "You must go to bed." Briar did go to bed. His dreams of imperial armies that marched on Winding Circle were mixed with dreams of Naga women dancing among fields of dead soldiers. He woke when dawn was just a pink gleam in the sky and walked back down to the stones by the river. In the pearl-like early light, the Naga queen was blue with partly scaled skin and very red lips. Her companion heads were yellow snakes, their tongues the same red as her mouth. Her crown was orange flames. "Excuse me, please," Briar said politely, "but I have to ask, were you joking around with me last night? It's addled my head a bit, well, more than a bit, since here I am when I could be sleeping, talking to a painting of a snake lady. A very beautiful snake lady," he added hurriedly. "The most beautiful I've ever seen." He waited, but there was no response from the painting. "Addled," he said at last, turning to look at the river. "That's all it was. That thing of Rosethorn's plain scrambled my poor—" Something tapped his shoulder. He looked. It was one of the snakes. Slowly he turned. The Naga queen leaned forward from her boulder and kissed his forehead. "Real," Briar whispered. The queen and all of her snakes nodded. "Have a good day," he said, entirely unsure of what else to tell her. She smiled as they all retreated back to their flat, painted selves. As flummoxed as he had ever been, Briar trudged uphill to the camp. He couldn't even tell Rosethorn. She had too much on her mind for him to worry her more. When they took the road, Briar carefully did not look at the stones until they had safely crossed the river. Only then did he turn to gaze at them. A number of gaudy painted figures in shades of orange-red, bright green, and deep blue sat on top of the stones, waving at him. Atop the biggest stone, the Naga swayed as she stood on her muscular tail, 8 of her heads looking at their neighbors or the air. The crowned head blew a kiss at Briar. Gingerly, trying to do it so no one else would see, he waved at her. A hard hand smacked him in the ribs. "What is the matter with your hearing today?" Rosethorn demanded. "I said your name 3 times. Captain Lango says we should reach the junction of the Tom Show and the Snow Serpent sometime tomorrow. I'm leaving you there." Briar frowned. "You didn't see?" "I've had visions till my eyes want to pop, so what?" He looked at the toe of his boot. A handful of sparkling snake scales lay on the leather.
He would let them serve as a reminder that what he'd seen weren't visions in the least.
"I should go with you,"
he said, once he collected his thoughts.
"There are strange creatures up here, Rosethorn."
"No," she interrupted. "I won't argue the point any more." She turned her mount away from his and rode up to the head of the column. Suda moved into the spot at his side.
"I'm sure she'll feel better once this errand of hers is done,"
she told Briar softly. Will she? He wondered. Will any of us? They had ridden 3 miles when they saw buzzards circling near the road. In a shallow gully, where a creek ran into the snow serpent, they found the remains of a group of villagers, one of Captain Lango's squads, and some Yan Jingyi warriors. Lango dismounted and walked down among the dead, along with a few of his people. Briefly, the Gyeongshin soldiers stood there, or along the edge of the road, their palms pressed together in prayer. Then the captain and those who had gone down to look climbed out of the gully. Rosethorn and Briar approached him. "We know you haven't time to bury them," Rosethorn said, "but we can grow plants over them, all of them, until they become part of the earth." Lango shook his head.
"We have sky burial. The buzzards will have them, and the other creatures. In that manner, they will become part of our holiest of lands and remain close to all the gods."
"This sky burial is your tradition?" Briar envied the polite curiosity in Rosethorn's voice. He was clenching his fists to keep from yelping his disgust. He had seen the buzzards hunting the gorge as they had fled into Gyeongshi, but he hadn't thought they were following meals left by Captain Rana, or by him and his companions. He knew the Yan Jingyi soldiers had their own elaborate funeral rituals that did not include being left to rot in the open. At home, the dead were buried to return to the earth.
"Sky burial is a practice of thousands of years," Lango replied. "Commonly, we have more ceremony for our dead, but war leaves us little time for the celebrations of peace. The ending is the same. The creatures feed and return us to Gyeongshi."
He nodded to Suda and her captain. They came closer to hear what he had to say.
"You see the danger. Here we have Yan Jingyi soldiers who have come this far into the plain. We must press on."
That night, they were forced to camp in the open, together with 2 small villages' worth of refugees. Briar saw Sudamini, the commander, for the first time as she chose the camping ground and selected sentries, both ordinary and mage. The mages among the soldiers and the villagers placed their protection spells, while Rosethorn and Briar sprinkled lines of thorn seed all around the outside of the camp, to be woken if things came to a fight. They took guard shifts with the other mages, watching and listening in the dark for the enemy. No one came. By noon, they had caught up with Parahan's company. They were escorting a long train of refugees to the Temple of the Tigers, a massive fortress that guarded the meeting of the Tam Sho and Snow Serpent rivers.
"We've seen scouts in the distance,"
Parahan told them when they had a chance to talk.
"They ran from us. Captain Jia sent scouts to me last night. He has found 2 villages burned in the northeast and planted with the Emperor's flags." "When does Jia mean to return to us?"
Lango asked, worried.
"If the enemy is in this area, I don't like him being out there alone." "His message said he'd meet us at the Temple of the Tigers,"
Parahan assured him. Briar drifted back until he could ride without having to talk to anyone. His gut was tight. His hands trembled. During the night, he had dreamed of the imperial birthday celebration and the field of Weishu's soldiers that had seemed to go on forever. It wasn't the first time since they had left the palace that he'd dreamed of them. Today, though, the dream had a more ominous meaning. Captain Jia was out there with 100 warriors. They had looked like a lot before, when they were all crowded together on the road west. Now, imagining them against the Emperor's thousands, he realized the number was pathetic. "Stop panicking," he ordered himself when it seemed he might vomit. "The Emperor has his thousands at the capital, not all the way down here. He's got his main force guarding his own silky self, not burning a clump of wood-walled villages." "And what happens if Wei Shu catches you?" a nasty little voice inside his head inquired. "You were his guest, and you helped his pet captive escape. Then you carried word of the attack to Gyeongshi, and now you're fighting against him. You didn't just take a vase from the guest pavilion. Wei Shu is going to want to do very bad things to you, and Rosethorn, and Evie." What he wouldn't give for a few of those Nagas and many armed gods to send Wei Shu back to Yanjing. The sky was turning gray, and they had ridden another 3 miles or so when Briar saw something bobbing in the river. At first, he thought it was a boat. He rowed down to the water's edge for a closer look. The thing that had gotten his attention was brown and muddy. A log or a branch? Several like it followed, rolling as they came over the rapids. One floated close to the edge and turned, showing him a swollen, eyeless face. 2 of the corpses were missing heads. All had either ugly blade wounds or carried the crossbow bolts that had killed them. Behind them came the carcass of a yak, its hooves sticking in the air. "Say nothing," Rosethorn murmured. Briar flinched. "Our soldiers have orders to keep the villagers away from the river or they'll panic. We're only a mile from the temple." "What if the temple's under attack?" Briar asked. "What if Imperial soldiers are there already?" Rosethorn shook her head. "Scouts came to tell us all's safe. The dead are coming from west of there. No one's been reported on the south side of the river." "You aren't still going on alone." "I'll be fine," Rosethorn said. "You stay with Parahan and Suda and do as you're told, understand? They know more of war than you do." Briar glared at her. "When we go home, I am giving Vedris a big hug and kiss," Rosethorn remarked. "I never appreciated what a fine ruler he is before we made this journey." "Me neither," Briar agreed. "There's a lot to be said for a king who isn't greedy." They rode together in silence, trying not to look at the other bodies that came down the river. At last, they reached the 2 bridges at the meeting of the Tom Show and the Snow Serpent rivers. The temple rose on a rocky hill high above both of them. Their people didn't wait. Soldiers and villagers streamed across the Tom Show bridge on their way up the hill. Rosethorn leaned across the space between her mount and Briar's to kiss him on the cheek. "Travel safe. Travel well," she told him. "We'll see each other soon enough. It takes more than the likes of Wei Shu to come between my boy and me." Parahan rode over to wait with Briar as Rosethorn crossed the Snow Serpent Bridge alone. She looked small and lonely as she followed the lesser road away from them. "I should go with her," Briar said, gathering up his reins. "Someone will see her by herself like that." Parahan grabbed his arm. Slowly, from the edges in, Rosethorn and her horse disappeared from sight. All that remained was an empty road. Chapter 14. Fort Sambachu, Gyeongshi. Evie soon learned that it was one thing to be the companion of Rosethorn and Briar, the Nanshurs from the west, and quite another entirely to be a student Nanshur of Eastern blood who had been left behind without them. For her first day after her friend's departure, she had slept, eaten, explored, slept and eaten some more. Even the cats were happy to laze and stuff themselves. On the second day, she wandered among the refugees who were coming in from the villages on the eastern hills and plain. Unlike Briar or Rosethorn, she could do that without inspiring awe or fear. Here, near the border, her Yan Jingyi face was common enough to cause no extra interest. She admired babies, helped the families to settle in the fort's empty rooms and sheds, and, when no one was looking, shored up crumbling walls in the rooms by packing the pieces they had lost back into the crevices. On the third day, she wandered idly between the buildings, sending gravel and larger stones to fill in cracks. It was when she looked at the fortress walls that she began to worry. They were not as solid as they ought to be. She started at the gate. There were gaps between the wooden frame and the wall that surrounded it. This close to the mountains, the builders had used stone in the walls instead of the brick preferred by house builders, to Evie's great approval. If she was to make repairs, she could do more with stone. She would need to do a great deal to make up for all this neglect and age. Shaking her head, she climbed up to the battlements for a look around. Things were no better here. There were holes in the plaster on the walkway where running men could easily trip. Brick edging in the crenels had fallen away. Soldiers leaning out for a look below could slip on gravel or crumbling plaster and fall to their deaths. Anxious, she began to usher loose stones into the gaps in the walkway until one of Captain Rana's mages caught her. "You are a student," he shouted. "Students do not practice magic without their teachers." "My teachers let me do the magic I'm best at," Evie shouted in return. "I don't need a teacher for filling in gaps." The mage marched her straight down to Captain Rana's office. They had to wait as the captain listened to complaints from refugees ahead of them in line. Finally, he gave them his full attention. The mage stood haughtily straight. "I caught this student practicing magic, unsupervised, without permission, on the wall. She was meddling with the walkway. She could have destroyed everything. I am certain that she did not. I am familiar with her skills. You may go," the captain said. "But, sir—" "Dismissed," the captain said firmly. The mage stalked off, and the captain sighed. "Evie, you can't carry on here as you did with Briar and Rosethorn to back you up." "But you knew I didn't do any harm, and the walls here need shoring up," cried Evie. "I can pack stone into the holes so tight it'll be as if there's new rock in place." "A few holes in plaster do not mean the fort will collapse," the captain said patiently. "I have seen your work. I was impressed, but I am not prepared to do battle with my mages every time you want to fuss with things. This fort has stood for centuries." "It shows." Rana held up a hand. "We can use some more of those glowing stones you made on our journey," he said kindly. "Why don't you do that? It will help us save torches, and you'll be useful." Firmly, he added, "That will be all, Evie. Try to stay out from underfoot." Like the mage, she knew she had been dismissed. She stomped back to her room to sulk for the rest of the day. She made several handfuls of her spare pieces of quartz glow, then go dark again, just to be spiteful. Finally, knowing Briar and Rosethorn would both raise their eyebrows at her if they knew she was carrying on, she made them glow again. She put them in a basket and carried them out to the gate, where the sergeant in charge of the watch could be found. "Captain Rana wants these," she announced, and left the basket at the astonished man's feet. Without another word, she climbed up to the southern wall. Several of the guards saw her, but they were from Rana's company and knew her. They nodded and left her alone. For the rest of the night, she listened to the mountains sing. A few of the tones almost made sense, she thought as she listened. One was water trickling over rock. Another was water streaming over it, and another was water roaring over it. That tone was rain falling on stone. She thought one might be snow falling on granite, but she would have to be closer to granite during a snowfall to be sure. There was a click that had to be a mountain goat setting a hoof on limestone, and a long, soft brush that she would bet was a snow leopard's tail passing over gravel. But what was that metal scrape on granite, the tone that wavered? And the ringing clop like horseshoes in a cave, but not exactly. A guard sent her to her room finally. Her cats curled around and on her. Monster's cheeping mew of worry intruded on her thoughts, and she petted him to comfort him. Ball settled between her shoulder and ear, and purred loudly, as if to drown out the mountains singing. She couldn't do it. Evie could hear them even in her room now. Apricot and Raisin covered her feet, Mystery her belly, and Rhea curled inside the curve of her free arm. Asa settled on top of her head. Their combined purrs led her into sleep. She dreamed of the Sun Queen's husbands. The cats climbed the mountains and laughed at her for not going with them. Perhaps that was why, after feeding them and letting them out in the fort's grounds to do their business in the morning, she took a small pack, filled it with dumplings and a water bottle from the fort's mess kitchen, and strolled out of the rear gate.
"Don't go too far," the guard cautioned her. "And if you hear a trumpet, come running."
She nodded and ambled on. The herd boys had already gone out with the villagers, goats, sheep, and yaks. Everyone felt safe with the southern mountains at their backs and the massive wall of thorny vines blocking Snow Serpent Pass in the east. She'd heard the soldiers say that by the time any Yanjingyi warriors came over the plain, everyone would be inside the fort with the gates closed and barred. Evie meant to go only as far as a ridge she could see from the southern walkway. It was home to a waterfall that fed the little river by the fort. She would take her lunch there, listen to the mountains a while, and return. It was a glorious day. The sun warmed all the stone surfaces around her as she walked. She inhaled the air, scented with granite, limestone, and quartzite. The mountains' chorus rang out in her ears, louder than the cries of the eagles and the singing of the smaller birds, louder even than the waterfall as she approached it. The trees at the foot of the waterfall hid a canyon on the other side of the small river. Exploration would have been out of the question, had a large pine not lain across the water, forming a perfect bridge. Evie looked up at the ridge, where she had planned to have lunch, then down at the fort and the plain. There was no sign of any horsemen or trouble. She climbed onto the pine and across the river. The canyon led her deeper into the stone reaches at the mountain's foot. It made an echo chamber for the birds and the singing. Evie felt like she was inside magic. She finally stopped for lunch by the creek that ran along the canyon floor. Ravenous after her morning's explorations, she was ready to swear that the mountain husbands and the Sun Queen herself sang to her as she took a nap. Then she was yanked out of pleasant dreams. Soldiers in Yangjingshi uniforms grabbed her and bound her hands tightly behind her back. When she screamed, she was slapped.
"Are there any more of you out here?"
one of them demanded.
"Speak up! Are any more of you out here?"
Evie kicked and caught him on the thigh. She twisted her head and savagely bit one of the soldiers who held her. He cuffed her so hard, she saw light flashes inside her head. The man she'd kicked grabbed her legs and tied them.
"Who else is with you?"
he demanded. She fell back on Chamuri to tell him what his mother ate for breakfast. He lifted her and dumped her over his armored shoulder. When she screamed, he pinched her leg hard and said in Tian, "Silence, or you'll wish you were as dead as my mother." Evie called to the canyon rocks. They began to fall. Men shrieked as they were battered by the stony rain.
"Well,"
someone out of her view said,
"this is where she got to. You will talk eventually, Evumeme Dingzai, but in a more comfortable setting."
A hand thrust a bottle of something smelly under her nose. Evie tried to turn her face away, but the bottle was too close.
Fog traveled up her nose and into her brain. When she awoke, a man was bending over her. She yanked away only to discover she could not move from the neck down. They had taken her clothes and tied her to a table. Her legs were raised on a board above her hips and tied at the ankles so her bare toes pointed back toward her head. She couldn't move her feet. Her mouth was dry. She wanted to scream. She wanted to weep. But she would give these snot-suckers neither of those things. The soldier who leaned over her wore the tan tunic and breeches of a regular foot soldier in the Yanjingyi army. "Here's water." He supported her head as he put a cup to her lips. Evie drank the liquid greedily. "If you want my advice, girl, you'll answer any questions you're asked. Otherwise, they'll torture you. Nobody is hard enough to take that." "Why do you baby her?" Another soldier sat on a chair by Evie's feet. He stood. Like the other man, he wore the tan uniform. This one had an untidy mustache and carried a leather strap in one hand. "She's going to get the full treatment sooner or later." He drew back his arm and slapped the soles of Evie's feet with the strap hard. The pain shot through her like fire. She gasped, then bit her lip. "Please, take my advice," the soldier next to her head whispered. "Tell him what he wants to know." He looked at the other man. "She's just a girl. Ask your questions. You don't have to hit her." "You're an idiot, Musheng. Why are we here if we don't teach them respect for the emperor? She came to this country to carry information against him and fight for his enemies. Didn't you, Evu Meme Dingzai?" He struck Evie's feet with his strap again. She screamed and tried to imagine a stone where she could keep her secrets. She had done so before. Another blow, or two, might make her blurt out something important, like where the others had gone, or the thing that Rosethorn carried. That was the problem with being quick with her tongue. Sometimes she spoke before she thought. She couldn't do that now. The soldier Musheng took Evie's hand and clasped it tightly. "Da Wei, she could be your daughter." He looked at Evie. "Please, child, you came here with 3 companions, Briar, Rosethorn, and a dangerous slave, Parahan. Tell us where they are. We'll have a mage see to your feet." "Let them heal like my arm had to heal when the Northerners poured boiling oil on it," snapped Da Wei. He drew the strap lightly across Evie's burning, bleeding feet, making her flinch. "A mage will tend your wounds," Musheng said with a glare at Da Wei, "but my captain won't allow it unless you tell us what we need to know. These people abandoned you here when they knew trouble was coming, didn't they? You don't owe them anything." Evie didn't listen. She had the stone in her mind. Inside it, she hid her cats and her friends and where they went. Rosethorn and the thing she carried, Briar and the soldiers moving the villagers to safety, Dokyi and his lonely journey to Garmashing. Suda vanished inside the stone as well. Maybe these Zernamases didn't already know she had come to Gyeongshi with 200 soldiers. Finally, she blinked at Musheng. "What people?" Da Wei snorted. "That's what you get for your kindness. Insolence. A Zhanji gutter rat lies to you about information she knows perfectly well you already have." He slapped the strap harder over the soles of Evie's feet twice, grinning at her screams. "Tell him the names of your companions and apologize." "I don't know their names anymore," she said. Musheng sighed. "Why don't you know their names, Evumeme?" "They told us she was a mage student," Da Wei said. "She did some magic." "Forgetting things is a high degree of magic for a student," Musheng said. "I think you're lying to us. Girl, you don't help yourself this way." Evie didn't answer. Now she was trying to think her feet to stone. She had done it before. Someone, she couldn't remember who, had told her to imagine herself as stone, though he'd woken her just as she had it worked out. That part she remembered.
Dawei lashed her again. She lost the feeling of stone. Pain washed up her legs in blood-red waves. "Tell the Emperor you have me," she whispered. She remembered the Emperor. "He likes me. He gave me a cinnabar cat." "Who do you think sent us in search of you and your friends?" Mu Sheng wiped her face with a cold cloth. "Where are they, Evumeme?" "I want my clothes," Evie said. Her feet throbbed. In spite of herself, tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. They ran into her ears. How could feet hurt so much? "I feel bad without any clothes." "You don't need clothes," Dawei told her. "Talk, and you'll get them back." He looked at Mu Sheng. "She ought to have said something useful by now." Mu Sheng nodded. "Let's see what the mage thinks." Dawei scowled. "It's past midnight. She hates to be woken up." "She'll want to know the girl hasn't talked, late hour or no. Wake her." Dawei left the room. Mu Sheng leaned against the wall. "If I were you, I'd tell Nanshi Jiajui what she wants to know, right away. She isn't patient like Dawei." Jiajui. She knew that name, but she wasn't sure where she knew it from. She thought Jiajui was another friend of hers who had cats. It was hard to think when she hurt so badly. "I don't know what you want," Evie said. "I wouldn't tell you if I did, but I don't." "They were at this fort with you," Mu Sheng said. "The other prisoners told us that much. They said the first dedicate of the Living Circle Temple was here too. Dokyi left before they did. What did he want?" When he said Dokyi, Evie saw a stone in her mind. "I don't know," she said, trying not to whine. "Would you put water on my feet?" It was hard to concentrate on making them feel like stone when they burned so badly. "Really, I'm just a kid. Why would these people you're talking about tell me anything?" "You're a baby goat?" That confused her. I heard it somewhere. It's street talk for somebody young." "Kid or no, you're a prisoner now," Mu Sheng said. "Tell me something that Nanshi Jiajui will think is useful, and I'll pour water on your feet. I had mine lashed once. I know how much it hurts." He sighed and drank some water. "None of the villagers or soldiers we questioned knew why First Dedicate Dokyi was here, but you were with Rosethorn. He talked to her for a long time. Tell me what he wanted and I'll help you." "Anything to report?" A beautiful young woman entered the room with Dawei just behind her. She wore a bedrobe of soft peach silk rather than a mage's usual black robes and hat. There were no mage beads on her neck or wrists. "She is very stubborn, Nanshi Jiajui," Mu Sheng replied, bowing deeply. "She did not respond to the strap or to kindness." Evie's thinking, sluggish with pain and the effort she needed to maintain the stone around some of her memories, finally placed the young woman. "Jiajui," she mumbled. "Where are your cats?" Jiajui smiled as she bent over Evie. "You remember me. That is good. Sadly, my cats are at home. They are too unhappy when I travel. But I understand you dragged your poor cats all the way here." Evie frowned. "They're used to traveling. Why are you in Gyeongshi?" Jiajui shrugged. "The Emperor, my master, has begun the conquest of this country. I must say, Evie, I am sad to find you here. You do not show your appreciation for the son of the gods and the favor he showed you very well, do you?" "I don't know what you mean," Evie replied crossly. What Jiajui said and what Evie remembered were not the same. "Where's Captain Rana?" she demanded. Jiajui sighed. "He threw himself off the wall of this fortress rather than let us question him.
I hope we may do better, Evie. But you must not force me to be cruel. Answer our questions, please, and spare yourself further pain. Tell me where Rosethorn and Dokyi have gone." Evie remained silent and tried to make her poor feet feel like stone. Jajui ran a finger along Evie's cheek. It broke the girl's concentration.
"Jajui, I don't know who you're talking about," she protested.
The young woman frowned. "Evie, have you worked a spell while my foolish friend stood by?" The two men protested frantically, telling the mage that Evie's hands were bound, so she couldn't move them, and that the only words she said were normal talk. Jajui held up her hand and they shut up. Evie shivered at how instantly the two men went silent. Then Jajui held her hand out. Da Wei put something into it. Not a strap, but a rod. Her face calm and thoughtful, the woman struck the soles of Evie's feet with it. It made the strap seem gentle. Evie's stone spell vanished. She cursed Jajui with every bad word she knew in several languages until the mage struck her again. Evie howled in pain. "Please, Lady Mage, stop," Musheng cried. "Give the child a chance." Jajui lowered the rod. Musheng leaned close to Evie and whispered, "You see, I tried to warn you. She is pitiless. Answer like a good girl. You don't want this, do you?" "Where are they?" Jajui demanded. Musheng sprang away from Evie. "Dokyi, Rosethorn, Parahan, Briar, Sudamini. Yes, we know the princess joined her brother here. Why do you think we bothered to take this honorless dump? We can't even use it to get more troops and supplies here. Until we clear your Chetu thorn spell from the pass. Where are your friends?" Evie licked blood away from her lip. She must have bitten it. She didn't know who those people were. She didn't care. She told Jajui to do something very bad with the yak. The mage struck her feet 3 more times with the rod. In the gaps, Evie fumbled until she had her stone spell again and hung on to it, keeping it not in her mind, but in the ceiling above where she could see it. The pain was white-hot in her feet and head. Her throat burned from screaming. Where was the song of the mountains? "Take over, Musheng," she heard Jajui say. "I don't care to weary my arm." That was when she learned that Musheng was not truly her friend. He struck her for some time. He would stop. Jajui would ask questions, and Evie would insult her. After 3 stops, when Evie said nothing, not even curses or insults, Jajui sighed. "Let her think while I fetch my mage beads. And you two, have someone take you to her room and fetch 2 of her cats. Preferably the biggest one, that she calls Monster, and the smallest one." The 2 guards followed her out of the room. Evie tried to breathe. It was hard. Her nose was filled with snot, and the air hurt her throat. The cats. They would hurt the cats in front of her. She remembered the beads she had handled, General Heng Kai's beads, the ones for killing and destruction. Jajui had a necklace and bracelets of beads like that. She would use them on Monster, and any of the others, maybe all of them. She thought about pulling down these walls with her power, but she could not do it. Her legs throbbed and burned. Would she ever walk again? She couldn't stop crying, though she bit her already sore lip to keep any noise from coming out. "Think," she ordered herself. "What can you do if you can't wreck this room and you can't stop the pain in your feet? How can you escape? How can you stop her from hurting your cats?" She was Evumeme Dingzai, a stone mage. If she couldn't turn herself into stone, what if she took herself, her spirit, and put that into one? There would be no one in her body to hurt or to answer questions. If I was cold and stiff,
They would think I was dead, she thought. Not cold like stone. They'd know that was magic, and Jadri would break my spell. But if they thought I died, there wouldn't be any reason to hurt my cats if they thought I was dead. Small pebbles lay in the corners of the room. Evie found one to her liking. She began to concentrate. Her leg twitched. The wave of pain that resulted made her gasp. She tried again. Against her will, she swallowed, making her throat burn even worse. Once more she tried. A noise outside made her jerk in fear. Was Jadri coming back? Were the men coming? The noise faded. Now, she told herself fiercely. Now, or you'll fail and the cats will die. Her power was a needle, darting across the room and into her particular stone. Her magic followed. With it went her thinking, most of her breathing, most of her heartbeat. Her body stilled and cooled as she found room for herself around each and every grain of rock in her particular sanctuary. She settled into it and rested. Something sang to her. It was deep and comforting, but it boomed too, shaking her loose from her hiding place. Her spirit and power flowed toward the singing, shivering to the deep hum beneath the song, and dancing to it too. Following the song, she entered a space that was hers. Slowly she began to fill it, though it hurt. She knew, and the song knew, that her last hiding place was only temporary. This was her proper shape, pain and all. Briefly it warmed. The warmth entered some of the places that hurt, making them loosen. Something inside made her wait. She must not rush, though she had no idea why she shouldn't. The warmth faded. Perhaps she had imagined it, because once more she was cold. She lay face down on a lumpy hill. For a while, she did nothing else, though the songs called to her. It took time for her body to remember the uses for fingers, arms, and legs. Any attempt to move hurt beyond words to describe it, but she knew that now she had to move. She groped around her. She felt cloth, icy in spots. There were other painless feet, stiff arms, stiff heads, all of them as cold as stone. She lay on a heap of corpses. That was when she cried. The mountain songs made her stop crying. They had changed. The deepest song spoke of safe caverns no bad soldiers could reach, where no killers went, where no pain could be found. It sang of safety and stones that healed, of water that was so cold it numbed pain. She had to go to that song. It steeled her to do what was needed, and soon before the sun rose. Using the sliver of the moon for light, she began to tug clothes off the dead bodies around her. There were scarves for her to bind in layers around her poor feet. She found jackets and breeches and more scarves for her head, until she began to warm up at last. Among the bodies of so many adults, she couldn't count how many, she also found the bodies of children, infants, and animals, including cats. There was enough light that she recognized all 7 of her cats among them. She nearly gave up then and there, weeping into Monster's fur. She was at Fort Sambachu, and the Yanjingyi beasts had killed everyone. They were going to kill her if they saw her again. Maybe she ought to let them. Or maybe she ought to go permanently to stone. As if the singers knew what she was thinking, the mountain songs grew louder. The deepest song was loudest of all. It demanded that she hurry away from all the death. She must bring her song to the stone heights, to the dwellers inside. They would take her in, their sister of the mountains. They would bring her home. She rolled down the rest of the cold heap rather than look at any more of it. The soldiers had dumped the dead outside the fortress, behind the rear gate. Evie reached the little river, where she found a long stick under the trees. It became her staff. After a drink of water, she was able to turn her souls to stone. It was all that she could do for them. The rest of her feet throbbed. Even the scarves she had wrapped around them did not keep them from hurting with every step. She fixed her mind on stone in the soles of her feet and on the song of the mountains, and kept going. By sunrise, she reached the canyon where the Yanjingyi war party had captured her. The deep song had called to her from there. She stopped to drink again from the stream. She wanted to sleep, but the mountain song was too loud now. There was no sleeping with that racket going on in her brain. She staggered upright by the water and looked back the way she had come. With horror, she saw bloody footprints marked her trail. Panicked, she stumbled forward, wanting to run and unable to. The song was so loud that she did not hear the clatter of hoofbeats in the canyon. Turning a bend in the stone, she saw an opening in the side of the canyon, a cave. Could she go there? There was plenty of loose rock above it and to the sides. Did she have the strength to close the opening once she was inside, hiding where she had gone? She halted. The deep song had stopped. In front of the cave, she saw the strangest thing. On the dirt was a polished lump of fluorite. Deep green, deep purple, and clear crystal. It looked like an 18-inch bear sitting on its haunches, one that had been smoothed by years of running water until all of him was rounded. His muzzle was only a gentle point, not a sharp nose. It was the friendliest-looking piece of stone she had ever seen. It cocked its head knob at her. "Evu me ding zai. Welcome to my home," the living stone said. It spoke with the voice of the deep song, making every bone in Evie's body shiver. "Will you enter?" Evie stumbled toward it. "Who are you?" "My name is very long, and I will say it for you at some time, but not now. I am the heart of the mountain that the meat creatures here call Kangri Skadpo." The stone creature turned and trundled deeper into the cave on very short legs. Evie followed, leaning on her stick. Glowing moss on the walls of the cave lit their way. As they walked, the tunnel opened up. Normally, she would have gasped as it grew larger, but not today. Today, she desperately held to the feeling of stone at the bottoms of her bleeding feet as they descended into the earth. So intent was she that she didn't notice when the cave's entrance closed behind them. She did notice a mild grumbling overhead. A few rocks fell, and the floor shook slightly, making her stumble. "What was that?" she cried, steadying herself with her makeshift staff. "It is nothing," the crystal bear assured her, his amazingly deep voice making her think of icy underground rivers and hidden hot springs. "Soon you will rest and heal. Then you will tell me what you are. I have never felt anyone like you in all my millennia." Normally, Evie would have demanded to know how many millennia the living stone had, and what millennia were. Now she clung to her staff and limped onward, biting her lip until it started to bleed again. In the world above the mountain roots, Jia Jui led the search party into the long canyon. On the walls of Fort Sambachu, the bodies of Da Wei and Mu Sheng hung as a warning to every idiot in the army who did not know the difference between a dead girl and a mage in a deep trance. She had already left sizable offerings to several gods, that the emperor would never learn that she, too, had examined Evumemi's body and pronounced her to be dead. She would have sworn the girl was dead, and if the emperor's spies ever learned differently, she would pay very painfully. She could still save herself. The bloody footprints showed that Evie could not go much farther. With the girl back in her hands, Jia Jui meant to shackle her to her own wrist and take her to Emperor Wei Shu herself. So deep in her plans was Jia Jui that she didn't notice the quiver in the ground until it was much too late. Driven by the living heart of Kangri Skadpo, the canyon collapsed on soldiers and mage. None of them would be seen again. Chapter 15. The Temple of the Tigers, the Drimbakang Lo, and the Temple of the Sealed Eye. Once he had gotten used to the fact that Rosethorn and her horse had simply disappeared, Briar listened to Jimut's pleadings and turned to help move the refugees into the Temple of the Tigers. He busily sent runaway toddlers, goats, and the odd group of boys across the Tom Show Bridge and up the rugged hill. It was when he reached the temple fortress at the top of the hill that he saw why the place had the name that it did. 2 giant tiger figures stood on either side of the front gate. One, painted orange with black stripes, snarled realistically at anyone who rode toward it. The other, carved of pure white stone with black stripes, looked as if the sculptor had caught it in mid-leap, forelegs and claws extended. Briar could even see every hair in the animal's carved fur. Captain Lengo's Gyeongshin people did not care for them. Parahan and Suda's people only bowed as they passed. Jimut explained that tigers were common, respected animals in the realms of the sun. The local villagers, unlike Lengo's fighters, were clearly used to these tigers and even rubbed them on the side or paw. Briar only relaxed once he was well inside the curtain wall. He had half expected the tigers, like the Naga Queen of the Temple of the Sun Queen's husbands, to act unpleasantly alive. He went with Parahan for a look around when they were settled. The plan seemed to be for the soldiers to patrol a circle around the place while they waited for Rosethorn's return. They also expected the arrival of more warriors from the west, the southern part of the Drimbakang-Zugu Mountains and beyond. Knowing that, Briar agreed they ought to familiarize themselves with their newest temporary home. The place was big, with the stepped outer wall that was common to Gyeongshin fortresses. A small village already fit in the lower courtyard as part of the temple, together with barns, stables, mews, chicken coops, fenced gardens, and roaming herds of goats and fowl. In the upper courtyard loomed the main house of worship, with its dormitories, side temples, and kitchens. Briar wandered into the temple. It was lit with hundreds of small lamps. Parahan explained this was the sole temple of the tigers in Gyeongshi. All of the others were in the realms of the sun, where tigers made their home. It was hard to keep tigers here, a priest told them. They missed the warmth and the ability to roam that was theirs elsewhere. Also, the snow leopards resented interlopers. Briar was fascinated by the artwork that covered the temple's interior walls. The borders set around each large painting were made of dozens of smaller ones, pictures of prophets, gods, demons, teachers, and tigers shown in every aspect, from infancy to godhood. Like the main scenes, the border images were done in vivid colors, showing their subjects in various poses. What bothered Briar was that the small figures seemed to move in the corner of his eye. They turned to chat with their neighbors. Worse, some leaned forward to get a better look at him, Parahan, or Suda. When he whipped around to stare at the paintings dead on, they were still. Except that the little border folk had changed position. Some of them were rude enough to cover giggles with one or several hands. One tiger had rolled onto his back, another urinated in Briar's direction. He just had to ask. Fortunately, a priest artist was nearby, touching up the colors on a large painting. "Excuse me," Briar murmured when the man set his brush down, "but weren't the figures in the border over there placed differently before?" The priest smiled tolerantly and came to look. "Sir, it is dark here. With the torchlight and the many shadows, our paintings appear to change." He stared at the section of paintings that had moved for Briar. One crimson-fanged warrior demon now showed his bare behind to anyone who cared to see it. Briar looked at the priest. The man blinked, then backed up a step. He leaned in closer and inspected a broad section of the paintings with borders that had moved. Finally, he scowled at Briar and hurried off, telling his novice to put his paints away. Briar turned his back on the paintings and tried not to look at any more of them. He said nothing to his companions, just as he had not mentioned the boulder paintings and the Naga Queen before. If they thought his twitches and flinches were strange, they were too polite to comment. Mages were expected to be odd. He would ask Rosethorn what was going on when she came back. He had an idea that it had something to do with his touching her cursed burden. Briar also refused to sleep inside, despite the arguments of Parahan, Suda, and Jimut. There were just too many paintings to avoid. In the end, his friends gave him an assortment of furs to use, as well as his bedroll, to keep off the early summer cold. Briar didn't care. There were no paintings inside the curtain walls, and the stars above moved only as they were supposed to move. He fell asleep looking at them, and asking Rosethorn's gods to watch over her. When the morning sun touched his eyes, Briar opened them to find a shaven-headed priestess in heavy robes squatting beside him. She grinned, showing off a scant mouthful of teeth. "Don't worry, empty youth," she said, and offered him a bowl of butter tea. "Once you return to the thicker air down below, you will no longer see things. Whatever touched you was powerful. I can see its blaze all around you. Its power calls to the little gods whose doors are on our walls." Briar sat up and accepted the bowl. "Thank you. You're very kind. I would prefer not to have been touched at all." She cackled. "But then they would not have their fun with you, the little gods, and it is so rare that they may play. The power in you makes it possible for them to enter our world for a time. They have been stirring for years, knowing that the evil was coming. At least now the waiting is over, and we will all see." Briar sipped the tea for a moment, thinking. She was a nice old woman. Perhaps she wouldn't mind a question or two from a silly foreigner. "May I ask, why do even the temples here in Gyeongshi have walls, like castles and big cities do? From what I've heard, you aren't attacked very often." The priestess chuckled. "We aren't worried about enemies outside our borders. It's our neighbors who are trouble too much of the time," she explained. "Our walls and fighters are to keep the tribes and warriors from the other temples out. If god warriors take your temple, your priests must become priests of their god, and your temple becomes the temple of the enemy's god, and the tribes are always fighting." "But you weren't fighting when I was in Garmishing before, and no one's fighting each other now. We've got at least 5 different tribes and warriors from 4 different temples riding with us." I heard Parahan say so. The priestess straightened. When were you here before? This winter, she snorted. Nobody fights in winter. Everyone would die, and no one fights now because we all have the same enemy. Gyeongshi belongs to us, not to that lowland emperor. She nodded and said, I would rather fight Wei Shu. Briar had finished the bowl of tea. Thank you for telling me about all of that, he said, returning the bowl to her with a bow. Don't let the little gods worry you, the priestess told him. They are on our side. Mostly. She left Briar. He dressed under the covers in the chilly air. It unnerved him that she spoke so blithely of the things that moved on her walls. The priest artist hadn't seemed used to them. What else was she accustomed to seeing? And what of these little gods, he asked himself as he struggled into his boots. If they could leave their walls and boulders, might they be convinced to fight Wei Shu? Could they even damage him and his armies? Might as well ask Lakik or Mila of the grain to pick up weapons and fight. He did up his furs and bedroll and went to breakfast with Jimut. They were about to see if Parahan or Suda had orders for them when a horn sounded a long, low call throughout the temple compound. Everyone stopped what they were doing and waited, their eyes on the central temple. The highest tower there was capped by priests wielding horns so large and long that the curved ends rested on the ground. The biggest of the horns sounded again. A long call, then 3 short calls. A long call, and 3 short calls. This second repetition was picked up by every temple horn. Briar didn't have to ask what the calls meant. Every temple warrior was scrambling for the walls, crossbows in their hands. Briar's warrior companions did the same. Priests ran to bar the gates, others backed wagons full of stones up against the gates once they were closed. Priestesses covered the large courtyard wells to keep arrows or stones from landing in the precious water. Novices guided their herds back into the barns just as they had begun to lead them out for the day. More temple workers gently urged the refugees that had come outside back into the buildings, where they might be safer. Briar and Jimut gathered up their own weapons. Then they, too, ran up to the walls. They found their commanders on the southern wall, just over the main gates. There, together with the warrior priest in command of the temple troops, they watched as 300 Yanjingyi soldiers galloped up the road and fanned out before them, just out of shooting distance. A novice ran along the walkways to speak quickly in the warrior priest's ear. 200 more at the north gate, the commander said to Suda, Lango, and Parahan. We are nearly evenly matched unless they have others hidden on the far side of the ridge. I doubt this. None of our watchers has reported movement, and our guard changes have occurred without incident. The last change came just with the morning bell. They could have used magic to get closer, Parahan said uneasily. The commander had a rich, deep chuckle. It would have to be very unusual magic to get past our watchers, their dogs, and the guarding spells in the tunnels the watchers use to return here, he assured Parahan. A spy did get into the tunnels last year. He did not get out. They never learned where he vanished to. Captain Lango, will you reinforce my people on the eastern wall? The Gyeongshin captain nodded and ran down the walkway, beckoning for his soldiers on the ground to follow him. A Yanjingyi soldier was riding up to the gate. He bore a white flag. They're coming to talk, Suda remarked. She slung an arm around Briar's shoulders. But he doesn't need 5 companies just to talk. Maybe we'll see action against these curs, eh, Briar? What a bloodthirsty girl, he thought in admiration. The Yanjingyi messenger halted his mount and waved his white peace flag on its long pole. Honored priests of the great temple of the tigers, I bring you salutations from General Jin Chuan of the Imperial Army of South Gyeongshi.
"The blessings of our tigers be upon his head," the commanding priest replied.
"I wonder if that's a good thing," Suda whispered to Briar.
"Our glorious general is merciful, and our mighty emperor, sixth of his dynasty, beloved of all the gods, Wei Shu Maorin Guanggong Jian of the Long Dynasty, holds this realm of Gyeongshi close to his august bosom."
The messenger went on. "So it was strangers that killed all those people in the river and the gorge?" Briar murmured to Suda.
"The blessings of our tiger gods be also upon the head of your emperor," the commander replied. "In the heavenly time to come, they will surely reward him in the most fitting manner."
If the messenger thought this, or any of the commander's replies, to be strange or double-edged, he did not show it.
"My master, the general, bids me to say, we hope to make our visit to your glorious temple a brief, peaceful affair. Give to us the smallest of tokens of your esteem for our lordly and puissant emperor. If you do so, we shall proclaim our desire for peace between our great empire and your gods, and leave here."
"Interesting," murmured the commander. "What exactly are these small tokens?" he called.
4 people, the messenger replied. "The runaway slave, Parahan, his sister Sudamini, the woman Rosethorn, the boy Briar Moss. Your peace and the peace of all those within your walls and on your vast lands, in exchange for these 4 who have offended against the imperial majesty." "I may not answer this," the commander said. "Only the head of our temple may do so. You will have to wait."
He went to the steps. Instead of taking them to the ground, or sending a messenger for the head of the temple, he sat there, a novice who waited with a large pot of tea and a basket full of cups, poured one for him and handed it over. The commander seemed in no hurry to pass the message to anyone. The rest of their group on the wall turned away from the messenger and sat on the walkway where they could not be seen.
"Just like a Yan Jingyi."
To Briar's surprise, the old priestess who had roused him had somehow made the climb up to them. Now she sat cross-legged in front of him, Suda, and Parahan, and let Jimut pass a cup of tea to her. At her side was a tall, gangly young tiger cub on a leash.
"Because they trade people to and fro like trinkets, they believe others will do so."
She patted Briar on the knee.
"What did you do, boy? Twist the imperial nose?"
"I did no such thing," he protested. "I was perfectly nice. Rosethorn and me even made him his very own rose, unique just for him." The old priestess chuckled.
"Doubtless he wants you back to make another. This Rosethorn is separated from you?"
"Just for now," Briar replied. "She had an errand." The woman looked at him as if she knew Rosethorn's errand was a secret, very magical one. Then she said to Parahan and Sudamini,
"And you 2 troublemakers?"
"We are not slaves," Parahan said quietly, his hands white-knuckled in his lap. "My uncle sold me to the emperor, but I escaped."
"It does not matter,"
the old priestess said.
"Emperor Wei Shu believes threats will make us crumble like dried mud. Last year he sent me a beautiful box, carved all over with snakes. It was a very splendid gift." She shook her head. "It is thanks to my friend that I lived after I opened it."
The old woman stroked the cub's back. He butted her shoulder with his big head. She balanced with the ease of long practice.
He ate the small viper the Emperor had tucked into my lovely box. We were up all night with his belly ache. But now he knows not to eat vipers."
"But why?" Suda asked. She looked at the cub with longing. "Why did the Emperor send you a viper?"
"I believe he thought that my successor would be likely to forget the debt of gratitude we owe to the God Kings for allowing our temple to be here. He thought that if he killed the cranky old woman, he would have a friend in Gyeongshi. Instead, he still has a cranky old woman who now holds a grudge against him. We sent my would-be successor to him in a box of our own."
She stood and went to the wall. The cub stood beside her, his 4 paws planted on the ledge.
"Messenger, your imperial master knows who I am. He tried to kill me last year. He failed."
Though she spoke in normal tones, her voice rang in the air. It startled not just the messenger's horse, but those of the mounted soldiers behind him.
"Tell him this for me. His palace will crawl with angry cats before I surrender anyone. Gyeongshi has many surprises for you people. Get out while you can."
She stepped back from the wall and beckoned to the commander.
"Are you ready?"
she asked quietly. Her voice only reached those near them. Briar got to his feet. Suda and Parahan were already up.
"If you are,"
the Gyeongshin soldier replied. Briar looked out. The messenger was galloping back to his own people. The archers must have set their bolts and drawn their crossbow strings earlier because their weapons were raised and ready to shoot. One Yanjing Yi soldier, a burly fellow in gold-painted armor, raised a crimson banner. Several men shouted orders as the archers aimed over the temple wall. The soldiers trotted their horses forward. Then the priestess, the head of the temple Briar knew now, and the commander began to chant. The immense orange tiger statue that sat by the gate shook itself and roared at the charging horsemen. The white tiger that was already leaping into the air finished its jump, landing in the middle of the attackers. The horses went mad with terror. They reared and plunged, screaming as they threw their masters to the ground. The tigers whirled and swung their huge paws, sending horses and men alike flying through the air. Parahan's and Suda's warriors froze at the sight before them, but not the temple archers. They aimed and shot. As their bolts flew, Briar looked at Jimut. He was already aiming his crossbow. Briar turned back to the tigers and saw their weakness. They were anchored near the gate somehow. Once at their limit, which seemed to be about 300 yards, they could keep the enemy at bay, but they could not pursue them. The Yanjing Yi soldiers also figured it out. They formed up out of the tiger's range and waited for their own mages to have a turn. These worthies had kept far back all along. Though Briar couldn't see them closely or hear them, he guessed they had taken their beads in hand and were chanting the words that would wake the spells in them. The Gyeongshin and Kombampur archers launched their arrows high in the air. For some reason, they fell short of the mages and even the soldiers. The archers on the wall tried a second time. The bolts still fell short. The temple's priest mages came forward with small pots and boxes. Novices followed with mortars, pestles, cloth bags, and fists full of incense. They set their belongings on the wall and began to mix substances for the priests to burn and chant over. Briar felt their power press against his skin. The next time the archers on the wall shot, their arrows hit the enemy. Briar ignored what his allies were doing and sat cross-legged on the wall. "Don't let anyone trip over me, Jimut," he said. He sank into his magic, flowing through the roots under the temple and out below the battlefield. Here was a weight of rock that had to be one of the stone tigers. On he went until he sensed the small magics that went into the good luck charms carried by soldiers. Overhead now, he felt bead-shaped willow with magic dug into its grain. Exactly what he wanted to find. Wei Shu had not warned his mages to remove their wooden beads. There were other wooden beads, but for now, the willow ones would serve his purpose. Briar surrounded those beads with his own magic. They welcomed him. He brought them the memory of their life as trees, before someone had cut them into pieces and forced strange magic onto them. Willow magic healed and united. It was power that bent before it broke. Instead of flowing streams and falling rain, someone had jammed killing and destruction into the wood. The kind of spells that burned and thrust. Willows didn't understand that magic. They wore it uneasily. Feeling themselves in Briar, remembering what they were, the bits of willow shook off the foreign power. They took up the green magic that had been theirs when they were trees. They grew. Briar guided their power to veins of water underground. Here they found the fierce strength of the snow serpent and Tomsho rivers. Briar bound their magic to his, sank both deep into the water, and let go. Saplings shot from the willow beads worn by the Yanjingyi mages. Rapidly, the new trees grew. The mages tore off their strings of beads, but not fast enough to keep from being enveloped by fast-growing willows. The new trees followed their power to heal by uniting the mages' arms with their bodies and forcing the humans' 2 legs to become one. They wrapped the humans in their trunks. Feeling that he had exacted a little vengeance for the dead who had lain in the gorge in the river, Briar ran down the steps down into the courtyard. He wanted to see what he could do if there were mages at the north gate. By the time the stone tigers had returned to their poses as statues, Briar had calmed the new willow groves he'd made north and south of the temple. He had lost his chance to ride with the warriors to capture what remained of the enemy after the last soldiers had fled. No one wanted the escapees to reach General Jin Chuan. Since he couldn't chase soldiers, Briar searched the grass around his new willows and collected the rest of the mage's beads. The thought of someone with a little power stumbling across them gave him the chills. He also preferred the voices of the new willows to the noise of the villagers after the battle. They were boasting about the valor of Gyeongshin warriors and their allies from the south. Briar didn't want to listen. This war party had been tiny compared to what the Emperor had to send, and it was magic that had won the day. Next time, there might not be enough magic to turn the tide. The image of the Imperial soldiers in their thousands was never far from his mind. Next time, they might not have such an easy victory, or any victory at all. Rosethorn rode quickly as she left Briar. The sooner I go, she told herself, the sooner I return to them. Who knows what mischief they'll get into without me to keep an eye on things. She looked back after 10 yards for a last glimpse of her boy, but a heavy fog had come from nowhere to hide the north bank of the Snow Serpent River. She faced south again and let her patient horse follow the trail. As they moved into the canyons of the Drimbakang Low, she prayed to Mila of the fields and grain, the green man, god of growth that was orderly and chaotic, and even Briar's own Lokic, the trickster, to look after him and Evie. One thing she had found while carrying the 4 treasures was that her path was always clear. Since leaving the fort, she had seen it as a shining pale ribbon along the main road, across the bridge, and now on the simple 1-mule track. She only had to stay on it. Her burden was company of a sort. It carried myriad voices to her. Most of them spoke languages she had never heard, even after all her years of life on the pebbled sea. Some bits of conversation came in tongues she knew quite well, speaking of trade, the governing of nations, the weather, the condition of crops, or the behavior of children. The voices held her attention so well that the horse would nudge her when he required rest, water, or the chance to crop grass. She brought out one of Evie's glowstones for light once the sun had set, not for herself, but for her mount. Finally, he dug in his hooves to let her know he had walked enough for the day. She made their camp in a stand of trees and rubbed the easygoing animal down, then covered him with a blanket against the mountain cold. She ate yak jerky and cheese for supper, though she wasn't particularly hungry. Her own common sense, at least, was still working. Best of all, she breathed easily. She might resent the detour to Gyeongshi and the separation from both of her young people, but it was good to fill her lungs again. The package wasn't even that much of a burden in a physical sense. She felt its light pressure on her chest, but it wasn't heavy. She slept on her side with the box still around her neck, one arm draped lightly over the 4 treasures. She woke at dawn, fed her horse and herself, and continued her upward trek. The gleaming path turned away from the one-mule road onto a game trail sometime after noon. Wild mountain goats and yaks politely moved aside to let them pass. The trail led to a slender ledge over a deep gorge. On her side, the cliff rose over 100 feet into the air above her. "I hope you're nimble," Rosethorn told the horse. She gulped when she looked down. The gorge plunged far deeper than she had expected. A ribbon of blue and white water tumbled over rocks. The horse calmly followed the trail around the curve on the ledge and onto wider ground again, deep into shadowed lands. The mountains rose higher, and the path rose with them. Rosethorn relaxed and returned to her dreaming state. That night, it was cold enough that she built a fire. The next day, the trail took them down a thin canyon. It was so narrow that Rosethorn could touch both walls when she stretched out her arms. She could tell her mount did not like the close quarters. "What can we do?" she asked him softly. Even so, her voice echoed. "See the path? This is the way we have to go. Few have the gods' blessings to come here." The deep male voice boomed between the stone walls. Rosethorn reined in, unsure of what was going on. "You are expected, bearer of the living circle's treasures. You have come to the temple of the sealed eye. Ride on." After she caught her breath, she decided there was nothing else to do. She nudged her mount, clicking her tongue between her teeth. He snorted and tossed his head, but he did advance. The path descended as the canyon widened. Rosethorn could hear a waterfall. A clearing opened before them. Soft grass grew around a wide pool. It was supplied from a waterfall that dropped 30 feet from a cliff. 3 caves opened into the cliff face beside the waterfall. "Leave your horse," the voice ordered. "He will be cared for. Enter the temple, if you choose the correct entry." "And if I do not?" Rosethorn asked. Really, this is absurd, she thought impatiently. I have the treasures. I found this hole in the wall. These holes in the wall. What more do they want of me? "The temple protects itself," the voice replied. "Did you hear that?" Rosethorn muttered to the horse as she dismounted. "The temple protects itself. The rest of us can enjoy our nice little mountain vacation that we took when others need us." She went about removing the horse's saddle. "Grumbling will not assist you," the voice told her. "The animal will be looked after." "Grumbling makes me feel better," she retorted. "If you don't like it, you should have given the first dedicate instructions, or made it possible for him to bring this burden to you. and I was taught that it's proper to look after your own mount." She did so, rubbing him down, feeding him grain, and settling him on the grass. Once that was done, she moved her pack to her chest, having placed it on her back to care for the horse, and looked at the 3 openings. The glowing path went straight through the smallest opening, the one that was covered with cobwebs. Lark, Rosethorn thought, bringing her lover's face before her mind's eye, in case this did not go well. She took a deep breath, picked up a stick that lay on the ground, and advanced on the cave. Using the stick, she cleared away most of the cobwebs before she walked inside. The glowing path led her down a narrow tunnel, so narrow that in some places the stone brushed her shoulders. Rosethorn bit her lip and went on. As the daylight faded behind her, she saw light from another source. A fungus she did not know grew high on the walls and the roof of the tunnel. The farther she came from natural light, the brighter glowed the fungus. It gave off a whitish-green illumination, one that was not favorable to her skin. She grimaced at the sight of her corpse-green hands, but consoled herself with the thought that no one would possibly care about her looks down here. As a religious dedicate, she knew it was a weakness to be vain of her creamy skin. It was doubly so because she spent nearly all of her time in the sun. "Concern for appearance is a folly of the world," the voice said, as if he'd read her mind. Rosethorn spun. Behind her stood a black-skinned man so large he had to bend to keep from bumping his head on the roof. He wore a plain Gyeongshin jacket, breeches, and boots. A white mark in the shape of an eye was painted on the middle of his forehead. Rosethorn clutched the treasures tightly. She didn't want him to see that she was shaking. No man had seen her frightened since she had run away from the chains in her father's farmhouse. "I don't know how you read my mind, but it's rude," she snapped. "And my weaknesses as a dedicate are between me and my own first dedicates." "In the Temple of the Sealed Eye, all is known," the man said. "Continue to go forward. Keep to the left of the tunnel." She didn't like to turn her back to him, but it was a question either of staying here or going ahead. She certainly couldn't go back through him. As she moved on, the treasures gripped her mind. They showed her strange images. A great city under attack, a young black man trying to get 2 girls who resembled him out of a beautiful house. Soldiers in Yanjingyi armor surrounding them. They were separated and sold, the girls and the young man, in a Yanjinyi city. The young man was made to work on a rice farm. Then he found his way through forests and up into mountain passes, starved and half-naked, until he collapsed. The last thing Rosethorn saw was a Gyeongshin woman with the white eye painted on her forehead. She was bending over the fallen young man. The vision faded. "Is that you?" she asked, forgetting the big man most likely couldn't see what she did. "You were an escaped slave?" She looked back at him. He sighed. "Your treasures could leave me my secrets." He reached out. "Careful." She bumped a tall rock on her right. Something there hissed and scraped, darting at her. She stumbled back. The thing retreated, hissing still. Rosethorn turned to face it and carefully backed up until she struck the opposite wall. On the flat top of the rock was a serpent-like thing with a human skull. Its body seemed to be all vertebrae. It had no skin, no flesh, no muscle. Its material was shaped like bone, but it looked to be a combination of metals. "The cave snakes are the substance of the Jrimbakengs," the man told her. "In the beginning, they made themselves of tin, copper, and gold." "They made themselves?" Rosethorn asked. "At first," the man replied. She didn't know if she was unsure or astonished. The cave snake rose up on its coils and hissed again, leaning out until its face was immediately in front of Rosethorn's. The thing's breath was cold, wet, and scented like the depths far underground. To her horror, Rosethorn saw movement beyond the beast's small skull as several more of the snakish things rose up inside her coils, hissing softly. "They are very irritable when brooding a nest," Rosethorn's companion said belatedly. Rosethorn took a deep breath. "I am sorry that I disturbed you and your nest," she told the cave snake mother, fixing her eyes on the eye hollows in her skull. The thing must not know she was frightened. "It was not my intention. I would not like to see this become an argument between us." "It would be a shame on both sides," a newcomer said, as the cave snake drew in tight around her nest. Rosethorn silently cursed the cave that gave her no warning of someone's approach and looked to her left. Here, the tunnel opened up into a good-sized chamber. A Gyeongshin man, an inch or so shorter than Rosethorn, stood there, dressed like her companion in tunic and breeches. Also like the black man, he wore the white eye on his forehead, though it did not look like it had been painted on. As Rosethorn watched, the white eye blinked at her. "I want to go home," she thought dizzily. The small priest said, "Welcome to the Temple of the Sealed Eye, Nevelyn Greenhow, whose name in religion is Rosethorn of Winding Circle Temple. I see why Jangbu Dokyi trusted you with your faith's 4 treasures. In the wrong hands, they would be powerful forces for ill. But you would never allow them to pass into those hands, would you?" Rosethorn frowned at the man before returning her gaze to the cave snakes. She didn't trust them. "I'm not sure how I could stop the wrong hands past a certain point, though I would give it my best." "Your best is most formidable, my dear. Come. I am Yesh Namka, High Priest of the Temple of the Sealed Eye. Our warden of the gate, behind you, is Tegeni Kes." Rosethorn looked at the big man, who nodded to her. "We must go deeper into the mountain's heart together before you can put down your burden," Namka said. "What you see and hear beyond this point, you may tell no one, not the children of your heart, not your lover, not Jangbu Dokyi." She heard ringing sounds in the dark behind the high priest. Out of the shadows walked 3 more creatures, eagle-headed, cat-bodied, spindle-legged, horse-hoofed. Dark in color, they were speckled with spots that shone with a pale gold light, as did their wicked hooked beaks. They halted beside Namka and cocked their heads to eye Rosethorn. The cave snakes chattered at them. "Where did they come from?" Rosethorn asked Namka when she felt she could speak without her own teeth chattering. "The mountains grow bored sometimes," Tegeni Kes explained. "They have eons of time to build themselves and their children. At first, they follow the nature of the world, but there are times when they wish to try something different. Or the lesser gods who enter this realm feel it needs something unusual, and they make it. Do you understand?" "Not at all," Rosethorn said. "You will," Namka said, beckoning to her. "Come." He turned and shooed the strange hooved creatures out of the way. There was nothing for Briar to do. Those few warriors who had been wounded on the wall by enemy archers were being well cared for by the temple healers. He had collected all of the fallen mage beads he could find. He scrounged a midday meal and hunkered down near the north gate with his finds. Once he had eaten, he worked on spells that would turn the oak and ginkgo beads against their holders, One such spell depended on the sex of the ginkgo tree that made up the bead. To test the spell, Briar threw 2 beads several yards downhill and worked the magic he had placed on them. Within seconds, they popped, turning into rapidly growing female seeds that reached the size of a small goat, ripened, and burst. Briar cackled wickedly, even as he covered his nose with one elbow and backed away from the vomit-like smell. He bumped into something behind him. Turning to apologize, he choked. He hadn't really expected the sitting orange stone tiger to be awake, but it had walked up for a closer look at what he was doing. "I take it you can't smell," he said. The tiger shook its head. "Lucky you," Briar said weakly. Of course they know what I say, he thought. Since he could do nothing about it, he resumed his seat to consider what to do with the male ginkgo wood beads. While the great creature was there, he thought to ask it a question that had hovered in his mind all morning. "Did you two come from the canyon behind Garmashing? In the Drimbakang Zugu?" In case the tiger did not recognize the names, he brought his memory of the morning when shamans had danced a pair of giant skeletons to life to the front of his mind, in case the tiger could see it in him somehow. He concentrated, trying to capture the sounds and scents of that chilly moment in time when stone shaped itself and walked out of the cliff. A scraping noise made him open his eyes. With a single large claw, the tiger had drawn 2 smooth lines with a waving line between them. It was a map of the canyon behind Garmashing. "When did they dance you out of the cliffs?" The tiger shrugged, making its well-marked fur ripple. "But it was a long time ago." The tiger nodded and lay down beside Briar. "Thank you," Briar said politely, awed. "That's what I thought." He returned to his experiments with the male ginkgo beads, though his heart wasn't really in his work. If he didn't watch it, he thought, he would start to think the gods really were closer to Gyeongshi than they were to any other part of the world. If they could gift native stone so that it defended the temples of lands far away. He may have been deep in thought, but he still noticed the orange and black tiger as it got to its feet again and walked by him. Several moments passed before his curiosity overcame him, and he looked up. Both tiger statues had gone downhill to eat the remains of the oversized, vile-smelling ginkgo berries. "Well," Briar said, "I suppose they don't care if it's meat or not. I wonder if they just like the magic." He continued to work with the other wooden beads. The tigers had eaten all of the berries and returned to their guardian positions to wash themselves when the grasses told Briar that horses were coming. A glance at the sky showed him that the day was drawing to a close. He gathered his beads and the remnants of his midday and walked to the gate. The tigers had taken still positions, but not the ones they had held before. The white tiger sat on its hindquarters, washing a forepaw. The orange tiger stretched out on one side. Briar waited until the soldiers who had ridden after the enemy passed through the gate, then followed them inside. He stopped briefly to give each stone tiger a pat. Evie would expect it of him, he knew. They had gone solid. The twins and Captain Lengo greeted him as they dismounted from their horses, but they seemed preoccupied. They withdrew to Suda's tent and sent for a handful of their own people while the temple captain trotted up to the temple. Not long afterward, he returned with the temple's warrior commander, the chief priestess, and her young tiger. They all entered Suda's tent. Guards were placed to keep anyone from coming close enough to eavesdrop. The returning hunting parties had brought wounded. Briar swapped his mage kit for his healer's kit and offered his assistance to the temple workers. With the addition of those who had been hurt on the patrol, the temple healers were glad to have Briar's assistance, as well as his medicines. "We got all but 2 of the ones we were chasing," a Tory, one of Suda's archers, told Briar as he cleaned her arrow wound. "Those Yanjingyi Seps can ride." Briar grinned at her use of a Bonpuri curse word he'd heard Parahan use many times. She ground her teeth as the cleansing potion he had applied bubbled deep into the wound. He murmured, "Not long now. I've yet to lose someone to infection with this." "Well, there's the goddess's blessing," she gasped. "Aye!" "Done," Briar said, and began to bandage the wound. "When you take this off tomorrow, around noon, say, your arm will look like you never got shot. Give it a week, and it won't even be sore." "I'll be able to shoot with it?" a Tory wanted to know. Her face was anxious. "That was a big camp we found, bigger than ours, signs of an army in the area." "You'll be able to shoot," Briar assured her. "Get some of the healing tea, and keep drinking that." She had been sitting on a stool so he could work on her arm. Abruptly she stood, grabbed him by the ears, and kissed him well. "Oh, if only I weren't betrothed," she said mournfully. "Thank you, Briar." He stood there, grinning for a moment. She was 20 or so, definitely too old for him, but it was nice to have a pretty girl kiss him among so much insanity. Better than nice. "Say, Amchi," growled the next patient in line, an older Gyeongshin warrior. "If you don't want me kissing you, would you have a look at this?" Startled out of his happy state, Briar apologized and beckoned the soldier forward. It was almost midnight when he emerged from the barn that had been made over into an infirmary. He'd given his slumbering patients a last check, and then cared for those who were awake and asking for help of some kind. He had just seen his bedroll and furs set up beside a shed where they wouldn't be in anyone's way. "Thank you, Jimut," he thought gratefully, when he heard noise outside the gate. It was a horn. Not the great horns on the temple's walls and roof, but a normal-sized one, blowing several notes. It halted, then sounded the same notes again. Briar watched as guards hurried to open one half of the gates, which had been cleared after the battle. A rider in Gyeongshin armor stumbled through, leading a weary horse. Attached to his saddle was a long bamboo wand with a blue silk banner attached. He was a messenger from one of Gyeongshi's generals. A temple novice ran forward to take the messenger's horse. Another came to lead him to those he needed to see. For a moment, Briar wished the man brought word of Rosethorn or Evie, but he knew better. He would not hear from Rosethorn until he saw her again, so secret was her task, and no one would send a wartime messenger for a student mage and her cats. For anything else, Briar was exhausted more than he was curious. He washed his face and hands at the courtyard well, then stripped off his boots and crawled into his bedroll. As so often happened, he found himself too tired to sleep. After staring at the stars for a time, he sat up and pulled his boots back on. Perhaps the healers could spare some ordinary tea and maybe some food. He had not eaten supper. No doubt the temple kitchens were closed. He went back to the well for a drink of water and to clean his teeth. It was there that Parahan and Sudamini found him. The twins looked as weary as he felt. He noticed they had taken time to comb the dust from their glossy black hair and change into comfortable realm-style tunics and baggy breeches. Parahan carried something bulky in his hands. "Why aren't you abed?" Briar asked, his voice froggy from weariness. "We could ask you the same," Suda replied. She sat beside him on the edge of the well. "Oh, no," Briar said, giddy from a lack of sleep and food. "I've been kissed by one pretty girl today. I couldn't take it if I got kissed by another." Suda laughed quietly and put her arm around him. "It would be like kissing my brother," she said. "Briar, listen. We have news." He looked at her, then up at Parahan. "We chased some of the soldiers to a camp. They got the warning in time and ran, but the general left some letters and other things." With shock, Briar realized that Parahan was weeping. "Briar, Fort Sambachu was attacked 2 days after we left. The Yanjingyi enemy had enough mages to blow down their gates. They wrote to their general that they killed the refugees and the animals." Briar clenched his fists. "Evie?" Suda took up the story. Parahan was wiping his eyes on his sleeve. "They had orders to send Evie to the Emperor's camp once she told them where we were and where you and Rosethorn were. But she died as they questioned her. They had one of the Emperor's best mages with them just for that." Briar heard a voice. It turned out to be his own. "You mean tortured?" Suda bowed her head. "Tortured." Parahan held the bundle in his hand out to Briar. "She showed me this, one of the days when you and Rosethorn were making the flower. It was in the general's tent with his letter. He was going to send it to Wei Shu." Numbly, Briar took it and undid the ties. It was Evie's stone alphabet. Not the one she had begun recently, made of stones that she had found herself. It was the one he had made for her, back when he realized he would have to teach a stone mage somehow. The stones lay still and dead in the dim torch and starlight. "A for amethyst," he whispered, running his fingers over the stone. It wasn't high in quality. It wouldn't have fetched much in the market, but Evie had loved it. It was her first step into her new life as a mage. She had kept the alphabet where the cats couldn't play with it. The cats. "The letter said they killed the animals. We can hope they escaped," Parahan said, his voice cracking. He had spent time with Evie and her cats, Briar remembered. "Might I be alone now?" he asked politely. "I'll be all right." "Are you certain?" Suda wanted to know. "We can only imagine how bad this is for you." "Really, I'll be fine," Briar said. "I do this best alone. Or with Rosethorn and Lark and my sisters," he thought. "And none of them are here. None of them are with me. They've all gone off to do their whatevers and left me to face this." It wasn't fair. He knew it wasn't fair. He didn't feel like being fair just then. He climbed up the wall and walked along until he could look north. Right now, he hated everyone. The first dedicate and the God King, Lark for not making Rosethorn stay home, Rosethorn for not refusing the Emperor and the first dedicate, Evie for being unwilling to come along with him, himself for not insisting that she come, or for not staying with her. Especially himself. He hated himself. He was her first teacher, and he had dragged her into the path of the huge imperial armies and the legions of imperial mages. He stood by and watched as Wei Shu smiled and played games with their lives. Briar had left his Evie to be tortured and to die alone. She was good with her power, but these people were masters of theirs. She was only 12. He clutched the stone alphabet and stared at the grasslands beyond the north gate. They were gray in the starlight. Somewhere across those were the imperial armies. That way lay the torturers, the murderers, and those who would steal other people's countries. They would pay. He would make sure of that. In the dark, the grasses strained upward, their blades trembling with the power that filled them. Their roots swelled and stretched. For a long moment, the land shook, then sank back. Chapter 16. The Temple of the Tigers and Kangri Skadpo Mountain in the Drimbakang Low. Dawn found Briar with the orange and black stone tiger at the southern temple gate. He had managed to talk the guards into letting him out at some point. He didn't remember when. The tiger was good company in his present bleak mood. Wrapped in a fur from his bedroll, he had told it about Evie. How aggravating she could be, how protective she was of her cats, how much she loved new clothes. The tiger had curled around him, forming a bowl to hold Briar. At last, he had slept. It was the chief priestess who found him. She spoke with the stone tiger gently, thanking it for its care of Briar, until it slowly uncurled and took its normal place by the gate. As Briar looked at the old woman sleepily, she told him, "I think we must treat the gate tigers differently after this. It is written in our books that they are mindless slaves of our magic, but apparently they are otherwise. We have you to thank, perhaps." She touched one of his swollen eyes. "You have been weeping." For a precious moment he had forgotten. Tears spilled down as he told her. "They killed Evie, my student." "You shall have revenge," the old woman said. "Last night, a messenger came from the west. Your people will wait here another day for the wounded to heal. By this afternoon, warriors from the western temples and tribes will join you. Parahan and Suda want to go east, to trap the enemy in Fort Sambachu. We shall see. General Serugo is closer." "I want to go there," Briar said, struggling to his feet. "I want to serve them at the fort like they served Evie." The old woman helped him up. "When you agreed to help Parahan and the others, you put yourself at the orders of the God King. You may not have a choice." Briar glared at her, but he was too weak with grief to argue. Instead, he thought of something else. "Wait. I can't go. I have to wait here for Rosethorn. She'll be returning from the mountains soon, I hope. I said I would meet her." "And you will," the priestess said patiently. "When was the last time you had any food?" He shook his head, not because he didn't want to eat, but because he couldn't remember his most recent meal. "As I thought," she said. She towed him into the temple complex. They fed him egg soup and momos, scolding him when he picked at his food. When he'd eaten enough that the cooks let him be, he went to the healer's tent and helped there. Midday was curry. Jimut sat on one side of him, Suda on the other. Between them he ate all that was set before him, just to stop them from nagging him to death. He was about to leave the temple to say prayers for Evie in one of his new willow groves, when a squad of Gyeongshin warriors, carrying the yellow banner of messengers, galloped up the road. He knew a couple of them from Fort Sambachu. "We almost did not come up here," the woman who carried the banner told the gate guards. "Those trees weren't on your road when I was here last. How?" Looking past the guard's shoulder, she saw Briar. "Oh, I thought Rana made that up about you growing trees from nothing. Never mind. I bring messages for Prince Parahan and Princess Sudamini, and Captains Lango and Ja." Only when Lango identified the newcomers as General Serugo's warriors did the guards open the gate. The messenger and her guards led their horses inside. Briar felt distantly sorry for them. They would soon learn of their own losses, the slaughter of Captain Ja and his company. At least they had been soldiers. They had known they were expected to die in war. Evie had not. She had been dragged here by Briar and Rosethorn. She had not wanted anything to do with the Emperor. All she had wanted to do was see the mountains. Evie slept a lot. She dreamed, too, and they were the strangest dreams of her life. The fluorite bear was in most of them, trundling beside her from her head to her feet, watching as snakes made of backbones and skulls unwound her bandages. Lions made of ice and packed snow licked her feet. A spider at least twice her size leaped down from a roof she couldn't see and bandaged her feet in its webs. In some dreams, when the bear wasn't present, a woman with a white eye painted on her forehead came and argued with her about food. Usually, Evie would drink the soup brought by the woman just so she would go away. Evie knew that dreams didn't work like that. People didn't go away because you did the things they wanted you to do in dreams. But these dreams were as odd as the strange things that she saw in them. In one, she asked the fluorite bear, "Which is weirder, the 9-headed snake, or—" Suddenly she was wide awake and saying, "The giant spiders that come from above." She sat up and looked around. She was definitely awake. She could feel her ragged clothes against her skin. She could smell herself. When had she last bathed? "Can you smell me?" she asked the bear. "No," it said gravely. "Oh, good." Swallowing, terrified of what she might see, she made herself look at her feet. They were there, looking like her ordinary, everyday feet. She wriggled her toes. They were stiff, but not painful. "I dreamed the Yangjin Yi Yujinon flayed my feet and killed everyone in the fort. But that part was so real," she murmured. "I dreamed they killed my cats. And then I came here, and a big spider wrapped my feet in its webs. I know that part was a dream."
"It was all real, Evumeme Dingzai," the bear told her. "I called to you so you might find safety here in the mountains. The webs dropped from your feet a sunrise ago when your feet were healed." Tears trickled down her cheeks. "My cats really are dead?" "Once I understood why you called for them in your dreams, I showed their images to one of my snow leopards," the bear said. "She went to the dead pile behind the stone cave. She found the 7 little cats that matched your dreams in the pile." Evie turned over on the soft pile of rags where she had been sleeping and wept harder. When she finally dried her eyes and sat up again, she found the bear had not moved. "I don't usually cry like this," she told him belligerently. "Just so you don't go thinking I'm some kind of watering pot." "What is a watering pot?" he asked. "It's a jar. You put water in it and pour it on plants so they grow." "Is not the rain enough?" Evie rubbed the dried blood on the back of one foot. It flaked off. "People have plants in their houses. They use watering pots for indoor rain." Slowly, grimacing because she was so stiff, she drew one foot up onto the opposite knee so she could look at the sole. It was puffy with scars that crisscrossed the flesh, but when she poked them, they were merely sore, not as painful as they had been when she had fled the fort. "You cured them." "The webs of the peak spider cured them," the bear explained. "Forgive us for keeping you in slumber. We felt that it would be less unnerving for you if you did not see how you were healed." "I don't care about how I was healed," Evie said bitterly. "I care that I was hurt in the first place. I care that they killed all those people in the fort.
I care that they killed my cats." She opened and closed her hands, remembering the feel of the stone-cold dead cats under them as she crawled over bodies, looking for clothes. What did the villagers ever do to deserve dying like that? Tell me. They had little ones with them, babies, and those imperial cuss killed them and dumped them in a pile to rot. She glared at the fluorite bear, who had cocked his head knob once more. "What? You think I'm crazy, don't you?"
"I do not know what crazy means," the creature said in his slow, thoughtful way. "What I think is that we healed the hurt in your feet and the hurt in your body. But now your spirit is sick. I want to heal that pain for you, but I do not know how. I can heal the meat creatures of my mountain, but I leave two-legged meat creatures to their own kind."
"Do you always talk this way?" Evie demanded. She wasn't being polite or grateful, but if her cats were dead, why couldn't this thing just have left her to die? Briar and Rosethorn have each other, she thought. The memory went through her like lightning. Briar and Rosethorn! If the enemy got around General Serugo and her troops, or killed them all to reach Fort Sambuchu, maybe they caught up to Briar and Rosethorn too. How will I ever know? The stone thing said,
"My difficulty is that you are not entirely of the meat creature kind."
"Of course I am," Evie retorted.
"No, if you were, I would not have heard your approach when you were still in the lowlands of the Ice Naga River."
"The what?"
"The river that flows below my mountain, before the stone place where they tried to kill you, Evumeme Dingzai."
"We call it the Snow Serpent River," Evie told him. "And you can call me Evie."
I could not begin to say such a name before I would have finished it. Will you accept Evumeme?
She sighed. "I suppose I have to. What do you call yourself?" He tipped back his head knob and gave voice to a series of sounds she could not even begin to remember. Her mind caught onto 2 syllables she knew she could say. "I'm going to call you Luvo. I'm sorry, I know that's not your whole name, but I can't say it all, or even remember it." She hung her head. "I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful. I suppose being a mountain is a big thing, like being a god. I can't do big things."
"I am only the heart of this mountain," Luvo said kindly. "And part of you is of my kind, the mountain kind. Though it saddens me to say that you are impaired, too much of you is a meat creature. I cannot understand how you came to be."
Evie wiped her nose on her arm. "Rosethorn and Briar say I'm an ambient mage. We draw our power from different parts of the world. They get their magic from plants and growing things. Briar has one foster sister who gets hers from the weather, and another one who takes it from metal and fire, and one who draws it from making and working with cloth. I get mine from stones."
"I did not know that this could ever be true,"
Luvo said, fascinated.
"This magic is of a different kind from that used by the chanting people, or the people of the white eye."
"I think those are academic mages and shamans," Evie said. "I know Briar's somewhere west of the fort, with Parahan and Sudamini. They have mages with them. But I think Briar's the only ambient one, if he isn't dead." She twisted her hands in her ragged shirt. "What am I going to do? How will I find him or Rosethorn? They don't know where I am. I can't go back to the fort. They'll torture me again."
"You could not return to the fort," Luvo told her. "It no longer stands."
Evie blinked at him. Did General Serugo come? Or the God King's army? What happened?
The hill that it was built on shook,
Luvo said.
The fort fell down.
Evie looked at the stone creature for a long moment, not exactly sure what he meant. Then she asked, How did that happen?
Our mountains are young and still growing.
Luvo's deep voice was bland.
Growing mountains may shake the land around them.
Why? Evie demanded. She had a feeling this was not an accident.
The land and its guardians do not care for intruders who damage and kill those who belong here, or those who would bring good things here.
Evie could have sworn she felt the ground quiver beneath her. In fact, she was sure of it. Nervously, she eyed the stalactites that hung from the cave's ceiling. Then she screamed. A giant spider was leaping from one stalactite to the next, coming lower and closer until it dropped to the ground, only a few yards away from her. Evie looked at its hairy body and its large black eyes, and screamed again. It held one great foreleg in the air, as if it were hurt. Evie realized it held a bag even as she scrabbled backward off her bed of moss and scraps.
Evumeme, stop it, boomed Luvo. You frighten Dibon Kangmo.
I frighten? Whatever that is? Evie shrieked.
Her name is Dibon Kangmo. She is bringing food for you,
Luvo said firmly.
Stop that dreadful noise. You must thank her. She did not want to feed you. She did not like the idea of bringing a meat creature so far into our mountain.
Evie clapped her hands over her mouth and stared at the spider. She was 6 feet tall if she was an inch. Her mouth parts would easily crush Evie's arm. Once the girl caught her breath and was certain of what she would say, she moved her hands to ask, "D what?"
Dibon Kangmo,
Luvo said, even more slowly than he normally spoke.
One of her daughters healed your feet.
Evie gulped at the thought of something so huge working on her body. She was so very grateful she had not woken up then. What is she? What are they?
Peak spiders,
Luvo replied.
The gods and goddesses of the utmost heights of the Drimbakangs.
Evie shuddered. She did not want to think about gods shaped like spiders. Slowly she knelt and touched her forehead to the cave floor. I am very, very sorry, Dibon Kangmo, she told the giant spider. I guess I am still upset by what has happened to me. Please thank your daughter for healing my feet. This she meant with all of her heart. I would have died, probably. And thank you for feeding me. I swear you won't regret it. She peeked at the spider. Dibon Kangmo took 2 steps forward. Her feet made clicking sounds on the stone. Slowly, she uncurled the leg with which she held what Evie saw were several cooking pots. She carefully set them on the ground. Then she stepped back a couple of yards. Evie looked at the pots. She wasn't quite sure what to say or do. Where did she find them? She whispered to Luvo. For a moment, Luvo said nothing. Then he told Evie,
There is a place on the Ice Naga, what you call the Snow Serpent River, to the west, like the fort that fell down, only with more. You do not like it when I call your people meat creatures. What do you call them?
Humans, Evie said. Or people.
People can be anyone,
Luvo argued.
Dibon Kangmo and her kin are people, as are the ice lions, the cave snakes, the nagas, the deep runners, we mountains. Humans are those meat creatures on 2 legs.
Evie nodded.
The place like a fort where many humans are gathered just now. It is a place that reaches for the sky in spirit, and the humans who live there all of the time make pretty noises with long tubes and metal plates.
It's a temple, maybe, Evie said. I heard Parahan say that the first stop on the Snow Serpent Road was the Temple of the Thunder Horses.
That is where she found your food.
Did the humans there see her? Evie asked, wondering if she was the only one to scream at the sight of the giant peak spider. Luvo sounded amused.
No one sees the spirit people of this realm if those people do not desire it. They prefer quiet lives. Stop asking questions, Evumeme.
Gingerly, keeping an eye on Diban Kangmo, Evie crawled over to the pots. All of them were cold. She did not care. She started with tea, gulping it down. It soothed her dry and raw throat. She then turned her attention to the food, scooping up the barley flour balls called tsampa and stuffing them into her mouth. These had butter and milk curds. Normally she would have spat such things out. Today they tasted better than anything she had eaten in her life, even her beloved fried eggplant. Another pot contained spicy rice curry with lamb. She alternated handfuls of that with the tsampa until she could eat no more. Only when she couldn't even look in the other pots to see what was there because she was so full did she lurch to her feet and go to the great stretch of water near her resting place. I'm dirty, she told Luvo. I'm going to wash. Since she was fairly sure he wouldn't know what dirty was, she explained, I'm all over blood and piss and dung and sweat. I don't normally smell like this. She fumbled with her clothes, peeling them off layer by layer. It didn't occur to her to be shy. A talking rock and a giant spider were hardly the sorts to make her nervous about baring her skin. I wish I had clean things. It was hard to tell in the green light from the glowing spots everywhere, but she was nearly certain there was blood on some of her clothes. That made sense, given that she had taken the garments from the dead. The water was very cold. After all of the cold water baths we took as we traveled, I should be used to this, she thought gloomily, but I'm not. The memory of her cats, seated to watch on countless stream banks, as she and Rosethorn yelped in cold waters, struck her like a knife stab. She sat on the bottom of the cave lake and silently let her tears flow. At last, she began to drag her fingers through her knotted hair. Once it was straight again and fairly clean, she lurched up onto dry land. Her dirty clothes were gone. Beside her mossy bed lay a pile of fabric in various green-tinted colors.
There is an enclosed place, Luvo said as she approached. It is like the temple place for the thunder horses, but it is for my mountain and those of my brother and sister. Your humans come to it and leave things for the humans that sing there, and light lamps and bow up and down as you do, only more. They use fire to make smoke that smells interesting, too.
Evie gave him a tight smile. The humans here worship your mountain, and the other 2 as gods. They think you 3 are the husbands of the Sun Queen.
Ridiculous, Luvo said. The sun is not even part of this world.
Evie knelt clumsily and sorted through the pile. Soon she wore multiple layers of gaudy silk robes lined with fur. Somehow, Luvo had also brought away several pairs of breeches that fit once she had rolled them up, and 2 pairs of fur-lined boots. She could wear 1 pair. Once she was clothed, she drank some more tea and fell asleep again. The Western Army, made up of over 500 tribesmen, priests and priestesses, and shamans, mounted on small, tough horses or driving carts, arrived around noon as Briar was brewing medicines in a temple workshop. One of the children brought word of the new arrivals, but Briar was busy, keeping the greatest strength of his potions from cooking off. Once, when he took a rest, he walked up onto the wall to a view of many tents and soldiers inside and outside the temple. The sight alone made him cross. He wondered if he could ask his new friend, the Orange Stone Tiger, if it would let him sleep there again that night. The village child returned later to let Briar and the other healers know that a messenger had arrived from the east. Briar was not interested. He could not feel Rosethorn's approach. With Evie's death, he doubted the east held any good news for him. Jimut brought Suda's dinner invitation to him. Though he was done for the day, Briar refused it. He meant to beg food from a cook and go somewhere private to eat. But Suda marched into the workshop as he finished his cleanup and seized him by the arm. "No more hiding," she said firmly. "You will eat with us without arguments." She did not release him until they were inside the tent that she and Parahan seemed to use as an audience chamber. Guards had set dishes on the carpet. Cushions were strewn all around them. Parahan was there already, scooping something into his mouth with a piece of flatbread. "You couldn't wait?" Suda demanded. He swallowed and said, "Briar, sit. Don't hide, will you? I'm missing her too. I know you knew her longer, but you know I wouldn't be here without her." His smile trembled. "She was too young to consider all the consequences, as you and I would have done." Briar nodded. He took a cushion next to the big man and picked up a plate. He spooned curry onto it, then looked at it blankly, having lost track of what he'd meant to do with it. Suda took the plate and loaded meat, flatbread, and dumplings onto it beside the curry. "Eat," she ordered. "We have work to do." She sat cross-legged on a cushion of her own and served herself. While the Westerners were getting settled, another messenger from Serugo arrived, she told Briar. "She wants us to meet her at Melanam. It's northeast of here, on the road to Gamashing." Her soldiers moved as many people to the eastern temple fortresses as they could before they ran into more Imperial troops than they could handle. "They tried to fall back to Fort Sambachu," Parahan said abruptly. "Well, they did fall back, except the fort isn't there." Briar stared at him. "What do you mean the fort isn't there? It didn't just get up and walk away." "The general's letter says that maybe there was an earthquake," Suda explained. "Only she doesn't know how they didn't feel a quake that was strong enough to make the entire fort collapse in on itself." "Could Evie have done that, if she was dying?" Parahan whispered. Briar shook his head. "That place was big. We pulled down parts of a house, her and me, but nothing that size." "I wish she had done it," Parahan shouted. 2 soldiers stuck their heads inside the tent flap. Suda waved them out again. "I wish she'd pulled it down on those murderers," her twin snapped, his voice softer this time. Briar hooked a hand around one of Parahan's shoulders for comfort. "We'll come up with some surprises for their friends, you'll see," he promised. When Parahan looked at him, Briar gave his friend a small, nasty smile. "We'll make Weishu regret he ever heard of any of us." Parahan wrapped his hand around Briar's. Yes. I think that sounds like a most magnificent idea." "Briar, can you sense Rosethorn yet?" Suda asked. He shook his head. "But if we take the road north from here, It'll be easy enough to feel for her. I'll let the plants know where I'm going. She can follow our trail. Evie woke to find Luvo in the same place he had been when she had gone to sleep. The giant spider was gone. She was relieved, though Diban Kangmo had been nothing but kind to her. Still, being watched by all those eyes was nothing short of unnerving. There was food remaining in the pots that Diban Kangmo had brought. Evie ate a good amount of what was left. Would the spider steal more? Surely the temple inhabitants would start to wonder where their food was going. Also, the temples were supposed to be housing refugees. Was Diban Kangmo stealing food that should go to them? She emptied the teapot and realized she had another issue that had to be addressed. I, need a privy, she told Luvo. Then she had to explain what privies were for, and why she couldn't just go where she stood, like the animals of his mountain. Once all of that was said, he showed her a cranny in the wall of the cave where the flooring was more sand than rock. Afterward, she bathed again. Binding her hair in a scarf from his pile of offerings, she steeled herself and said, Luvo, I can't stay here. I have to find my friends. Sooner or later, they'll learn the enemy took the fort. They'll think I'm dead or that I got tortured and told where everyone is. I have to find them. Luvo rocked back and forth on the rounded pegs that served as feet when he wanted them. Do you know where they are? I know which way they went, she said honestly. The places they were going to stop at, the people there should be able to tell me where my friends went afterward. How will you go? I'll walk, I suppose. She tested the sole of one foot on the stone. They were still tender, but she had the boots, and the longer she waited, the farther away her friends would be. I'll steal a horse or mule if I get the chance. It would have to be in an open field around the temples, where they were grazing, and she would have to pray that the herders didn't have any dogs. Luvo hummed to himself. I could find your friends. How? They don't have stone magic like me. You said that the fire around your stone self is magic that lets you draw on it. I did not know of this reason for the fire in some meat creatures, humans, before. Now that I know it, I can tell which fires I see on the plain are simply magic, and which are wrapped around part of the world. I can see the magic around your plant people, if we are close to them. I think it is best that I go with you. Are you able to carry me? Evie walked over to him. Excusing herself, she bent, wrapped her hands around him, and lifted. She heard her spine crackle, but Luvo did not move. You're so heavy. Forgive me. I am a mountain outside this heart aspect. He grew warm under her palms, though not hot. Try again. Evie tugged. She lifted him an inch, no more. He warmed a second time. Try. She was able to hoist him into her arms that time, but she staggered when she tried to move a few steps. I'm sorry, she said, placing him on her bed. I'm more worn out than I realized. All of my packs weigh as much as you, but... She turned away so he wouldn't see her mouth quiver. That is the lightest I can make myself. I shall think of something. He climbed off her bed. Rest. I will reflect on this and resolve it. He watched as Evie curled up on the rags. You cannot understand what a joy my moments of speech with you are. Each one presents me with a new idea or a new problem, when I have seen nothing new in ages.
I have not felt so alive in millennia, Evumeme.
Huh, she said, disbelieving. I'm not the interesting one. That's Briar and Rosethorn, and Parahan. They've done all these things, and they know languages and books and different people. I just know stones. Not even all of those. She yawned.
Then I look forward to our meeting with your friends. Truly, Evumeme, do not value yourself so little. You are a bright light in my underground home.
Thanks, Luvo. That's a really nice thing to say. She pulled some rags over herself and slept before her new friend even walked away. She dreamed she could hear Dibon Kangmor talk with him. She will be dead before you know it, the peak spider advised from a position high on one of the cave's stalactites. It is folly to become attached to her.
I think it has been folly for me to keep myself separate from them. If they can produce young like this one,
Luvo replied.
Will you guard her for me until I return? I worry about the cave snakes.
She needs more food, the spider said as Luvo waddled into the dark. Get some for her. Make one of my children carry it. When Evie woke, she smelled cooking. She also smelled musk and dung, and heard the restless shift of hooves on stone. She opened her eyes and saw a large yak drinking from the lake. Luvo sat near her bed, next to a smaller peak spider, only 3 feet tall, and 2 covered pots.
This is Dibon Kangmor's daughter,
Luvo explained as the smaller spider scurried off into the far end of the cave.
She is very shy of humans. She is the one who bandaged your feet.
Thank you so much, Evie called after her.
She also brought food for you, and a bag for me to ride in.
Ride? Ride what?
Big Milk,
Luvo said.
She is the Queen Yak. It is a great honor to you that she chose to do this for us, and our luck that she has no young to prevent her from helping. We cannot ask a male. They are too restless.
Evie thought she was going to cry. Big Milk had turned her head to stare at them with one eye, or rather, she stared at Evie. Finally, the girl thought of something safe to say, other than that the rock had lost his mind. Luvo, she doesn't have a saddle or a bridle. She had to explain what those things were between bites of onion and mushroom dumpling. When she finished her description, Luvo said,
I could not ask one of my friends to take metal in her mouth and bind her head in leather. She might become ill. Poor thanks that would be. Besides, I have never seen anyone ride a yak in such a way. You will tie the bag around your waist and shoulders and hold on to Big Milk's fur. She has plenty of that. She will not even feel it if you pull. Her undercoat is quite thick and packed firmly beneath the outer fur.
But how will she know which way we're going? Evie asked. The reins are so you can pull right, and the horse goes right, and so forth.
I will tell her which way to go,
Luvo said confidently. Where will I sit? Evie didn't say that the animal's back looked as broad as if she could lay down on it and sleep without rolling off.
The herd boys ride on the necks of the tame yaks. You have trusted me so far, Evumeme.
I didn't have a choice.
Do you have one now?
Evie looked at Big Milk, who swiped a thick tongue around furry jaws. The girl sighed. Not really. Evie hated to do it, but she used one of Luvo's silk offering scarves to wrap up the leftover dumplings. The cloth was made of brightly dyed patches, and now it would have grease stains. No doubt it would also stain the crimson shirt she wore, since she was hanging that small bundle on her chest. Once she was ready, she lowered Luvo into the bag he had brought. It was a picking bag, big enough that she could slide one strap over her shoulders and under her arms. She wrapped the coarse upper strap in a scarf so it would not chafe her neck, and wore the upper strap there. Luvo must have said something to the yak. She ambled over and knelt on her forelegs. Impulsively, Evie scratched Big Milk between her curved horns as she would a cow. She felt a bit better when the yak turned her head and rubbed it against Evie's belly. "I think we're going to get along," the girl said. "Now, be patient with me, all right? I've never ridden anybody as wonderful as you before."
"She likes the compliment," Luvo told Evie. "Swing your leg over carefully." With a bit of experimenting and a little struggle, Evie managed to get herself and Luvo onto Big Milk's back. Then she gave the great yak another forehead scratch and settled her grip into the fur on the animal's neck. "Now what?" she asked. Slowly, Big Milk straightened one foreleg, then the other. Evie squeaked, then bit her lower lip to keep from doing so again. She yelped. Her lip was one of the injuries from the fort that was not completely healed. Big Milk ignored both noises. She set off briskly along the shore of the lake, headed deeper into the cave. Chapter 17. The Temple of the Tigers. The confluence of the Tom Show and Snow Serpent rivers. It was clear that Sudamini would go half mad before all of the Western troops had packed up and ridden north. "We've been through this before," Parahan told her, an arm around her shoulders. He and Briar had taken her up onto the roof before the Westerners could hear her mutterings. "These people don't fight for a living. Well, perhaps the temple folk do. As the war goes on, they'll understand the importance of starting the march at dawn. Not starting to pack at dawn." Suda gnawed a thumbnail and swore to herself in Bonpuri. "Our people are all ready to ride," Briar said in consolation. He stared toward the distant river, hoping for the slightest hint that Rosethorn was coming. He wasn't unhappy that the Westerners were holding them up. "They may as well have slept late for all the good it will do us," Suda replied, her husky voice a soft growl. "Who drew the short straw so we left last anyway?" "You," Parahan said. "You may as well tell our people to unsaddle their mounts and run some weapons practice," Suda told her twin. "Already did," he replied. Then Briar felt it. The lightest touch of green. He inhaled and forgot to breathe out, waiting. There it was again. Suddenly, his chest hitched, and he began to hack, unable to catch his breath. Parahan shoved a flask of tea into his hands. Briar gulped half of it down. When he could breathe properly again, he stretched his power as far as it would go. That touch was a little stronger. It connected to his magic. He knew it like his own. "I think you'll be happy we're last," he said casually. Parahan's face lit. "Rosethorn?" Briar nodded. It was almost noon when Captain Lango's people rode through the gate on their way north. Briar went to the twins, whose companies were next. "I'll meet her and catch up with you," he said. "I think she'll reach the river crossing by mid-afternoon." Parahan beckoned to Jimut, who came forward with saddled horses. "I have a fresh mount for her," Jimut said. "And you do not go without a guard." Briar was too nervously eager to even consider an argument. After everyone said their farewells to the chief priestess and the temple commander, Parahan's and Suda's companies rode out the north gate.
Briar and Jimut went south together with the squad of 10 warriors that Parahan had insisted upon. Before they left the temple behind, Briar stopped and said goodbye to the orange stone tiger, ignoring the odd looks of the soldiers. They walked their horses down to the river to wait and ate the meal they had cajoled out of the temple cooks. 2 of the soldiers stood guard, watching north and east, while the others rested and talked. Briar paced the riverbank. He had no idea of how he was going to tell Rosethorn about Evie. The idea of doing it made his stomach twist. Clouds were spreading across the sky when Briar saw a flash of green, real green, atop the road that led into the Drimbakang Low. He yipped, then clenched his hands so tightly his nails bit into the tattoos on his palms. The blooms and stems of his tattoos, swiftly turning into roses of every color, protested his grip. He apologized silently. The enemy was supposedly gone from the area, but he and his companions had agreed to be cautious. Making noise at the sight of Rosethorn was not anyone's idea of cautious behavior. Instead, he leaped up and down, waving frantically. He stopped only when she raised an arm to indicate she had seen him and urged her mount to a trot. They met on his side of the bridge, where she swung off her horse and hugged him very hard. She smelled to him of pine, wood smoke, and the chamomile she used for headache tea. He saw no sign of that nasty leather pack she had carried away with her. She looked like his good old Rosethorn, fixed on the here and now. Her brown eyes were sharp as she looked him over. "What is it?" she asked. "Your eyes are puffy. You look like you've been dragged backward through a bush. Tell me." "Evie," he said, and his throat closed up. Jimut took charge of her horse. Rosethorn guided him to the riverbank where they sat. Once he could speak again, Briar told her about the letter and Evie's stone alphabet. Then he held her. For too short a time, they mourned. "We should go," Briar said hoarsely at last. "We have to catch up with the supply train by dark, just to be safe." Rosethorn went to the river and soaked 2 handkerchiefs in the cold water. She wiped her face with one and gave the other to Briar. A light rain had begun to fall. "At times like this, it's hard to be a good dedicate and to trust in the gods that all things happen for a reason," she said, her voice hoarse. "She had such a hard life. I feel that the gods owed her something better for longer than she had it." She looked at her handkerchief and twisted it dry. "Since I never get an answer from the gods, I shall have to work my frustration out on Weishu and his armies." Briar nodded. She had put his rage into words. They would make Weishu pay. Rosethorn put her arm around him as they walked over to the others. They were already mounted up. Jimut passed her the reins of the fresh mount they had brought for her. The one she had ridden this far was with their spare horses. Rosethorn stopped briefly to give him a handful of oats, then swung into the saddle on the fresh horse. Briar looked at the drizzling clouds, wishing he and Rosethorn had the wide straw hats they usually wore in the rain. Where had the hats gone? East, probably, with the traders. He hauled himself into the saddle of his own mount. "Are you up to a trot?" the sergeant in charge of the squad asked Rosethorn. "So we can cover some ground?" "I'll keep up," Rosethorn said. "Don't worry about me." Briar rode beside her, one careful eye on his teacher. He could tell she was upset, but he knew her. To the others, she must look as if she were deep in thought. That's good, he told himself. She hates people feeling bad for her. For his own part, he had Evie's stone alphabet in the sling on his chest, tucked among the seed balls he used for weapons. Now and then he would slip a rock or crystal from its pocket and hold it, reminding himself of what he owed the Emperor and his soldiers. They set a rhythm of trot, walk, trot, rest. They would water the horses, drink tea, check to make sure their weapons were ready for use, and then mount up again. That steady pace brought them to the supply wagons by late afternoon. At day's end, they found Parahan, Sudamini, Captain Lango, and their soldiers. They were raising their tents at the far end of the ground where the Western tribes and temple warriors had set up camp. Their friends greeted Rosethorn, expressed their sympathy for her loss, and invited her and Briar to join them for supper. Free of her temple's burden, Rosethorn was happy to share a tent with Briar. Jimut saw to the arrangements, placing it to one side of Suda's far larger tent. While they waited for the call to eat, Jimut also brought out Rosethorn's packs, which had traveled with their supplies. She and Briar sat quietly, going over what they had. Finally, Briar had to ask, "What was it like?" Rosethorn sighed. "I can't say. Wasn't it just a temple?" "It was and it wasn't. I can't put it any better than that." "You could try." "Briar, it's not permitted. I had to swear an oath." He knew she meant it. "I hate that, you know. Just once you could break an oath." "Then how would you ever trust me, boy, or I you?" "I'm not your boy." In a shocking burst of affection, she leaned over the seed balls between them and hugged him. "You will always be my boy, and you would never listen to me again if I broke an oath." "You know Parahan and them will ask." He hugged her back and let go at the same time that she did. "They will have something like the same answer," Rosethorn sighed. For a moment, they were quiet together before she said, "I will be so glad to go home." "I know what you mean," he said fervently. "This country is just too odd, Rosethorn. The paintings come to life and make fun of you." "There are mysteries I was never taught in my temple," she added. "Statues move around." "I hear voices that shouldn't be there. Emelon is wonderfully ordinary," Rosethorn said. "We'll go home, and this place will seem like a distant dream. It has to." In the morning, word spread through the army like wildfire. The scouts had found plenty of hoofprints on the road ahead and on the ground to the east. The enemy had been here before them. With the news that the enemy had come so close, the Westerners were eager to be up and moving at dawn. Their fires were out, and their tents packed at the same time as Suda's and Parahan's troops. That day saw the realm's troops and Lango's company in the middle of the line of march, since they'd had the rear the day before. Briar yawned without let-up. He had joined Rosethorn for her midnight worship, knowing she would conduct prayers for Evie in the darkness. He did not begrudge Evie's spirit some of his sleep, not when he and Rosethorn could now burn the proper incense and say the prayers that felt like balm to his heart. The day was uneventful, but tense. They rode by a walled village. Its gates were closed, and its people positioned on the wall, armed with crossbows. A small party of villagers rode out to confer with Captain Lango. The commanders of the various portions of their group stopped beside the road to talk, while the rest of them rode on. Then they rejoined their people. Immediately, scouting patrols were increased, riding in all directions around their small army. Briar eased up through the soldiers until he rode next to Suda when she returned. "How close to them are we?" he asked. She frowned at him. "Perhaps you are new to armies. Perhaps you don't know that it's not common for commanders to share information with soldiers, unless it's absolutely necessary." "But you have to share information with your mages, don't you?" he asked, giving Suda his most innocent look. "It might be something we can work with." "Your plant mages," Suda replied. "What can—" "Oh, Raya, give me patience. The riders who came too close this morning are a rear guard. There's a small army 2 days ahead of us, and moving a Hoxanus faster than we are, because they don't have a monkey-spit supply train to worry about. It's those swine who attacked the Temple of the Tigers, from what the people in the town told Lango. You'd think they'd turn around and give us a nice, straight-up fight. She glared at the open lands on her right, then frowned. Now, who do you suppose that is? Don't tell me I'm going to get my wish. Briar squinted. A new rider watched them from a distance, far enough that Briar couldn't see what the observer wore or if he carried weapons. He sent his power into the grass roots, reaching for the watcher, but the man wheeled and rode away before Briar's magic got to him. He glanced at Rosethorn, who shook her head. She hadn't touched the watcher either. Suda whistled sharply. This time she sent 2 of her soldiers after the stranger. They soon returned. They had lost him. One of the tribesmen spotted the next watcher. Parahan's scouts reported a third. By nightfall, a total of 6 watchers had been seen. None had been caught. Theirs or ours, do you think? Briar heard Parahan ask Captain Lango. The Gyeongshin man was grim. Yanjingi armor, Yanjingi spies. All the commanders put the soldiers to digging a broad ditch around their camp that night. Rosethorn sprinkled a few seeds at the bottom of the ditch, just in case. They would take the place of Obedeses if the enemy attacked. A word from Rosethorn or Briar, and the seeds would send thorny branches shooting up to surprise anyone who tried to cross the ditch. The only side of their camp not so defended was on a wide pond. The creation of a tighter camp seemed to make the soldiers feel more like one army. When Briar volunteered for guard duty, he found himself trading nods of greeting with tribesmen, temple warriors, and realms soldiers who had the same duty. One tribesman even offered Briar a chew of betel nut, though Briar politely turned him down. He thought orange teeth might ruin his appeal for girls at home in Emelon. Staring at the stars, he realized that the constellation called the Herdsman was starting to rise over the horizon. He picked out the ancient hero's head and earring, his shoulders, his belt, and the one visible arm with its sling, ready to drive a rock straight between the eyes of the Lion of Shai-Hun. It was one of Evie's favorite stories. On their road east, she had insisted on pointing out the herdsman every night she could see it. Briar's eyes filled as he looked at it. He wiped them on his sleeve. I'm not going to get all weepy every time I see a shepherd with a sling, he told himself. That's not fair to Evie. And this country has herders with slings everywhere I look. Then he frowned. It was hard to shoot a seed ball from a crossbow. The archer drew the string until the head of the bolt almost touched the stock, leaving scant room to tie the ball. A seed ball was too light to go far on its own, but a sling could throw a seed ball if the ball were weighted somehow. Briar looked at the earth under his feet. There were stones in it. He picked one up and tossed it in his hand. Rosethorn took his place when the guard changed, sending him off to bed. Once he pulled his blankets up around him, Briar slept without dreams. He woke in the morning to a normal camp. No one had tested the sentries. While Jimut grumbled about it as he brought tea for Briar and Rosethorn, Briar was just as happy. He prized his sleep. He helped Rosethorn to do up the laces on her cuirass and greaves. She returned the favor. Both of them settled their carry bags full of seed balls over their chests. Briar nearly collided with Jimut when he walked out of the tent. His aide was bringing the dumplings called momos for their breakfast. Do you know anyone who is good with a sling? Briar asked him. Someone who can put a rock close to a reasonable target. Jimut shrugged. I can, he replied, offering momos to Rosethorn as he emerged from the tent. I helped my father and uncles with the herds before I decided to be a soldier. When I hunt for the company, I save arrows with my sling. Would you start carrying one with you? Briar asked. I'd like to be able to work at more of a distance. Jimut frowned and then bowed.
Of course.
I think I would like a slinger too, Rosethorn said. She ruffled Briar's short hair, which was starting to grow out. Clever, Briar. Briar pulled a tuft of hair out to see how long it was.
I need this cut.
He was strict about keeping it an inch long. That way, it never curled, and it dried fast.
Just don't let the Emperor's barbers do it,
Parahan said cheerfully.
They could make a mistake and take your whole head.
He turned his beak of a nose into the wind from the east.
I smell battle coming. It's about time.
Savage, Rosethorn told him.
We are civilized about wars in Kombampur,
Parahan replied.
We studied long and hard for them, so we do not dishonor our enemies by giving them a bad fight.
His dark face went a shade darker.
And we do not kill their little girls.
I wish every warrior was as tidy about it as you, Rosethorn said.
I wish some little girls I know were here to help fight, Briar said. They'd give these muck snufflers a lesson they'd never forget.
He saw some likely-looking stones and bent stiffly to pick them up. It was hard to do in armor. We use what we have, Rosethorn told him. It will be enough. After breakfast, the small army set forth once again. Suda had placed their 3 companies in the middle of the march.
If we are attacked, I want regular soldiers in the middle,
she explained to Rosethorn and Briar as they rode along.
We worked out that the temple soldiers will bring the supply animals up with us and guard them in the event of a fight. The tribes will ride into the enemy flanks. If we hold here at the middle, we might just make a battle plan of it.
Rosethorn nodded. If we have to fight, it's a good plan, she replied.
But I have seen you fight,
Parahan commented with surprise.
You did not hang back.
I am like most who take up a religious life in our wicked world, Rosethorn said. As she and Briar rode, they used their magic to open the seed balls and drop thumb-sized stones into them. Another touch of magic wove the cotton together once more. I will not surrender to evil, or allow anyone in my charge to be harmed by evil, and violence that kills the helpless and destroys the beauties of the world is evil. But I am also a healer. It can be depressing to have to repair what you took apart that morning.
There are religious orders that live in isolation and refuse to commit any violence,
Suda remarked. I hope they are mages who can defend or hide themselves then, Rosethorn replied. I and mine, we live in the real world. Everyone ate midday in the saddle. Not long after that, a cloud of dust rolled toward them across the flatlands from the east. The tribal shamans began a heavy, droning chant, like that Briar had heard in the temples and in the canyon behind Garmishing. It was a song with a buzz under it, much like the sound of the great horns. As the shamans chanted, they pounded small drums or banged little gongs. Goosebumps prickled all over Briar. They were raising Gyeongshin magic. He passed a cloth seed ball to Jimut, who already had his sling in hand. Rosethorn's slinger balanced his cloth ball in his hand, noticing the weight. He raised his brows, then settled it into his sling. Whatever the other mages had put in motion, it seemed to be working. The dust cloud was breaking up and drifting skyward. As it thinned, it revealed several companies of imperial horsemen.
Archers,
cried Parahan, Suda and Lango at the same time. Wait, Briar murmured to Jimut. He heard a change in the chanting of the shamans. Lango's mage had also begun something of his own. Briar shifted his attention to the grasses that grew ahead of the enemy horse's hooves. Under the earth's surface, he followed his power into their roots. He didn't hear the commanders giving the archers the order to shoot. In the part of him that stayed with his body, he noticed that Jimut and Rosethorn's slinger released their balls of weighted seed at the same time. Seed and arrows soared high, then fell among the enemy soldiers, even as the Yanjingyi archers shot. The Gyeongshin tribes and temple warriors on the right and left attacked, charging under most of the Yanjingyi volley of arrows. Those were aimed for the commanders and mages on the road. Parahan, Suda, and Lango barked the order for the archers to prepare to shoot again. Briar urged his body to hand a second thorn ball to his slinger, as Rosethorn was doing, and returned to his work on the grasses ahead. He heard shrieking war cries. The tribal and temple warriors were colliding with Yanjingyi horsemen on the right and the left. The center of the Yanjingyi line began to charge, bellowing in return. Lango and the twins yelled the order to shoot. The archers obeyed, aiming at the heart of the charging line. Riders and horses went down. Jimut and Rosethorn's slinger released their seed balls to strike the enemy soldiers who still galloped on. They were falling even before the balls hit the ground and exploded. Growing ferociously, the grasses enveloped the horses' hooves. The animals went down, throwing their riders. In the heart of the army, warriors screamed as thorny vines shot through and around them. Horses reared, trying to shake the grip of the tough grasses. They dropped under the hooves of those horses galloping up behind them. Some of the thorns and grass went gray. Some burst into flame, burning the soldiers in their grasp. Briar fumbled as he passed another ball to Jimut, his fingers going numb. A strange green veil was falling over his eyes. His throat had gone too tight to breathe. He clawed at it, gasping. Suddenly, air rushed into his throat. He inhaled several times, filling his poor lungs, then looked for the cause of his sudden cure. Jimut was holding an oblong disc in front of his face. "Are you all right?" the man asked. "Better, thanks. What is that?" Briar wanted to know. Jimut turned the disc around for a moment, then turned it back so the polished side faced the enemy. It was a metal mirror. It had reflected the enemy's spell back to them. Briar checked Rosethorn. A temple mage, with her face tattooed all over with interesting patterns, had ridden her horse next to Rosethorn. She wrote signs on the air between her and Briar's teacher. As she worked, Rosethorn sat with her hands palm up in her lap, peacefully gazing at the battle before them. Vines were growing rapidly, twining around enemy warriors and yanking them from the saddle to be trampled in the fighting. Whatever the temple mage was doing, she held the Yanjingyi mages off Rosethorn. It was plain. Briar let Rosethorn work with the vines. There was a cluster of stillness in the spot where the Yanjingyi soldiers had waited before their charge. He would wager that was where the mages and perhaps the commanders watched the fighting. He closed his eyes and poured his magical self through the grass roots between him and that stillness. The grasses lent him their strength as he ran from root to root. The Yanjingyi mage's power shone like a beacon, even underground, guiding him to them. Below them in the earth, Briar drew on the vast network of plants that stretched out around him and carefully reached up with his power. There were the above-ground grasses that grew around the horses' hooves. Out of habit, they tried to eat a mouthful or two, but these were the finest products of the army's stables. The plants of the Gyeongshin plain were a little too tough for their liking. Sensing Briar's presence in the grass, they huffed and stamped, only to be slapped by the soldiers who held their reins. Neither the generals nor the mages wanted to be disturbed by restless animals. Briar stretched himself above the grasses, searching for the beads wrapped around the mages' throats and wrists. He could not tell if the general was also a mage, as General Hang Kai had been. He could only sense the wooden beads. In his magical vision, they hung in mid-air, shaping 3 necks and 3 pairs of arms. He gripped his power for just a moment, then flooded the beads with it. The willow beads shattered, breaking the strands around the mage's necks and arms. The oak beads sent roots shooting into the ground. The grasses told him that the horses had gone frantic at the sudden appearance of fast-growing trees. They reared and flailed at everything around them. The mages were thrown to the ground. At Briar's command, the grasses seized the mages, weaving around their throats. Strangling would teach them to kill little girls. His rage fed strength to the grasses. They grew and tightened like rope. "That's it," Briar told the grasses. "Don't give way for an instant." Rosethorn was calling him. He refused to go. He wasn't going to leave just when he was paying the Yanjingyi beasts back. Then he got that bad feeling, the sense of fingers wrapped around his body's real ear. The fingers twisted. Only one thing would make that pain stop. Slowly, so he wouldn't frighten his grasses and oak trees, he retreated across the field and back into the body that hurt with Evie's loss. He opened his eyes. Rosethorn released his ear after an extra hard flick with finger and thumb. "What if we'd had to escape?" Rosethorn demanded. "Do you know how many mages get trapped away from themselves?" "You never said anything before," he muttered, rubbing the sore ear. He wondered if the grasses had succeeded in killing those mages. "It wasn't a danger with you before," Rosethorn sighed. "Revenge is as bad for the one practicing it as it is for those it's practiced upon, Briar." He didn't agree. She probably has to say such things because she's a dedicate, he thought, gulping tea from the flask at his belt. "But I ain't no dedicate, and I'm going to get me a piece of the Empire." He looked to see what other damage he could do. The enemy was fleeing, or rather, those who were in good condition had fled already. Those who remained swayed in the saddle or sported arrows in their own bodies, or those of their mounts. Some were on foot, fighting back to back as they tried to hold off the Gyeongshin warriors. All across the ground between the road and the remainder of the Yanjingyi troops lay the fallen of both sides, horses, the wounded, and the dead. The Gyeongshin healers were driving their wagons around the troops in the road and out onto the field. Briar shook his head. "I won't do it. They killed Evie." "All of them?" Rosethorn asked. "They killed other people here, too." "How many of them were given a choice about it?" she asked him. "You know the Emperor. How many of them have families in Yanjing who would be punished if they refused to serve in the army? Besides, I don't want to hear besides." He sounded like a kid, even to himself. "The more of them that have decent treatment here, the more of them will know that Wei Shu's is not the only way. The more of them will realize that these people are not monsters." Rosethorn dismounted and unbuckled her saddlebags. "You don't have to come," she said. "I'll understand." To the woman who had guarded her from the Yanjingyi mage's spells, she said, "Mila and the Green Man bless you, servant river dancer." The shaman pressed her hands palm to palm in front of her face and bowed. Rosethorn turned to her slinger and thanked him as well. He offered to take care of the horse. Rosethorn nodded, then proceeded out onto the battlefield. Briar sighed. He could look after the Gyeongshin wounded. That wouldn't make him feel as if he betrayed Evie's ghost. "Do you know what wagon has my mage kit?" Briar asked Jimut. "The part with your medicines?" the older man inquired. He patted the bags behind the saddle of his own horse. "Right here." He handed them down to Briar, who took them and went in search of the small army's healers. The soldiers raised big infirmary tents where the healers could work, then fetched empty barrels and filled them with water. Those who did not bring the wounded into the tents gave the injured horses a merciful death. They then dragged the animals' bodies to the side of the battlefield, opposite that where they laid out the human dead. cooks set up outdoor kitchens for soup and tea for everyone as the rest of the camp was built around the healers' tents. Briar, Rosethorn, Riverdancer, and the rest of the healers labored well past midnight in the chaos that filled the tents. The screams of the wounded were enough to make Briar want to scream himself. To make sure that he didn't, he bit the inside of his cheek until it bled, then found a piece of rolled bandage to chew on. There weren't enough medicines to ensure that everyone could have their pain eased. The healers were forced to keep such potions for the unfortunates who had to have a leg or an arm cut off, or a weapon pulled from their bodies. Mage after mage was sent from the tents, worn to exhaustion, while more wounded were brought in or came to consciousness. Jimut and a number of other people Briar recognized from the road worked in the tents together with the mages and healers, helping to hold patients for stitching or surgery, wrapping bandages, carrying water, and sitting with the dying. Briar even saw their commanders throughout the night. They came to talk to their people, and even to fetch water or soup when everyone else was busy. At last, Riverdancer ordered both him and Rosethorn to bed, reminding them through a translator that they had used their power in combat as well as in healing. They needed rest. Their medicines could continue to work without their presence, she informed them tartly, and there was less risk of a medicine collapsing onto a patient. In his bedroll, Briar was staring at the roof of the tent, listening to Rosethorn's sleep breath when he realized that he hadn't seen any wounded Yanjingyi soldiers. The other healers must have steered him away from them. Just as well, he thought. That way, I don't have to make any hard choices. He felt around until he found Evie's stone alphabet by his packs. With his hand resting on it, he slept. Chapter 18. Under and on the Namrunga Plain, between the Temple of the Tigers and the town of Malanam. Under Namrunga, Evie lost track of time. It was hard to remember days without sunlight. Her companions did not help. One counted time in 1,000-year chunks, and the other didn't talk, except for brief stints running and necessity halts. Evie stayed on Big Milk, even to sleep. Luvo told her about the coming of the realms of the sun, and how that slab of land had shoved the edge of what would be Gyeongshi higher and higher to form the Drimbakangs, youngest of all the world's mountains. She told him about Briar, Rosethorn, and the things they had seen as they had traveled east. That seemed to require many more explanations than Luvo's stories. He found humans mystifying, particularly the human need to take things from other humans, and to put an end to other humans' lives without the need to eat them. He was also curious about what Evie had learned to do with stones. She managed to collect a few new stones from the walls and floor of the tunnel, teaching some to produce light or warmth, if they had the capability for either. The tunnel had plenty of strange pictures on the earthen walls, pictures given odd movement by the green fungus that was the sole source of light. Evie examined the pictures every chance she got at first. She was eyeing one that seemed to be a spindle-legged horse with a bird's head, when she turned to find a creature just like it staring at her. She screamed. So did the creature. It clattered into the dark on impossibly thin legs, followed by 3 others that would have been colts if it had been a horse. Big Milk, who was eating one of the heaps of grass that someone had left at intervals, looked at Evie with a reproachful eye.
Evumeme, you must not scream at the deep runners, because they are not what you are used to.
Luvo told her mildly.
This is their country, after all.
Their country? Cried Evie, clambering onto Big Milk's back, where Luvo already waited. It's a tunnel underground.
Underground is where they and their kindred live, unless danger brings them to the surface.
The God King and Dokyi never said anything about horse birds.
Forgive me, Evumeme, but from what you have told me about your friends, it seems to me they did not tell you the greatest part of the secrets of Gyeongshi.
Evie sat cross-legged on Big Milk's broad, solid back and propped her chin on her hands. No, I suppose not. Please don't feel insulted, Luvo. But even though you have the most splendid mountains I have ever seen, I will be glad when I leave here. Gyeongshi is too strange for me.
Would you not become accustomed to things?
Evie started on a little braid in Big Milk's fur. She had made quite a few of them so far, out of the yak's hair and brightly colored threads from her clothes. Luvo had said the giant yak did not mind. Evie found it was good to focus on braiding in the green-lit gloom of the vast tunnel, during those bad times when she might otherwise dwell on the smiling Jia-jui as she raised the rod over Evie's feet. No, Luvo, Evie said. She couldn't tell him the cold winds would always remind her of the piled dead, or that the jeweled night sky would show her the picture of her cat's limp bodies. I'm sorry. Something scampered by overhead. She bent close to Big Milk's fur, so she wouldn't see what it was. The army remained in camp for a day, to give the wounded a chance to rest. After a heated conference and some back-and-forthing of messengers, 2 companies of warriors took the Yanjingyi prisoners and wounded back to the village they had passed the day before. They could not spare soldiers to guard captives as well as their own wounded on the road. The companies returned well before sunset. Briar heard all of this from his friends among the Twins and Lango's companies. He did not wake until twilight. When he joined them at their cook fire, they hooted at him. I overreached, that's all, he growled. I got a little tired. You had best make a decision, Parahan said, handing him a full bowl. Briar accepted the bowl and blinked at the big man. Decision? Fight or heal once the serious battles start. You can't do both without half killing yourself. Most mages don't even try, Parahan said. Briar frowned. He had always thought mages chose to be healers or war mages because they hadn't the talent to do both. It hadn't occurred to him that they might simply be conserving their strength. But me and Rosethorn fought, and then did healing on our way east when bandits attacked our caravans, he said. And Rosethorn fought the pirates back home, and then did healing after. I used my medicines when we fought pirates, Rosethorn corrected him. I cleaned wounds and bandaged them. I didn't put added strength into my medicines, not when I might need it for the thorns on the beach. Parahan's right. We won't be able to do much healing and fighting at the same time, not once we face real armies. We didn't do anything like that on the way here. Do you have to choose? Briar asked. Of course, she replied. Moreover, I'm sure General Seirugo will prefer we use our abilities as battle mages. This army is short of them. Not that you're exactly battle mages, Suda remarked. Rosethorn chuckled. We aren't what the generals order when they call for battle mages at all. We can't throw fire, we can't make things explode, and we can't send 100 catapult stones flying through the air at once. Hey, Briar said, offended, we can do better things than that. Oh, he's a man, all right, Suda said, rolling her eyes. River Dancer laughed once her translator relayed what the princess had said. We can, Briar argued, grinning. We can put acres of thorn vines down among the enemy in a flash. We can ask the grasses to tangle the soldiers' feet and the feet of the horses. We can make their wood useless to them. You'll see. They will see, Rosethorn agreed, and I have a few other ideas. Most of the temple mages and shamans are healers, and they can use our medicines. We'll help in the tents when we can, but when it comes time for armies, we are battle mages." She got to her feet and wandered off into the darkness. Briar returned to their tent to make sure his armor was in order and he had plenty of seed balls ready for the next day. Then went over Rosethorn's things as well. When he began to yawn, he went to use the privy for the last time. On his way back to bed, Briar saw Rosethorn and Parahan talking in the shadows near one of the supply tents. They stood close together. Very close. He squinted, trying to get a better look without going over to them. Something in their postures said they would not welcome an interruption. Then Parahan rested a hand on Rosethorn's hip. Briar turned away and briskly walked to his tent. He knew that Rosethorn sometimes slept with people other than Lark. He knew that Lark knew that Rosethorn sometimes slept with other people than her. Rosethorn had done so twice since they had left Winding Circle. Briar simply was never certain how he felt about it. This was the first time he actually knew one of those someones before anything happened. "Why am I surprised?" he wondered as he pulled off his boots. "They've been circling around each other since we met up near the border. And it's Parahan. If I was Damohi, I'd give Parahan the eye myself. Am I worried she'll decide to stay here? Because she won't. She doesn't love the plants here like the ones back home. She hates the Emperor. Gyeongshi doesn't have near enough trees, and I don't think she'd ever let go of Lark." He was still trying to decide what his feelings were when he fell asleep. By the time she left Parahan's tent at dawn, Rosethorn felt more normal than she had in some time. Evie's loss remained an ache deep in her heart. But overall, Rosethorn felt as if her body was her own once more, not a puppet that moved at the directions of the treasures and the priests of the sealed eye. For the first time, with Parahan, she had not heard the faint whispers that had been in her mind since she took charge of the treasures. He'd been every bit the lover she had hoped, too. Humorous and caring, attentive without smothering her. His queen, whoever he chose one day, would be a lucky woman. She sent a prayer up to Mila of the Fields and Grain that he would find someone who could appreciate him. They had deliberately not spoken of the war all night. Now Rosethorn's awareness of it returned as she greeted her friends in the camp. Everyone was up and preparing to move, packing the tents and loading supply animals and wagons. Briar must have gone to breakfast, she decided when she walked into their tent. His gear was ready. Only his armor and her own lay out. Her things, of course, had not been touched since she had put them in the tent last night. She could hear the creaks and groans of thawing ice and snow in the mountains as the thin sunlight warmed everything. Somewhere closer, a horse grumbled deep in his chest. She frowned. It seemed too far away to be one of their own horses. Had they sent out scouts, or were these enemy spies? She cursed the day she'd touched the treasures. The lingering effects made her life so confusing. Namka of the Sealed Eye said they would wear off in time. The problem was that his idea of time seemed to be very relaxed by her standards. She was struggling with her armor when Briar returned from breakfast. Seeing his knowing smirk and realizing he knew where she'd spent her night, she cocked an eyebrow, daring him to give her sauce about it. Only once had he questioned her right to choose sleeping partners as she wished. They'd had a nice talk about choices being between someone and that someone's lover, and there had been no more discussion. She had only had to lightly slap the back of his head for foolishness once. Apparently, Briar remembered their talk, because all he said was, "Did you have breakfast?" "Spicy eggs and rice with that puffy white flatbread," she said. "I think my eyes are still watering from the chilies." She shook her head. Her mouth was still burning a little. "It wakes me up better than tea, though. You could have joined us. Parahan and Suda asked where you were."
Briar shrugged. We had mushroom pancakes over at Riverdancer's fire. Very nice. He saw her struggle with the side lacings of her cuirass. Here, I'll manage that, and you tie mine. She lifted her arms so he could see better. As he tightened the woven silk cords, he inhaled and murmured, I smell sandalwood. She slapped his head lightly. I smell impudence. Once she had tied Briar's armor for him. She gave him one of the cloth bags she had prepared while he slept like a statue the day before. I was able to bring some of our thorn plants to full seeding growth to stock us up again. I wasn't exhausted as you were. Of course, I didn't send my magical self halfway to Yanjing and try to fight a battle that way. Complain, 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 Briar muttered, as he tucked the bag into the sling he hung over his chest. She knew he had spare rocks and squares of cloth in it, as she did in hers. They could create more thorn balls in the saddle if all remained quiet this morning. No, caution, 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 she retorted. It was an old argument between them. We aren't invulnerable, and you won't avenge Evie if you're dead as well. She turned away. I don't want to tell Lark I lost you. The absence of Evie throbbed like the loss of a tooth. The loss of Briar would be so much worse. If anything happened to him that she could have prevented, she didn't know how she would live with it. Jimut poked his head into the tent. If the honored Prebus will come out, I will pack you up, he said cheerfully. Their Highnesses want to ride soon, and we're at the front today. Once they were packed up and riding, Rosethorn found herself near the very head of their group, where Parahan and his guards rode. She had Riverdancer, her translator, Briar, and Jimut for company. Suda and the Western chief, called Glacier Cracks, each took 50 volunteers and split off, Suda going east, Glacier Cracks riding west. They were scouting to see if they could find any stray Yanjingyi raiders. They had promised to catch up with their northbound comrades sometime during the afternoon. Rosethorn heard Briar and Jimut sigh enviously as they watched Suda go. Don't be so eager to find battles, she warned them, not wanting to mention the soft grumble she heard from very far in the north, near the ceaseless temple horns and gongs of Garmishing. There will be enough for everyone eventually. This is just march, maybe a squabble, healing, and then more marching, Briar explained. Why don't they just settle down and fight? Parahan overheard. Why should they, if they can tire us out first? Rosethorn, who had been through a few large battles, didn't tell Briar she was just as happy to put off the next one. She knew he would think her spiritless. He was young. They halted to water the animals and to eat a midday meal, albeit a cold one. Glacier Cracks and his people returned halfway through the afternoon. They had found an empty village and a fortified temple with its gates locked and armed warriors on its wall. They had not seen any sign of the enemy between the road and the Tom Show River. Rosethorn and Riverdancer, through her translator, struck up a conversation about healer's spells. Rosethorn was getting some interesting ideas from the shaman. The conversation also distracted her from the nagging question, where were Suda and her 50 riders? Had they found trouble east of the main road? Troops on their way to join whatever was making that noise so far ahead? The afternoon dragged. The sun inched down with no sign of the eastern group. With the wind blowing from the north, the pesky leftover effects of the treasures gave Rosethorn no sign of whether there was an army in the east or not. She was better able to hide her fidgets than were Briar and Parahan. The men of Suda's company who had not gone with her grew even testier with the passage of time. Leaving the column to ride back to the water barrels, Rosethorn saw that the healers were preparing for wounded, piling their supplies on the sides of their wagons so they could lay a few of the injured flat. Refilling her water flask,
She noticed how very quiet everyone was, even the tribal warriors. The temple soldiers had prayer beads out and were softly chanting as they marched. When she rejoined Riverdancer and her translator, she saw that several Kombanpur warriors were talking with Parahan. One of them waved his arms and shouted, "They want to go search for the missing. Lord Parahan says they're fools to ask." Jimut translated the Banpuri for them. "He says if the lady and her people are taken, any searchers will be captured too." The sun's edge had touched the distant peaks when Rosethorn saw Riverdancer look to the east. A hill stood between them and anything that might be going on, but when the shaman reined up, Rosethorn did as well. Within a moment, everyone heard the drawn-out blast of a battle horn, not one of the Gyeongshin horns. "Jimut?" Briar asked. "Enemies," Jimut said, reaching for his crossbow. Do you want me to use a sling?" Rosethorn shook her head. If the enemy came over the hill, or even around it, their chances were too good that the balls would roll back to the Gyeongshin troops. "Not this time, I think," she said. "Too risky." Briar could see what she saw. "What then?" "Off the road on the left," she told him. "We're healers today." She turned and waved her arm over her head to let the columns of Banpuri warriors know she wanted an opening in the road, a split in their numbers. Slowly, with perfect discipline, they opened a corridor for her. To the east, soldiers galloped into sight along the shoulder of the hill. These were their people, clad in the earth-colored tunics of the western tribes, or the armor of the realms of the sun and Gyeongshi. Some of them barely clung to their saddles. Others were riding double. "This way," she cried, backing her horse down the opening between the soldiers at her back. The healers would come to her, as they had discussed in planning as they rode. "This way," yelled Briar. Riverdancer, her translator, and Jimut were shouting the same thing in their own languages. There was a ripple among the eastern edge of the column of soldiers. They beckoned the galloping soldiers to them. Behind their racing allies came the enemy, several hundred Yanjingyi swordsmen and archers. Rosethorn grabbed one of their wounded as he came through the opening in their front ranks, dragging him across her saddle with a care for the arrow that jutted from his back. A soldier ran forward to seize the reins to the wounded man's frantic horse. Briar grabbed the bridle of the next mount. The rider was able to stay upright. She had a sword cut that bled into her eye. Healers ran forward to take Rosethorn's wounded soldier from her saddle. "Carefully," she cautioned them. "He's got an arrow in his back." They nodded and carried the soldier face down to a wagon. Rosethorn looked for Briar. He had turned his mount over to a soldier and kept his medicine packs. He began to examine those with lighter injuries as they came in, mostly cleaning sword cuts. Riverdancer's translator stood beside him, a roll of bandages in her hand. One by one, everyone on the opening in their lines caught one of the wounded and guided them to the healers. Once they were relieved of their charges, they returned for more wounded, if any came, and to fight. The Yanjingyi archers were raining crossbow bolts into their ranks. Rosethorn glanced at the returning warriors who rode to Parahan. One was a dusty Sudamini. She held a bloody sword, but showed no injuries herself. She spoke rapidly to her twin as the small army's archers shot into the oncoming enemy troops. Rosethorn turned at the sound of a cry and ran to help two wounded on one horse as they came through the opening in the lines. The air around her filled with the sergeant's yells for archers to take aim, then shoot. After that, she was too busy to keep track of what took place along the battle lines. As a plant mage who had also studied healing, she had learned her fair share of basic surgery. Riverdancer came to help as she began to remove arrows from the flesh of the wounded. It was nervous work. To stay calm, Rosethorn focused only on her assistants. She had been known to cut while a temple was falling down around her. It was a useful skill to have that day. They had no sooner cared for Suda's wounded when those hurt in the more recent fight with the Yanjingyi soldiers began to come in. Finally, Rosethorn stopped to catch her breath. She hadn't realized that it was already dark. Someone shoved a large pottery mug of tea, heavily buttered and sweetened, into her hand. She gulped it thirstily. "How are you managing?" She looked up and blinked at Suda. "Well enough." Her voice came out a croak. "How goes the fighting?" Suda shrugged. "The enemy has retreated to the other side of this ridge. Parahan split his warriors. Half of the archers are up there." She pointed to the top of the hill. "They have them pinned down, I think, but it's too dark to tell." "What's that?" Over the hill, a greenish light bloomed brightly enough to show the archers Suda had mentioned. Rosethorn finished the mug of tea, forcing herself to stay calm. That green light was mage work. None of the mages in their small army was capable of that kind of spell, and neither she nor Briar did magic that cast a light. "I'll go look," she heard Briar say. "If they have willow or oak or ginkgo on them, I'll put a stop to that." "Briar!" she cried. But he'd taken a saddleless horse and ridden off around the side of the hill. The hill itself was too steep for a rider. They were bringing another wounded victim from the battlefield. This one had a gash down his chest. If she didn't clean it and get it sewn, he would die of infection. She could treat these people, or she could go after her boy. An open sword cut that bared ribs had to come first. Briar was 16, and a man in the view of the world. She raised a prayer to Yana Heeltouch for the warrior before her and to the green man for Briar's safety. Then she got to work. Riverdancer sent her off much later. She didn't know what time. No one had seen Briar. They promised to look for him if she would only rest. Rosethorn hesitated, but her hands were shaking. She needed food and a break. The tents were up, including one for the healers. She lay on a mattress there and told herself to wake in 2 hours, no matter how tired she might be. Someone was shaking her awake. It was Jimut. Seeing the look on his face, she struggled to her feet. Then she followed him at a run. He took her straight to the healer's tent. 2 assistants were caring for a warrior by lamplight. One of them cleaned his bruised face. The other was carefully trying to cut his leather breeches away from the gash in his thigh. The warrior was Briar. Jimut was talking to her, but his words could have been thunder for all she understood him. For a moment, she thought she would go to pieces. Her bones felt loose and watery. Her father's ghost shouted in her ear, "Don't you come the pretty princess, Neva. Get your arm in there and ease that calf out, or I'll give you so many stripes you'll sleep on your belly for a month. There's a chamber pot. Because I won't let you so much as go to the privy, so do as I bid." "Thanks, Da," she thought as she stepped over to the cot. She felt for Briar's pulse, strong, and his warmth, colder than she liked, but he was wounded. She glanced at his thigh. The healer cutting the leather breeches off was carefully pulling them away from the wound. It was deep and dirty. Rosethorn peeled back one of Briar's eyelids. They had given him something for pain already. His pupil was wide enough that she could barely see his gray-green iris. That was good. She would have to hurt him to clean the slash, and she preferred that he was not awake for that. Hot water. She would need... One of the assistants stood on the far side of the cot, a pot of hot water cushioned by wrappings in her hands and clean cloths over one arm. Briar's clothes were cut away and dumped elsewhere. For a moment, Rosethorn turned her back to the cot, closed her eyes, and prayed to Yana Heeltouch of the Water Temple for healing, the Green Man to ward off the racing growth of infection, and Shuri Flamesword of the Fire Temple for a steady hand. Then she turned back to the cot and began to clean the gaping slash. Blood followed. As soon as Rosethorn was done, River Dancer swiftly placed a padded bandage on Briar's thigh and pressed to control the bleeding. They waited for a few moments. The woman lifted the pad, and they replaced it with a clean one. Rosethorn pressed this one, counting to herself for what seemed like forever. When she lifted it, there was blood, but less of it. "Praise Yana," she whispered. In Tion, she added, "It appears no big veins were cut." She switched for a clean pad and let someone else press. She went through her medicines for one to cleanse and one to hold the inside of the wound together. This time, when they removed the pad, Rosethorn warned the others. "Hold him, please," she said. "He's going to jump." When they had him by the hands, shoulders, and legs, Rosethorn said, not caring if Briar was awake or not, "This will hurt, my lad, but not as much as you will hurt when I talk with you in the morning." She swiftly dribbled the cleansing potion in the open wound. Briar arched against the cot, and the hands that kept him on it, his eyelids flying open. He let out a screech. River Dancer leaned over his head, a vial in her hand. She showed it to Rosethorn, who sniffed, and recognized it as a potent sleep and pain medication favored by Gyeongshin healers. She nodded. River Dancer let 3 drops fall into Briar's open mouth. He swallowed, coughed, and relaxed back onto the cot. As his eyelids fluttered down, Rosethorn added a thin line of the medicine that would hold the inner muscle of his thigh together like a line of stitches. By the time she was done, Briar was snoring. Rosethorn smiled grimly and turned back to her medicines. She would need a needle and gut to sew up Briar's skin, and then a healing potion for that. By the time she had finished, she felt dizzy. "Would someone bandage him?" she asked in Tion. Kind hands steered her away from the cot as River Dancer took over. Someone pressed a cup, not of tea but of broth, into her hands. She sipped from it carefully. From time to time, she wiped away tears that ran down her face on her sleeve. When Briar awoke, he felt as if someone had used his head for a drum. Worse, Daja had taken one of her white-hot irons from the forge fire and shoved it into his thigh. He demanded that she remove it or suffer the consequences, or rather, he tried to demand it. The words left his mouth as mush. He went back to sleep. Evie turned over, screaming as Musheng held up Asa and brandished a knife. She opened her eyes, stared at the low earth ceiling above her, and screamed again. 5 little silver snakes with skulls for heads vanished into the ceiling of the tunnel.
"Evu Mei,"
Luvo said calmly in her ear.
"They are only baby cave snakes."
"They're dead," Evie cried, sitting up on Big Milk's back. "They're all bones."
"Nonsense. They are made of metal and earth. They cannot be dead. Big Milk says you bawl more than her young ones."
Evie glared at her small traveling companion. "I'm sorry, Luvo," she told him. "I'm sorry, Big Milk," she added, stretching out so she could scratch the giant yak on the pole. "I was dreaming again. Are we going up?" She squinted at the tunnel ahead of them. Even in the scant light of the glowing mold, she was certain. The tunnel was sloping upward for the first time in their journey.
"It is my hope that you will do better under an open sky,"
Luvo said. All around them, the earth began to groan.
"I believe you will dream less."
General Seirugo's camp was on alert. The enemy's scouts had been seen to the north and to the west. She ordered triple sentries and prayed she would unite with Captain Lango and the twins from the realms of the sun the next day. All the signs pointed to a big fight before she even reached Garmishing. Suddenly, she heard an uproar. Cursing, she grabbed her sword and raced to the source of the noise. On the southern line of defense, her guards stood and pointed at something. With a roar of command, she sent the onlookers back to their posts and squinted into the growing twilight. At least the other sentries had kept their positions, she told herself. Then she blinked and blinked again. The plane was tearing itself in two 100 yards away from their picket line. The ground was trembling under her feet. She turned to yell for her shamans, only to feel the quivering stop. She stared at the hole that had opened up in the, up until now, solid, reliable earth. The biggest yak she had ever seen in her life plodded out of the hole and began to graze on the grass near it. Then, as Seirugo and her sentries gawped like farmers in Garmishing for the first time, someone slid off the yak. The someone removed some bags or packs, slinging one off his or her shoulders. Then the someone scratched the yak on the forehead. Seirugo knew there was another word for a yak's forehead, but she was a city woman. She didn't know these things. She did, however, know all the words for the pieces of a crossbow. She held out her hand, groping for one in the empty air. A huge voice boomed in the air. "Do not attack us, defenders of Gyeongshi." It was deep and musical. It could not belong to the person who walked toward them, hands holding bags in the air. "We are allies to you and foes to the invader from Yanjing." The huge yak turned and ambled south on the plain. Seirugo wished she could do the same. The second time Briar woke, someone was ordering him to drink. He obeyed, then tried to spit the nasty sweetness of spirits laced with opium from his mouth. "Drink it, or I'll use you for sword practice next time," Parahan told him. The big man sat on a camp stool beside his cot, bracing Briar with one arm as he held the cup in his free hand. "You were supposed to be healing people. What were you doing on the battlefield?" Briar drank the rest of the cup's contents. "I went to see what the green light was," he mumbled. "It was our people, Gyeongshi, and then I stayed to work on the wounded, and someone whacked me with a sword." His brain wasn't so muzzy that he couldn't remember that. He had been checking a fallen temple warrior by the light of one of Evie's glowstones. Suddenly, nearby, a Yanjingyi warrior had lurched to his feet. "You!" he'd cried in Tian. He was hardly more than Briar's own age. "You're one of their demon mages!" He had stumbled forward, raising his sword as he fell. Briar had felt something hot in his leg. He'd looked at the Yanjingyi boy to find that he had fallen because he was dead. He had been dying of a big wound in his chest when he attacked Briar. Only crazy luck, Lokik's luck, had made him chop Briar's leg instead of something more important. For a wound that wasn't vital, it had made Briar scream anyway. People from his own side had found him. When they lifted him to bring him back to camp, the pain had been so bad that he had fainted like some temple archive lily. He was trying to tell Parahan all this when the potion hit, and he slept. Chapter 19. The Namrunga Plain, the road north to Garmishing. The next time Briar came around, Rosethorn sat by his cot. She said cheerfully, "I'd box your ears, but apparently you're being punished enough." He glared at her. "You aren't usually so happy when I foul up this bad." "I'm not happy because you got hurt," she replied tartly. "I realize your motives were good, but you shouldn't have been out there." Briar covered his eyes with his arm. "I figured that out," he admitted. "I just didn't want anybody to die who didn't have to. Well, our people. General Seirugo found us," he heard her say. Her scouts spotted the Yanjingyi warriors, and she cut them off. None of them survived. "That's good," he said dully. People were moving around the tent. He didn't want to see them talking about what a bleat brain he'd been. "Briar, look at me," Rosethorn told him. "Seirugo brought us company." He heard a scraping noise. A very deep voice said, "This is Briar? From your conversation, I had thought he would be as large as Diban Kangmo." "Go away, company," Briar said. "I don't want to be gawped at like some dafty in a show." "I thought I had come to understand the odd words that you use. But he is incomprehensible," the deep voice complained. Someone tugged on his sleeve. A voice he thought he would never hear again said, "Please look at me, Briar. I traveled such a long way to see you, and on a yak named Big Milk, too." It couldn't be Evie. Evie was dead. He had her stone alphabet, taken from her by her murderers. She never would have let them have it unless she was dead. Briar lowered his arm. Evie stood at the opposite side of his cot from Rosethorn, wearing a tunic that was big enough to be a dress. A gaudy, multicolored silk scarf served her as a headcloth, but under it was Evie's same pair of bright eyes and her same flat-tipped nose. A smile quivered on her mouth. "You're alive?" he asked her. She nodded. Tears filled her eyes. "But they killed my cats, Briar." She knelt beside the cot and put her head on his chest. Despite the pain, he turned and hugged as much of her as he could reach. He murmured silly things about how they'd pay them back, and she told him about what they'd done to her. It set a dull heat of fury burning in his chest. "But you can walk?" he whispered. She nodded and drew back, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. She was about to wipe her nose, too, when Rosethorn reached across Briar to thrust a handkerchief into her hand. "Luvo fixed me. Well, Diban Kangmo's daughter fixed me. I hardly limp at all," Evie explained. "Luvo's a mountain. The mountain's heart." "Who's Luvo?" Briar demanded. "Who's Diban Kangmo?" "Diban Kangmo is the goddess of the peak spiders," the deep, calm voice said. Evie moved aside a little. Next to her, on a stool that brought it up to the level of the cot, was a rock of clear, purple and pine-green crystal. It was roughly the height of Briar's forearm and hand together, and it had the shape of an animal, though it was that shape after the rock had sat in running water for years. A bear, maybe, Briar thought. A bear, worn down by water. "Briar, this is Luvo," Evie told him. "Well, Luvo isn't his actual name. His real name is a lot longer, and I couldn't remember it, so I call him Luvo. He's one of the Sun Queen's husbands, the one called Kangri Skadpo, the Talking Mountain." The rock nodded to Briar. "I did think you would be larger, from Evumeme's descriptions," it said. Briar did not see a mouth move, but the voice definitely came from the rock. "I am honored to meet the one who has meant so much to her." Briar thought about it for a moment, then looked at Rosethorn. "You gave me another dose of painkiller potion, didn't you? I'll take willow tea from now on." Evie's tale was a long one. The healers fed Briar and changed his bandage as she told it. By the time she was done, Parahan, Suda, Lango, and Jimut had come to listen, not having heard every detail. If he hadn't been clutching her arm most of the time, Briar would have thought it another mad dream, from her capture to her travels deep in the earth until they had found Seirugo's army. Seirugo had agreed to transport Evie and Luvo to Milanam, where they were supposed to join the troops led by Captain Lango and his companions. They would have done so too, but their force had come across Yanjingyi soldiers chasing 50 warriors led by Sudamini. Now the Gyeongshin and realm troops were joined, and Seirugo was in command. "If you're up to a wagon ride, we're close to Milanam," Rosethorn told Briar when Evie had finished. "You'll be more comfortable in a proper bed than here." "I don't need a wagon," Briar protested, swinging his legs to the side of the cot. "I can sit on a horse." He put his feet down and stood, or tried to. His thigh hurt so much that he bit the inside of his cheek until it bled. He sat down. "Wagon," Rosethorn said. Jimut nodded and left the tent. To save his self-respect, Briar looked at Luvo. "If you're a mountain, how did you get so small?" "Your manners are as dreadful as ever," Rosethorn murmured. She was measuring pain-killing medicine into a cup.
"This part of me is the heart of the mountain, and much of its mind,"
Luvo explained, turning his head knob so he appeared to look at Briar with the pits that served as his eyes.
"I do not think your manners are dreadful. I have only Evumeme to measure by. Never before did I believe that humans were worth the trouble to converse with, so I have no standard for their manners."
"Evie also thinks we humans aren't worth the trouble to talk to." Briar looked at Rosethorn. "Rosethorn, I thought we agreed. No more of that stuff." "We have to lift you into the wagon, my dear." Oh, this was very bad. The cut must be deeper than he realized. If she was not blistering him for being rude to Luvo, or telling him to be silent and take his medicine. He watched while she dropped another liquid into the cup. "Don't worry," she said and smiled. "This will make it taste so bad, you won't care about the rest." Evie, sitting quietly by Luvo, actually giggled. Briar gulped the potion. It was even viler than Rosethorn had hinted it would be. He struggled until he was sure he wouldn't bring it back up again. As his head spun, he mumbled, "Rosethorn, take my seed bombs." "I already have," she told him as she beckoned to Jimut and another helper. They did their best to lift Briar gently, but he still screamed once before he fainted. A crimson naga pecked his forehead like a bird, one head after another. Briar tried to tell her that snakes don't peck, but she ignored him. He woke in a jolting, bumping wagon. His leg ached. He wanted to throw up. He wanted to dig a hole in Gyeongshi all the way to the world's molten heart and bury Wei Shu and his mages there, where they would never smell another rose.
"Does it hurt so much?"
asked a very deep voice by his elbow.
"Even when Evumeme wept in her sleep, her face did not make that shape."
Briar turned his head. The day was too bright. He shaded his eyes so he could see the talking rock. "I wasn't thinking of pain," he mumbled. "I was thinking of revenge." "I think about revenge, too," Evie said. She was on Briar's other side, leaning against his pacs. "I want to dump a few Drimbakangs on Wei Shu, but Luvo says the mountains won't let me." "I don't blame you," Briar said. "If they hurt me like that, I'd want to drop mountains on them, too." "Yes, but I'm over the hurt. It could have been worse. They wanted to do worse. See? I'm fine." Evie stripped off one of the overlarge slippers someone had given her and the heavy sock she wore underneath it. Gripping her ankle, she raised her foot until Briar could see its sole. "Not too bad, right?" Briar swallowed. Evie's feet were normally brown and calloused from years of running on rock and dirt with no shoes at all. Now her sole was puffed and pink, with horizontal scars across it. "It's tender yet. I can't walk too far." but it's not raw, and the wool doesn't hurt it," Evie said, turning her soul to give it a critical look. "I can even pick up Luvo and carry him, and it doesn't hurt my feet. I just have to remember that my bones are made of granite, so his weight doesn't bother me. How's your wound?" She let go of her ankle and put her sock back on. "Fine," Briar said, ashamed for whimpering. He was still somewhat muzzy, but the pain wasn't what it had been. He smiled at Evie. "I think my revenge could be easier to get than yours. He just made me mad. I'll be happy if we send him running back to Dohan." She looked away. "That's what hurts. They took all I had. I can't ever get justice for that. My feet would heal no matter what, but everything that was mine is gone. Even my alphabet that you gave me. Even—" She folded herself over, burying her face on her knees. Briar wriggled to sit up, not caring if his leg hurt. This was one thing he could do for her after he had left her behind for the torturers. Evie, give me that pack. The one with the embroidered lucky ball on the left strap." She groped and handed it to him without raising her face from her knees. Briar fumbled with the straps. "Look here. See what some Yanjing Yi cack had when our fellows raided their camp." He pulled out her alphabet. Since she still hadn't unfolded, he placed the rolled bundle on the tops of her slippered feet. Evie parted her knees to peek. Then she whispered, "No." "Yes," Briar said. She pushed her legs out flat and reached for the heavy roll of cloth. Her fingers trembled as she undid the ties that held it shut. There were more than 26 pockets in the cloth, since jasper, obsidian, jade, sapphire, moonstone, opal, and quartz came in many varieties. Evie stroked each and every sample, tears on her cheeks. "Evu Meme?" Luvo asked. "Why do streams run down your face?" "She has her alphabet back," Briar replied for Evie, who was too overcome to speak. Then he had to explain what an alphabet was, and what writing was. By the time he was done, Evie's crying was over, and the army had reached the walled town of Milanam. They waited in the sun for a short time before Jimut rode back to find them. "They want to leave the wounded here and press on," he told Briar. "Rosethorn said to give you this." He handed over a small vial. Briar knew the medicine as soon as he smelled it. It was one of the quick-heal potions they used only when things were desperate. "If they're going to leave me here with the rest of them that are hurt, that's pretty desperate," he thought. "And I don't want to be left." Before he could lose his nerve, there was a reason these medicines were seldom used. He slit the wax on the cork, yanked it free, and swallowed the contents of the vial. For a moment, he felt nothing. Then, the flames came roaring up his throat to set his teeth, tongue, eyeballs, and nose on fire. He stuffed one arm into his mouth to keep from screeching and forced himself to stare at Milanam's walls. That was a mistake. The stone walls were painted with 4-headed orange gods with boar's tusks. In their hands, they gripped spears tipped with jawbones. Looking at Briar, they stuck out their tongues and waved their weapons. Briar covered his eyes with his free arm. "Briar?" Luvo asked. "Why do those gods of the plain wave to you?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Briar mumbled. Then he realized what the rock had said. He uncovered his watering eyes and blinked at Luvo. "You can see them? You can see them moving?" "Why would I not see the gods?" Luvo inquired. If Evie heard their conversation, she gave no sign of it. She had moved down to the tail of the wagon, where she sat with her alphabet. She was taking each stone from its pocket and pressing it first to her lips, then to her forehead, before she put it back. "I thought I was just imagining things," Briar mumbled. Then he had to explain what imagining meant, though he wasn't certain in the end that he got his meaning across.
Gods are too important to be left to the imagination of meat humans,
Luvo observed.
These paintings are a door to the local gods' homes. For some reason, they believe that you can see them, so they mock you.
I understood the mockery part, Briar admitted. What is that thing you keep saying and correcting? Meat what? Is it an insult? I suppose it is, or you wouldn't keep changing to humans.
Formerly, I thought of animals, birds, insects, and humans as meat creatures,
Luvo explained patiently.
It distresses Evumeme. She asked me to use the word humans for those of you who waste 2 of your limbs and put all of your weight on the other 2.
Despite the pain in his throat, Briar sighed. We don't waste what we do with our hands. You think your orange gods over there would be so bright if they didn't get their colors touched up now and then by painters? Those are humans who spread color at the end of little stick tools they hold in their hands, he said hurriedly before Luvo could ask what a painter was. We couldn't fight the Emperor's soldiers if we didn't have hands and weapons we made with them.
Neither could he fight you,
Luvo said. Briar made a face. True enough. But Rosethorn and I make medicines with our hands that help the wounded to heal. We also help plants to grow with them. The medicine's fire died away, and with it, the pain in his leg. Jimut, who had left Briar to drink his medicine, now returned at the trot, leading Briar's riding horse. The gelding was saddled and ready.
Forgive me, he said, but General Serugo says those who cannot ride will be left here. We are 2 days from the capital. It is under siege by the Imperial Army, and Princess Sudamini says that Evie must stay here too. A battleground is no place for a child. She said that, not me.
He said hurriedly after a look at Evie. Evie jumped down from the wagon. Oh no, she snapped. I'm not getting left behind, not after what they did to me. Jimut, where is she? Jimut whistled to a passing soldier.
Take Evie to Her Highness, will you?
He asked the man.
Evumeme,
Luvo called.
Shall I go with you?
Evie shook her head and let the rider swing her up behind him. I try to behave myself in front of you, Luvo, she explained. I don't want you confusing me just now. As her soldier carried her to the princess, Briar stood in the wagon's bed. I'll ride or I'll bust, he told his companions. They would not leave him behind either. Jimut nudged the horse closer until Briar could grab the saddle horn and swing his weak leg over the animal's back. After that, it was easy enough to place his good foot in the stirrup. Evie soon returned on a horse of her own. Her smile was grim, but pleased. Were you rude? Briar asked sternly. Not exactly, she replied. I said I've been fighting in this war ever since Snow Serpent Pass, and they can't call me a child when I can make horses and men fall. And Rosethorn said that if we lost, Milanam would be the Emperor's next conquest. So here I am. Children fight all over the world, and Her Highness wanted to keep me safe.
She knows His Highness and Rosethorn and Briar all care about you,
Jimut said with reproach. Evie rolled her eyes. I know that, but nobody's let me be a child since my mother sold me. Can we just drop it? Briar hid a grin behind his hand. The only time anyone got to protect Evie was when Evie wanted protection. He knew it very well. Once she got her hackles up, it was best to stay out of her way. One of Jimut's friends arrived with a pack horse whose saddle had been arranged to carry Luvo as well as belongings. Evie tucked Luvo into the open seat on the saddle, then helped Jimut arrange packs around him. As soon as their wagon was emptied of everything but bedding, the driver headed toward the rear of the supply train. Jimut closed in on Briar's left, Evie on his right. Together, with Luvo on Evie's free side, they trotted up the road to find Rosethorn. Briar glanced back at Milanam. The four-headed god to the north side of the gate had turned around to show Briar a naked green bum with 4 cheeks. The god was bending over to ensure that Briar got the message.
"Do you see that?"
Briar demanded of Jimut, pointing to the god. Jimut looked. "The walls? Those are paintings of the god Shidong, king of the winds and doors and patron of the town. Surely you have seen him before." Briar said nothing. He doubted that Luvo would think the god's behind was unusual in any way. He wondered if Rosethorn could see it. He wasn't about to ask her, that was certain. He would not risk being tied once more to a sickbed while his friends risked their lives against Yanjing. "Good. You're still with us," Rosethorn said when they reached her. "I was worried that medicine wouldn't work, and we'd have to leave you."
"As if you could,"
Briar retorted. Parahan, just ahead of them, looked around.
"You have something that heals faster than ordinary medicines?" he demanded, scowling. "Why has it not been used on the wounded we left back there? We'll turn around right now."
Suda put her hand on her brother's arm. "Perhaps Rosethorn has a reason," she said quietly. Rosethorn met Parahan's glare. "Do you truly think I would not have used it if I'd had enough of it? The ingredients are rare. I don't have enough to heal 100 wounded. I must use it sparingly. If Briar stays with us, he can keep plenty of mages and warriors alive with his own medicines and knowledge. Ask your healers if they can do better." Suda kicked her brother.
"Go scouting if you've forgotten these realities, my dear," she counseled. "Have a gallop. Ride with the general for a while. Soon enough you'll have plenty of things to occupy you."
Parahan growled under his breath and rode off. Suda sighed.
"He always gets silly before a major battle, Rosethorn."
Briar looked to the west, where hills rose a mile or so off. Those were the leading edges of the Drimbakang Zugu, whose white-capped peaks gleamed in the distance. To the right, the grassland was striped with charcoal streaks where it had been burned. Buzzards rose from the carcasses of horses and humans alike. Among the bodies and the burns, he saw blast craters, the marks of the Yanjing Empire's Zeyao. The smell was unspeakable. From the condition of the dead, Briar guessed they had lain in the open for at least 5 days. The cool nights would slow the decay, but the sun and the scavenger animals would speed it up again. He noticed that Rosethorn was holding a handkerchief to her nose. They soon left the scene of the fighting that had taken place here and rode steadily all day, stopping only to rest the horses and to grab cold meals. The road moved deeper into the hill country as they drew closer to the Drimbakang Zugu and Garmashing. Twice they passed massive temple fortresses. Their gates were closed and barred. The general sent messengers to speak with the temple's commanders, but the army itself continued north. They halted 10 miles from Garmashing. General Serugo called the commanders and the chief healers, including Rosethorn, to a meeting in her tent, along with the leaders from the eastern and western tribes and temples. The rest of their army camped on a hillside that overlooked the road. Sentries were posted everywhere around the camp, together with mages who could sense the presence of spells. Evie stuck by Briar as he brewed their supper tea. Jimut, who was keeping an eye on them, brought a pot of noodle and dumpling soup for all of them to share. He joined them, but he was the only one. Evie heard him tell Briar that he didn't mind not having more company. Everyone could see that Evie needed quiet. She did too. She had gotten used to the emptiness of the tunnels under Gyeongshi, where she and Luvo and Big Milk had traveled. She wished she could talk Briar and Rosethorn into going back into the tunnels with her, where they would be safe. They would never listen, she knew that. Before she conferred with the general, Suda had told them to go to bed early, saying, "We'll be fighting the Emperor's main army in a day or two. You need rest. The thought gave Evie the crawls. How could she rest? She and Rosethorn and Briar and Parahan were the only ones who really knew what they faced. They would be in battle against the Imperial Army, its ranks full of men like Mu Sheng and Da Wei. There would be mages who wielded battle magic spells similar to the ones placed on General Hankai's beads. Cruel spells. None of the people who had come north with them had seen the Emperor show off hundreds of thousands of archers and soldiers on his birthday. So many that acres of land were covered with them. There would be catapults to fling Zayao bombs into the middle of General Seirugo's army. Everyone she knew would die or be taken off and tortured. She would have to stay with them and risk the Emperor's wrath all over again. How did Parahan stand it? She had seen him joking with some of his soldiers earlier. He knew what they faced even better than Evie, and yet he could grin and tease and even steal a kiss from Rosethorn in the shadow of a tent when they thought no one was looking. Evie got to her feet. She wasn't strong like Parahan. "I'm tired," she said abruptly. "Luvo, are you coming?"
"I wish to remain here for a time more,"
Luvo replied.
"You do not need to be concerned for my well-being, Evumeme."
She nodded and retired to the tent she now shared with Rosethorn. Whoever had put up the tent had also laid out her bedroll, which was a kind thing to do. She lay down on it without removing her clothes. It was hard to undress, even to change to clean clothes or a nightdress now. She was terrified someone might come in and see her naked. Luvo didn't count, but a strange man. She didn't think she could endure being seen unclothed by strangers again. She lay in the dark, listening to camp noises. Playing with the stones of her alphabet helped a little. Their textures against her fingers calmed her. Still, they weren't calming enough to make her sleep, and they weren't the textures of the alphabet she had been making on her own. They weren't the textures of her quartz and flint discs, with the different kinds of magic she had been learning to place on them. They weren't the textures of the flint arrow and dagger blades she had made herself after months of study in the art of napping. The more she thought about what she had lost, the angrier and the more awake she became. She got out of bed.
"Evumeme?"
Luvo stood at the opening of the tent like a sentry, as he had every night since they had begun living among humans. "I'm just going out to think. I won't leave the camp," she whispered. She opened the ties and slipped out the back of the tent, grateful that Rosethorn had yet to come in. Quietly, she made her way through the rows of tents. Most of the fires were now banked for the night. Just enough torches burned to light the main paths. Heading uphill, Evie kept to the shadows. She did make certain that the sentries noticed her, though they didn't stop her. There was no point in getting shot by a nervous warrior because she wanted a quiet walk. In any case, she stayed inside their lines. She made her way to the hilltop, where a broad slab of slate thrust out over the northern slope like a shelf. Sentries were posted on the ground below, their eyes to the north and on the western edge of the ridge, but they were nice enough to let Evie have the stone to herself. She sat with her knees up, arms wrapped around them, staring at the road they would take in the morning. A sliver of moon shone down on everything, turning it the color of ghosts. She wondered how many human ghosts might be walking on that landscape soon. Would she be one of them? She would not let the enemy take her again. She promised herself that. Rather than fall into the torturer's hands a second time, she would turn herself into stone all the way. There would be no little piece of Evie left behind to wake up to agony. She would join the rocks of Gyeongshi forever. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she did not hear anything until Briar lay on the stone beside her. He said nothing, only crossed his arms under his head and regarded the sky. Evie found she couldn't think of dying in his presence. Instead, she let herself trickle through the slate under them, and on down through the hillside rocks, naming them to herself. Before long, Rosethorn and Parahan silently joined them. Both chose to sit cross-legged on the slate, their eyes on the silvery northern view. Suda was the last to reach them. She carried a silk quilt in her arms and shared it with Evie, who was shivering. Eventually, Briar squirmed under a corner of it too. Except for that, none of them moved, until Parahan began to snore. That startled laughs out of the women, Briar and Evie. Without discussion, they woke him and returned to their tents for what remained of the night. Chapter 20. Before the gates of Garmashing, capital of Gyeongshi. Evie and Luvo were seated by the morning campfire when Rosethorn and Briar emerged from Suda's tent. Both of them wore armor. "You," Rosethorn said, pointing to Evie. "Armor. Now. We're battle mages today and for the duration. We're under strict orders to stay away from the healers and save our strength for fighting." Briar wandered over to Evie and Luvo as Rosethorn returned to Suda's tent. Not that General Seirugo's happy about it. Evie frowned. "Why not?" "No matter what Parahan and Captain Rana told her about what we did back in Snow Serpent Pass, she doesn't see how plant mages can be of use on a battlefield. That goes 100 times extra for somebody who isn't even a certified stone mage." Briar reached out to tweak her nose, but Evie was having none of that. "I don't know what good I'll be with a whole army. I just want to try." "Probably no good with a whole army," Briar said. "But if you make the horses of a line of archers skid and skitter because the stones under their feet are moving, you can probably keep them from shooting plenty of us." "Oh," Evie said, realizing he was teasing her. "Oh, right." "Armor," Briar said, and pushed her toward her tent. She was struggling with the ties of her cuirass when Briar came in with a plate of momos and a pot of butter tea. Luvo followed him. Evie happily ate while Briar checked the ties on her armor and did the cuirass up. "What about you, Luvo?" he asked. "Are you going with us, or are you riding in a wagon?" "I will stay with Evumeme," the stone creature replied. "Between us, we will not be heavier than an adult of your kind. A horse should carry us both easily. What else will you bring today, Evumeme?" "Only my alphabet," she replied. She looked at the packs that had been found for her among the extra supplies. They held the clothing and odds and ends supplied by Seirugo's people and the clothes Luvo had given to her. "I don't know what to do with those. They'll just get in the way if I'm fighting." "Her things can go with mine and Rosethorn's, please," Briar told the soldiers who had come to pack up the tent. Evie grabbed the shoulder bag with her stone alphabet and the rocks she had collected recently and flung it over one arm. Briar lifted some silk scarves that had been offerings from an open pack and held them close to his eyes. "Look at these, Evie. Someone gave you doubled silk. One of the village weavers I talked to on the road says this kind of cloth is a way to send messages. The arrangement of these slubs, these bumps in the weave, that's code. They aren't mistakes at all." She thought he'd lost his mind. "We're going to war, and you want to talk about weaving?" If the scarves were temple offerings, I guess the message got sent, she realized. "I'll take those now," she said, holding out her hand. Briar passed them to her and watched as she slung them around her neck. Then he pulled her over and kissed the top of her head. "Lockik and Heibei turned their faces against Weishu and all his mages," he murmured. Evie rested her face on his shoulder and nodded. "I wish we could call on that ancient sea that used to be here to swallow his whole army," He was trembling. Evie wanted to comfort him, but she didn't know how.
"I will help you,"
Luvo said from the ground beside them.
"Together, Evu Meme and I will teach these lowlanders a thing or two about the stones of Gyeongshi."
Briar looked over as Evie picked up Luvo. "Good. Wei Shu in particular needs the lesson." He slid his hands around Evie's and attempted to lift Luvo from her hold, only to find the rock creature was far heavier than he looked. "I don't understand. How does Evie carry you?" Evie resettled Luvo, balancing her friend on her hip. "We worked out a thing in my magic," she explained. "I imagine my bones are granite, and it's easy. He's really not that heavy now. He's at his lightest." "His lightest is 50 pounds if it's an ounce," Briar cried, laughing.
"I can be far heavier,"
Luvo said. Briar took a breath. "Let's go. Jimut's waiting with our horses by now." Rosethorn was waiting with Jimut and the horses as well. "There you are. Luvo, you're riding with us?"
"I am going to help Evu Meme,"
Luvo said. Rosethorn raised an eyebrow, but she made no remark. Jimut handed the reins of Briar's horse to him and Rosethorn's to her. Evie looked around for someone to hold Luvo. "I'll take him," Jimut said, as he passed the reins of her mount over. "Here." He held out his hands. "He's heavy," Evie warned. She passed Luvo to Jimut, who staggered. "She warned you," Briar said. "You did warn me," Jimut acknowledged as he regained his balance. "How will you keep him in the saddle with you?" Evie mounted her horse. Once settled, she knotted the scarves she put around her neck and passed them over her head, shoulders, and arms. When they were around her waist, she held her hands out for Luvo. Jimut passed him over. Evie quickly twisted both scarves around her friend several times, encasing him up to his head knob. When she was done, Luvo was snug in his cocoon, and the scarves were tight around Evie. He would remain where he was, unless Evie fell from the saddle. "Nice," Briar said with approval. "But you know, if Luvo stays with us much longer, we should work something out that's more permanent."
"Do not concern yourself,"
Luvo said comfortably.
"I am certain I will return to my mountain soon."
Evie looked down at him, feeling a pain around her heart. She didn't want Luvo to go. She liked him. She felt safe with him. If anything could withstand the Emperor, surely it would be a mountain. Yet, what could a street rat like her offer him? He had gods for friends, not to mention the inhuman curiosities that were his friends underground, and all of the Drimbakang Lo for his home. She glanced at Jimut, who was astride his own horse. Today, he was serving as an archer. He had 2 quivers full of crossbow bolts attached to his saddle before his shins, and a crossbow across his lap. Beyond him, Evie saw the gathered mages. They were a mixed lot. Most were shamans, used to working in groups among their tribes, and in the performance of great magics, like calling statues out of cliffs. Today, they wore cloth jackets, embroidered with symbols and pictures of powerful animals. Their necks, wrists, and ears dripped gold, jade, and ivory jewelry that was useful to their work. They carried small gongs, bells, drums, and a variety of rattles. River Dancer was with them, as was her translator. Evie didn't think River Dancer needed the other woman when she worked with the shamans. Perhaps she kept the translator close in case she had to join the healers later. Tired of waiting, Evie nudged her horse up to the nearby hilltop. General Seirugo's troops were spread across the open ground below. Evie recognized the general's battle flags at the head of the army, together with the vivid colors worn by the eastern shamans who used their magic to protect Seirugo and her soldiers. "Evie," Briar called,
Back here!" As she rejoined her friends, Suda and Parahan rode through the ranks of mages and turned to face them. "River Dancers, group of mages, follow us," Parahan shouted. "We're right behind the general. The rest of you mages, your leaders will tell you where to join the order of march with the troops you will defend. They will give you orders in battle. May the gods give us victory this day." As those around them cheered, the twins rode down the slope, along with their flag bearers, their personal guard, and their messengers. River Dancer followed them with a group of Western shamans. Rosethorn told Evie, Briar, and Jimut, "You come with me. We're to stay close to Suda." "Why aren't we with the other mages?" Briar asked. Rosethorn looked at him with a crooked smile. "Because General Serugo doesn't know what to do with us. We'll have to figure out how to fight, ask permission to do it if we can, and then do it." Evie and Briar looked at each other. Evie wasn't sure. Was this the way mages normally fought wars? Briar answered that question when he asked, "Serugo is joking, right?" "No," Rosethorn said inside. "Suda and Parahan say to just do what we think is useful and try not to let the Yanjingyi mages kill us." "Well, that's better anyway," Briar muttered. They took their places behind Suda and her personal guard. Almost as soon as they had done so, the trumpeters, who rode with the general, sounded a loud, bellowing horn salute. The army set forth at a walk, which gradually sped up to a trot. Evie glanced back and saw long, snake-like columns of riders falling into place on the road, 4 in a row with officers on both sides and scouts spreading out over the uneven ground. The foot soldiers weren't even in view yet. They were guarding the healers and supplies in the rear. She turned to look forward again, scanning the horizon. There was a hill to come, and more on either side. Was the Emperor behind those? She tried to swallow, but her mouth and throat were paper dry with fear. Then she thought of Mystery, shy gray and orange Mystery, who loved to run in open grass like this. And Evie's heart turned into a knot of hate. Mystery had never harmed Wei Shu or any of his people, but they had murdered her. They had murdered all of Evie's cats. Behind their armies, they had left Kanzan alone knew how many dead animals who had never harmed them at all. The hate flooded through her veins. Yes, she was scared so bad it made her quiver. But she was burning with rage, too. Someone had fixed a flask to her saddle. When she unhooked it and sniffed the contents, she discovered it was filled with tea. She took a small sip, just enough to wet her mouth. She would need the rest of the tea later. Nobody talked. It was hard to do at a trot, and they were too nervous when they stopped to give the horses a rest. Even Briar spoke very little, mostly to check that Evie and Rosethorn were all right. Since they had stopped, Evie eased into the ground and discovered it was full of quartzite stones. Perfect, she thought. Quartzite was regular in its makeup, filled with quartz crystals that would move her power along. She spilled threads of it into the rocks and let it race ahead of the army, feeling for strange magic. "Evu Mei?" she dimly heard Luvo ask. "Briar, why has she sent her magic ahead of us?" "She's scouting," she heard Briar say. "The rocks ahead will tell her things, like plants tell Rosethorn and me." Something flooded over her stones on the far side of the hill ahead, something dark and nasty. "Rosethorn!" She made her body shout. "Briar, magic coming!" Over the hill ahead rose a giant tiger. It was bigger than 3 elephants standing one on top of the other, with red flames for eyes and claws. With it appeared a more fantastic creature of identical size, a winged lion with a horn on its forehead.
The lion had a mane made of gold flames and claws like black sickles. Tiger and lion opened their mouths and roared loud enough to flatten the standing grass between them and the army. Flames spurted where they stepped. Some horses panicked and reared, others sidled and backed. Suda and Parahan were able to hold their mounts steady. Rosethorn's horse did not even move. Jimut gripped the reins on Briar's horse, while another soldier held Evie's. "They don't smell them," Briar called to Parahan. "The horses behind us. They're calm. They can't see them, hear them, can't smell them. Cover your horse's eyes." Evie ignored everything after that. Using the quartzite stones, she flowed under the two monsters. They pressed on her power, making her feel dirty and small. She wriggled deeper in the earth and sped up. She wanted to see what was on the far side of the hill. Was it the Imperial Army, or just some mages trying to keep the Gyeongshin forces here? The ground over her head shook as the tiger and the horned lion jumped onto the road. They roared again, setting more grass ablaze. Some of her stones blackened and cracked. She passed under the hill's crest and on to the flatlands past it. Weight pressed down on her, rock-crushing weight, as far ahead and to either side as she could sense with her power. It shifted slightly, back and forth. Some moved over Evie, as if it traveled toward the hill. Swiftly, she fled to her body, pulling her magic from the quartzite. Up she popped to resume her normal place within her skin. All around her, the air boomed in her human ears with the gongs, the bells, and the deep, buzzing voices of Gyeongshin mages. She opened her eyes. General Seirugo's eastern shamans now faced the horned lion and the giant tiger. Forming a line, they shuffled to and fro, striking gongs or bells and chanting. The noise made Evie's teeth hurt. It reminded her of the day other shamans had called 2 stone skeletons out of the cliff behind Garmishing. She wished those skeletons were here now. The lion and tiger opened their mouths. They seemed to roar, but Evie heard nothing. They were fading. Then, they were gone. Evie's head spun. She closed her eyes and breathed slowly through her nose. The weight on the far side of the hill, she had to tell someone about it. Only her stomach was angry because of all the weight stamping on the stones as she had run her power through them. She opened her eyes and slid from the saddle, almost falling as Luvo's weight dragged her down. Rosethorn dismounted from her horse and ran to her. "Are you all right?" she asked. Swiftly, she cut the silks that held Luvo's sling to Evie's chest with her belt knife. Evie shook her head and turned aside so she wouldn't splatter anyone. Then she vomited the little food and liquid she had swallowed that morning. Rosethorn passed her a flask. Evie tipped her head back and poured a little bit of water into her mouth, rinsed, then spat. She wiped her mouth on her sleeve, then drank. "Sorry," she told Rosethorn when she was sure she was done vomiting. "Sorry, Luvo. Rosethorn, we've reached the Imperial Army. They weigh tons. They're crushing my stones over on the other side of the hill." Rosethorn reached over and patted her arm. "It could have been so much worse," she said in an overly sympathetic way. "We could have made the wrong turn and fetched up in Namorn. Yes, we knew. The scouts brought the happy word to us." "I hate it when everything's about to go to pieces and you're all calm," Evie told her. Rosethorn raised an eyebrow. "Would you like it better if things were about to go all to pieces and I turned into a ball of panic?" Evie wanted to tell Rosethorn she loved her, but she couldn't. Not among so many people. She stuck her tongue out at her instead. The general beckoned for Rosethorn to come forward. Shamans from the western tribes joined the easterners ahead of even the flag-bearers to form a line in front of the Gyeongshin army. As Evie watched, the shamans removed their shoes. Their helpers passed them flasks of tea. The shamans kept the flasks, tucking them into the front of their coats as the helpers sat cross-legged on the ground. From their packs, they pulled out small drums or flutes. Rosethorn came back at a trot. "The shamans say they will make it easier for us to survive going over the crest of that hill," she explained as a helper began to strike a drum in a slow, rhythmic pattern. Other drummers and 2 flute players joined in, weaving their music with his. Rosethorn continued, "It's something we can't do, I assume, or they'd have asked us to assist. The general says we may be a little startled, but try not to make any sound." Evie drew her amethyst from her alphabet. It was a good stone for calm. She turned the rough-cut crystal around in her fingers, drawing on the spells she had placed in the stone. Even with that magic, her hands shook. The shamans bent to place sticks of incense in the ground in front of them. Thin trails of smoke rose through the air. Now the shamans danced, their feet shuffling in the dirt of the road. They dipped and turned, their movements snake-like and alien. "Watch, Evie," Rosethorn whispered. "We may never see anything like this again. Lark is always telling me shamans can do things that mages can't." Evie clutched her amethyst so hard her fingers cramped. Shapes were forming in front of the mages. At first, they were thin and almost see-through, like fine gray silk. Bit by bit, they filled in. She saw a curved section of orange skin that slid around. There was a dark fang. When she saw hair like black flames, she covered her face. Rosethorn jabbed her with a sharp elbow, and Evie dared to look again. She wished she had not. Creatures not quite as gigantic as the tiger and the horned lion stood before them. But there were more of these. She recognized the 4 orange beings with their flaming hair and ivory teeth and claws from temple paintings. They each had 6 arms and hands in which they clutched weapons. With them stood 6 blue-skinned creatures with long, flowing scarlet locks. They had long yellow claws on their hands and feet and full green lips. Each of them had 4 arms. "I don't see what good these things will do if the Emperor's mages can make bigger ones," Evie said as the creatures turned and glided up the hill. She glanced at Briar. He had turned the color of cheese as he stared at the shaman's creations. "The Emperor's spell monsters are built of wind, smoke, fear, and illusion," Luvo told her as the many-limbed newcomers topped the crest. "Our friends are lesser gods, guardians from temple fortresses in western and southern Gyeongshi. They carry the power of those places with them." Suddenly, the great brutes let out shrieks that sent many of the soldiers behind them to their knees as they covered their ears. Evie was proud that Briar hardly flinched. Perhaps she was too used to strange things by now, because she only took another gulp from her flask. The temple gods plunged down over the hill. The shamans and their helpers moved forward, up to the hilltop, still dancing and playing their music. General Seirugo gave the command to advance. Rosethorn and Briar helped Evie wrap Luvo in scarves from her pack and tie him to her chest, then boosted the girl and her friend into the saddle before they mounted their own horses. Together with the army they rode on, keeping a watchful eye on the clouds as black and crimson lightnings flickered overhead. As they crested the hill, round balls struck the ground and exploded with a roar. The enemy was using catapults to throw Zaiyao bombs at the Gyeongshin army. Evie's mare reared. Jimut rode between Evie and Briar to grab the mare's bridle and draw her back down to all 4 feet. "I know it's hard," he told Evie and Briar, "but these horses are used to Zaiyao explosions. That's why they were given to you. Now ease your grip on the reins, Evie. That makes her more nervous than anything else right now. Loosen your knees, too, before she bolts." "Sorry," Evie whispered. "I wish someone would loosen my knees." She forced herself to relax. She felt a vibration and realized that Luvo had begun a soft, inaudible hum. She was about to tell him she wasn't a baby who needed to be sung to if she was going to relax, and changed her mind. It did help her manage the horse after all, and her mind was still alert. "Thanks," she told him instead. They crested the hill. Spread across the plain for as far north as she could see, and for a painful distance east, was the Imperial Army. A huge number of soldiers centered on a massive, stepped platform that had to be Wei Shu's lookout tower, and the place where he kept his best mages. Brigades of cavalry were lined up on the east and west flanks, prepared to force their attackers into the soldiers at their center. Not only did brigades of infantry wait for the Gyeongshin army there, but Evie could see great crossbows and the kind of catapult that threw giant rocks and Zayao bombs. Next to them, at the heart of the army, were archers, their crossbows raised. Evie fumbled through her alphabet and pulled out her clear quartz crystal. Holding it against her forehead, she used the spells she had placed on it to help her see flares of red where mages stood in the ranks. Each of the catapults had one, while the Emperor's platform blazed with them. She continued to inspect the battlefield, trying to find some good news, some weakness. Where the army's lines ended to the east, its horse camp began. She had never seen so many horses in her life. Her courage was shrinking by the moment. She looked west. There at last was the great fortress city of Garmishing, safe for the moment behind its thick stone walls. Its temples, palaces, markets, homes, and plazas rose in level after level on its steep hillside, as if it boasted to would-be conquerors that here were treasures they could not touch. Its jagged walls climbed the rising landscape, concealing roads and gardens as they protected the buildings inside. With her crystal against her forehead, she could see the tops of those walls burning red with the presence of mages, and the walls themselves red-streaked with magic. After spending her winter there, she had come to love it. The best part was the myriad tunnels that people used when the snows piled to the second story above ground. It reminded Evie of her old cave home in Chamor. She hoped the people who couldn't fight were tucked safely away in those tunnels, out of reach of the Zayao bombs and catapult stones. Crowning the city's hill was the God King's palace, its many gold turrets glinting in the sun. Behind it all soared the white-capped peaks of the Drimbakang Zugu. She knew the apparent closeness of the mountains was an illusion. The Tamsho Gorge, with its limestone walls, provided steep walls at the city's rear. The mountains themselves were cruel guardians with their trackless cliffs and canyons. Wolves, bears, and snowcats roamed freely on the slopes, together with antelope, sheep, and yaks. There were rumors of worse things. After what she had seen under Luvo's cave, Evie knew they were not rumors. She was wishing for some of those creatures now, not just as magics conjured by mages who would get tired eventually. She wished all of the stone statues born in the gorge would come home to defend their birthplace. Messengers galloped back down the line of the Gyeongshin army, relaying orders to the soldiers behind the mages. Everyone advanced at a trot down the slope, spreading out as they went. They formed on either side of the still dancing shamans, General Seirugo, the twins, and their guards, arranging themselves in battle formation. Companies of archers placed themselves on either side of the general and her companions as Zayao bombs struck the hillside. Mages among the realms and Gyeongshin soldiers began to work their own magic, shielding their soldiers against the deadly explosives. Evie was fixed on the sight of the lesser gods as they collided with the Emperor's soldiers. Bursts of red flared as Imperial mages attacked the lesser gods. Foot soldiers flew through the air as the Gyeongshin creatures picked them up and flung them among their allies. Suddenly, Evie heard the whicker of arrows in flight. She looked up, almost dropping her crystal. The Imperial archers had loosed a deadly rain straight at the Gyeongshin leaders. Rosethorn and Briar also looked up. They did not so much as stretch out their hands. Suddenly, crossbow bolts, sprouting twigs and leaves that slowed their flight, tumbled to the open ground between the armies. The snap of ropes pulled Evie's eyes to boulders that arched into the air. She grabbed Luvo. "Can we do something, please?" There was nothing she could do about the Zayao balls, but the boulders were different.
"Come with me,"
his voice boomed inside her skull. She twined with him inside his magic. They rose above their bodies into the unpleasant, thin air. Evie glanced down. Everyone seemed to be frozen. Even the green-leafed crossbow bolts had stopped where they fell. 5 stone balls were above the Yanjingyi army. 3 were unmoving. Evie and Luvo spread themselves wide to cover those, sinking deep into the limestone that made them. Evie knew a thing or two about limestone. While Luvo did something that made the stones tremble, she sorted through the bits of lesser material that formed them. She couldn't touch the bits of coral. Coral wasn't a true stone, but the remains of an animal and immune to her magic. There were other minuscule sea animals that had gone hard like the coral. She ignored all of them. With each non-stone thing she thrust aside, the limestone cracked. Luvo's trembling magic made the cracks grow and spread. Evie made piles of bits of flint, jasper, and chalcedony, leaving gaps behind as she shifted each piece. Abruptly, her body down below sneezed. She lost her concentration and separated from Luvo. She was back in her physical shell. Small pebbles rattled as they bounced off the soldiers' helms. Luvo was covered with gritty dust. So was she. Nearby, she heard screams, human and hoarse. "What did we do?" she asked him.
"We broke 3 boulders in mid-air,"
Luvo said. He sounded very satisfied with himself.
"I wish we could have caught the other 2. They damaged our army, but 2 stones did less harm than 5 would have done."
"Luvo, can we take rocks apart before they throw them?" Evie whispered.
"Put your hands on me,"
he said quietly.
"It works better with both of us."
Evie obeyed and left her body again. The stones of the plain raced under them as Luvo drew her along, bound for the biggest rocks in one Yanjingyi catapult. It went quicker this time. They did not have to work inside, moving boulders. Evie simply ignored the fossil coral and bone, plucking the stones she recognized out of the limestone. Luvo pulled water from someplace and turned it to ice in the cracks Evie made. Evie didn't know where he got it until they rose above the heap of gravel that was the remains of the boulders ready for the catapult. Only then did she see shriveled bodies on the ground through Luvo's vision. They wore the colors of Yanjingyi soldiers, and in the case of 2 of them, the black tunics and bead strings of mages. Luvo had taken the water from their flesh. "Serves them right," she thought savagely. "They're the enemy. I bet they would have tortured us if they could. I'm glad they're dead."
"There are other catapults here,"
Luvo said.
"Shall we deal with them? If we reduce the stones to nothing, these humans will have to go far to get others."
"Yes," Evie told him. "Let's do that." She was careful not to think about the people ready to load the massive stones into the catapult slings at their officers' commands. She simply followed Luvo into the stones, removing the grains that held the boulder together so he could freeze water in the cracks she left behind. Everywhere around them, soldiers and mages gasped for water and died without any idea of what killed them. Evie did her best to ignore them. Each time she felt her hate weaken, She remembered the heap of cold dead outside Fort Sambuchu. Now their ghosts had company. Wasn't that a good thing? Chapter 21. Before the gates of Garmashing, capital of Gyeongsi. In the front of the Gyeongshin and Yanjingyi battle lines, sergeants bellowed for archers to shoot. Just ahead, boulders smashed the Gyeongshin army in 2 places, killing the horses and men that hadn't been able to flee. Briar watched for Imperial arrows. He knew Rosethorn did too. He took a quick glance at Evie. Seated on horseback, she clung to Luvo, her eyes closed. The youth trotted over and pinched her gently, with no response. He cursed softly, but there was nothing he could do, or dared to do. "Luvo," he whispered. "Luvo!" The rock didn't answer, nor did it look at him, if look it could be called when the creature had no eyes that could be seen. Briar thought Luvo turned his head knob just to make people feel better, not because he really needed to do so. Now Briar prodded Luvo without effect. "Blasted bleat brain," he scolded himself. "You should have told them to do nothing without checking with you or Rosethorn." He took a breath, wondering if he should talk with Rosethorn or keep quiet, and coughed. His mouth tasted as if he'd walked through a dust cloud. Dust lay on his armor, too. He spat and drank from his flask. Rosethorn was coughing. He ran to her and thrust his flask into her hand, watching anxiously as she drank. "What targets should we go after when the enemy isn't shooting?" he asked when she returned the flask to him. "The catapults," Rosethorn said firmly. "Plant them deep and grow them as high as you can." A soldier nearby heard. "They'll be magicked," he warned, "written over with spells to prevent other mages from interfering." Rosethorn smiled at him. "But they won't be spelled against us. We become part of the wood. We don't try to work spells on it." "As you say," the soldier answered, clearly not believing her. "I'm just here to run errands for you." "We could use more water," Briar said. The man nodded and left. To Rosethorn, Briar said, "Will you handle catapults and I'll take care of arrows?" He did not have to ask her twice. She sat and placed her palms flat on the earth on either side of her. Briar sat cross-legged next to her and kept his eyes on the Imperial forces. He could not hear their officers' cries, but he saw the next volley of crossbow bolts arch into the air. He reached for them, tapping the memory of their lives as trees deep in the wood. He called those lives out, encouraging the bolts to sprout and leaf. They fought the metal arrow tip and thrust roots past the fletching, slowing the bolts' flight and draining their deadly power as they dropped to the ground. He couldn't reach all of them, but he reached a great many. He was so fixed on that flight of arrows, and the next, that he did not hear the groans of the catapults as Rosethorn called upon their own memories as trees. They sprouted roots, splitting their metal fixtures and joints. The catapults exploded into pieces as the wooden towers and throwing arms burst free of their constraints, sank roots, and put out branches. Once a newborn tree was fixed in its bed, Rosethorn moved on to the next. Briar kept track of her work through occasional touches as he rested between flights of arrows. A glimpse of Evie as she drooped over Luvo and her horse's neck told him that they had finished whatever they'd been doing. A roar from a large number of human throats drew Briar's attention to the battlefield. General Seirugo's trumpets were sounding the attack. On their left, cavalry riders on both sides battled with spears and halberds. On the right, a pit opened under the Yanjingyi cavalry. They were trying to climb out, but the earth was dry. It slid under the feet of horses and fighters, dropping them back on top of those who were lower down. Whose work? Briar wondered. He looked at the different groups of shamans. One of them sat on the ground, resting. The others were chanting, dancing, or standing with hands joined. He felt magic roll off them in waves. He made a silent vow never to vex the shamans. A shout drew Briar's attention upward. 20 or more YA globes fell toward their forces. Lighter than the boulders, they had been thrown by Yanjingyi mages, not catapults. His belly rolled and cramped. He reached with his power but knew the attempt was useless. The charcoal in Zaya was dead wood, untouchable by Rosethorn and him. Sulfur was metal somehow, immune to plant and stone magic. Saltpeter, the third ingredient, was outside all three of them. He had tried to tell Evie it was part stone, but she did not believe him. The bombs fell, exploding throughout their army. Horses and soldiers shrieked. Riders and foot soldiers raced to fill gaps in the front and shift the screaming wounded and the dead. Clouds of stinking smoke rolled over the field. Briar tried not to listen to the cries for help as he reached underground with his power, seeking roots. He groped in his jacket with one hand until he found a vial of strengthening oil. The enemy's cavalry was charging. If he rubbed the oil on his hands to strengthen his power, he could get a wide swath of grasses to trip the horses. He was loosening the wax around the vial's cork when fire, or a pain like burning, raced over his skin. A mage had singled him out for attack. He cried out and reached for Rosethorn. She lay on the ground, doubled over on herself. With a gasp, she smacked his hand away. "Don't touch me, I'm burning up!" she shouted, though he saw no blisters on her pale skin. He fumbled to put the vial back in his pocket. He felt more invisible flames spill over him and swore he would have the Yanjingyi mage's teeth out in revenge. He didn't see fire, but he heard it crackle. His nose was filled with the stink of cooking flesh. Tears of pain streamed down his face. Rosethorn cried out again. He fell to his knees and began to crawl to her, shouting for Evie and Luvo. He stopped at a pair of splayed brown feet. Knotted brown hands yanked him up as River Dancer shouted into his face. More heat engulfed him. Briar shoved the older woman away to keep her from being burned, but he still couldn't see the fire that crackled so convincingly on his own skin. River Dancer grabbed him again. This time, her translator stood beside her. "She says, the Yanjingyi. Did they get a chance to collect your hair or your fingernails?" The translator bellowed in Tian. "Did they take clothes with your sweat on them?" He stared at the two Gyeongshin women. They had tried to be careful back in the Winter Palace, using their magic to remove all trace of themselves from the guest pavilion. But they could do little about the cushions and drying cloths they had used during all those meals with the nobles and their emperor. A very good mage might have drawn enough of their essence from those to do them harm now. Briar had learned all about sympathetic magic and the uses of all things that were once part of a person on their journey east. He was trying to remember if they had forgotten anything important, like nail clippings or hair, when the pain swept over him and Rosethorn screamed. River Dancer released him. Briar fell to the ground beside his teacher as the shaman began to dance, 1 foot up, 1 foot down. Had he known River Dancer wore tiny bells in her clothes? 1 foot up, 1 foot down in a strange turning step. She danced around Rosethorn and Briar, her bells singing. Fine white crystals spilled from River Dancer's fingers. She sang, too. Briar could see her words in the air. They spoke of the strength of the mountains and the power of eagles, about the roots of the glaciers and rivers of Gyeongshi. Even though he didn't know the language she used, it wasn't Tian. He saw and understood everything. As she danced and sang, her white crystals formed a solid, unbroken line. In it, tiny shamans danced and twirled like she did. They made swirls in the white stuff without disturbing the evenness of the white line. The more River Dancer and the small shamans danced, the more his pain eased. When she closed the circle, the fiery agony stopped. The tiny shamans waved to Briar and vanished. Rosethorn sat up. "Thank you," she whispered. "That was horrible. They would have killed us." River Dancer grinned and made a remark.
Now they will burn, the Yanjing Yi, her translator said. We will take the power they threw at you and return their curses to them. Can you stop them? Briar asked as Rosethorn leaned against him. You don't even know who has our sweat or whatever it is. The translator smiled. You would be surprised by the things Riverdancer can do on her own. Rosethorn leaned against Briar. She was reaching for more of the catapults. Briar put an arm around her and watched the shamans. Several of them had come to make a shielding line in front of Briar, Rosethorn, Evie, and Luvo. They began to chant softly. Now and then, they stamped or rang tiny bells. Their voices soaked into Briar's bones, drifting down through them like silt. Movement in the air caught his attention. From the walls of Garmishing, arrows and big stones took flight, then dropped down into the ranks of the Emperor's army. Again and again, the city's defenders shot, hammering the Yanjing Yi enemy on the western side. Briar let his own magic seep into the hillside. His body was weary. He felt battered after the mage assault. But it was spring. Everything in the southern Namrunga plain was growing. Briar drew only a small part of that strength into his veins, just as he knew Rosethorn drew on part of it. As soon as he was ready, he sped through the interwoven grass roots down the rise and into the flat plain. Horses thundered over his head. Next came the remains of the catapults Rosethorn had changed to form the trees above him. They hummed with her power. Beyond those lay the weight of more catapults that were in the process of becoming trees once more, stabbing new roots down into the earth. Above the ground, he sensed thousands of crossbows and bolts carried by the archers who stood in their ranks around the imperial platform. Briar was not searching for catapults or archers. He sought the white blaze of magic laid on the cool touch of willow, oak, and ginkgo. The mages were bunched in small groups, protected by archers, many of them arranged in steps on the great observation platform. To his magical senses, they floated at different levels in the air, depending on where they stood on the platform. Each mage appeared in his magical vision as a series of bead groups. These glittered with an overlay of Yanjing Yi magic. He felt the clash between the magic and the wood's own power. Didn't the Yanjing Yi mages understand how much more powerful their spells would be if they worked with their materials? He picked at the alien spells for a moment, curious, then gave up. Whatever they did, it was dedicated to the destruction of the Gyeongshin army and the kind of pain that had made Rosethorn scream. He was going to do his best to do some damage to them and to the mages who wielded them. Briar gave one set of beads a mage's tap. It released the magic that had been forced on them. The wood was already dry and brittle from lack of care. The beads shattered, the oak ones spraying splinters into the mage's face, the tough ginkgo beads cutting the string on which they were threaded. Briar searched for the next cluster of beads, creaking under their magical burden, and tapped them until they broke. When he found a mage who had strung his beads on cotton or linen, he coaxed the fibers to part and gave the beads enough strength to roll out of all reach. Each time he parted a mage from his beads, Briar immediately turned his attention to the next one, hoping to stop any of them from making Rosethorn suffer again. Briar was deep in a mage trance at her side when Rosethorn sat up with a moan. Riverdancer and her fellow shamans sat close by, sharing dumplings. "The work here continues," the translator said, motioning to a group of shamans who danced at the front of the army. Mages in the robes of different temples were nearby, also busy with spell signs and gestures. There were more of the Zayao bombs, one batch over our eastern flank and one over the road behind us. The shamans called up a very strong wind, high in the air. It blew half of the Zayao balls aimed at our eastern flank onto open ground.
She touched her clasped hands to her head and lips in a prayerful gesture. "The general ordered our people off the road, thinking the enemy might strike there, so the bombs did not kill as many as they could have done. Now they have stopped the Zayao bombs because someone put too many trees in the way." Rosethorn cursed bombs and the enemy under her breath. On the slopes below, she could see screaming horses and the slumped bodies of soldiers. How many of the wounded and dead were men and women she had joked with or healed before? And when would she be able to help the healers again? She felt wrung out. The wind blew the stench of scorched meat and the dark, bleak scent of black powder into her face. Her stomach rolled. She looked up, and her blood quickened. There was something off about the gigantic observation platform that had been at the heart of the Imperial Army. She got to her feet, shielding her eyes from the sun. Sections of the steps on the platform had collapsed, as if worms had eaten the wood. She could not see well enough to tell if there were bodies on them or not, and part of the entire platform listed sharply to the east. It looked as though a hole had appeared there, knocking the whole monstrous structure off balance. To the west, on the open field, the city gates opened. Warriors dashed from Garmishing to attack the Yanjingyi army's western flank. Gyeongshin and Kombanpur troops charged past the resting shamans to fight on its southern front. Arrows flew in 3 directions. The translator was right. So many trees now grew between the observation platform and the Gyeongshin army that it was impossible to target it with boulders or Zayao bombs. The trees obstructed all vision for the remaining, more distant catapult engineers. They had as much chance of dropping a bomb or boulder on their own troops. Now the battle was down to archers and warriors. Everything was shrieking, bloody chaos, with no way to tell who was winning. She took a breath and entered her mage's trance. She would look for wood beads among the enemy's mages and see if she could turn them on their masters. Evie and Luvo had run out of catapult stones to turn to gravel. Evie wasn't tired in the least. Working with Luvo seemed to keep her strong. She wanted to do as much harm as she could. Turning her attention to the land, she filled as many middle-sized stones with power as she could and shook her magic. The stones were loose on the ground, having been stepped on by humans and horses and rolled over by carts and wagons. They moved easily at Evie's urging. Warriors and horses alike lost their footing. They backed up, crowding those behind them. Some fell as they discovered the ground in back of them or to the side was no more stable than that on which they stood. Evie heard screaming. She opened her eyes, back in her body again. A reddish cloud rolled toward them from the Imperial lines. "What is that?" she whispered. It swept over part of Seirugo's troops as they fought a Yanjingyi company. When it cleared, the group of warriors, Yanjingyi and Gyeongshin, as well as their horses, lay on the ground, their bodies twisted in agony. Evie whimpered. The shamans and their guards ran into the clear space in the middle of Seirugo's, Parahan's, and Suda's troops. Those with gongs rattled them all at once. As they did, the shamans spun counterclockwise. They then came together in a circle and turned counterclockwise again, chanting an eerie, deep-toned spell. They halted. Those with gongs pounded them. The shamans whirled. Then they entered their circle and turned counterclockwise, chanting. With each repetition, the earth boomed and the air shivered. With the 4th repetition, the red cloud stopped in its advance. It, too, began to spin counterclockwise, pulling in on itself and rising. Slowly, so slowly at first that she couldn't be sure, the funnel retreated, or advanced on its own army. It had become a tornado. The Yanjingyi soldiers directly in front of it panicked. They ran, fighting with fellow soldiers who were in the way. Some of the officers, mounted on horses, rode them down, lashing them with whips. Others galloped out of the tornado's path. The cavalry farthest from the panic charged forward. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Parahan led a charge of horsemen at the Imperial lines. Evie threw herself into the stones underground and raced ahead to help. She grabbed for sandstone. There was much more of it under the flat plain than in the hills. Finding pieces of it, she called the quartz crystals in it to her. They popped free of the other minerals and followed her as stone after stone went to pieces. Suddenly, the Yanjingyi cavalry horses were charging in sand. Evie was dizzy. She left her crystals and returned to her body. She was aware enough to do that. There she made the discovery that she was too weak to move or call for help. She squinted down at the field. Seirugo's and Parahan's soldiers were cutting a huge gap in the Yanjinyi lines. On her left, soldiers were pouring out of Garmishing. They smashed into the Imperial army. Everything on that side was a mess. The Yanjinyi warriors were retreating if they could. The tornado was chopping the side of the Imperial army on her right to pieces. Now it was shrinking too. Dead soldiers and horses lay everywhere. Where was Luvo in her magic? She groped with her power and found a rope that seemed to lead to him. It took her to a side of the observer's platform that was falling into a hole in the ground. Since she hadn't caused that, and his rope led her there, she wondered if Luvo was responsible. The Yanjingyi soldiers wouldn't like seeing their generals tilting sideways. The thought made her giggle. As far as she could see, trees grew everywhere, though the plain had been treeless. They had sprung from the remains of catapults. Had Rosethorn and Briar done all that? She had known them for only 2 years. They had done interesting things before, but never so much. Her mind was wandering. She wished she had something to drink or something to eat, or a bed. She was very tired, but she wanted to see how the battle came out. Surely the Emperor had more soldiers than this. She had the sense to dismount from her horse. She almost stepped on Luvo, who had somehow gotten out of his scarf sling on her chest. His spirit was not in the stone body she thought of as Luvo, she discovered when she tried to apologize. She gave up and let her horse's reins trail on the ground. "Don't go away," she told him. Then she sat down. Riverdancer found her and took charge of her. She made Evie sit with her and her group of shamans, bundling her up in blankets, and scolding until Evie drank tea. Evie tried to explain that normally she wasn't so tired after a little bit of magic, except she had been breaking catapult stones and sandstone and limestone when she wasn't shaking rocks under people's feet. The explanation seemed far more complicated than it should have been, particularly when Riverdancer kept patting her on the shoulder as if to say, "It's all right." Evie awoke on a saddle. She lolled against someone who gripped her tight with one arm while he managed his horse with another. She looked up and back. Jimut smiled down at her. "Are you alive, brave girl?" he asked. "I'm not brave," she said blearily. "I'm hungry. I was with Riverdancer." "There will be food when you're settled at First Circle," he said. "I have tea." "Tea's good," she said, and fell asleep again. The next time she opened her eyes, Jimut was carrying her through a plaster-walled corridor. "Rosethorn? Briar? Luvo?" she asked. Someone poked the back of her head. "Nice of you to ask." Briar was being helped along by one of Jimut's friends. He was ashen under the deeper bronze tan he had picked up during their travels. "Where did you go to?" "I was working on stones," Evie said. "Rosethorn and Luvo?" "Luvo's coming." Jimut carried her into a room. Rosethorn sat on a bed large enough for all three of them. There was another bed behind a screen. Briar's companion helped him to that. "Healing," Rosethorn mumbled. "The wounded." "The city is full of healers. Most are in better shape than you, and you made the choice to be a battle mage," Jimut said. He set Evie on her side of the bed she would share with Rosethorn. Nearby was a small table with bowls of barley flour mixed with butter tea and dried cheese. He handed a bowl and spoon to Evie. She began to eat, looking at Rosethorn with silent apology for not waiting. To her shock, Rosethorn reached over and rubbed the top of her head. "You're sure we aren't needed?" Briar asked as Jimut carried a bowl over to him. He pointed to Rosethorn. "She'll fuss and fret even if she isn't strong enough to crawl." He ate a spoonful, then set his bowl on the floor, put the spoon in it, and curled up on the bed. He was asleep instantly. Jimut began to remove his boots and armor. Rosethorn struggled to stand. Jimut shook his head. "I don't mind taking care of him," he said, and flicked his fingers at the door in a beckoning gesture. A girl who wore the undyed robe of a novice in the Eastern Circle temples came in and bowed very low to Rosethorn. She placed her hands on the shoulder ties of Rosethorn's armor, checked that Rosethorn did not object, and began to undo them. "Gods all bless me," Jimut continued as he worked on Briar. "How many of my friends have you and Briar cared for all this time? You saved my prince's life, too. I think you have earned some rest, and you can't even stand up, any of you. What you did out there today, I have never seen anything like that, ever. None of us have." He laid the armor on the floor of Briar's side of the room so the sweaty parts could dry. A Gyeongshin man staggered through the door carrying Luvo. Where will you go, old one?" he panted. "He stays with me," Evie said. Jimut put another of the small tables that littered the room by Evie's side of the bed. "What took you so long?" he asked the newcomer. "The stone god weighs more than he looks," retorted the man. "And there are many steps from the horse level to this one. All of them are clogged with people who wanted to see him." "It is perfectly understandable," Luvo said. "They have not seen the heart of a mountain before. I only wish that they would have waited until I had made certain that Evumeme is well." "I'm tired," Evie said. She set her bowl on the floor, just as Briar had done, and fumbled at the ties of her armor. Her fingers were strangely clumsy. She gave up and lay on the mattress with her head close to Luvo. "Did we catch the Emperor?" she asked him. "Sudamini and the Garmishing soldiers are chasing him," he said. It was the last thing she heard him say. When Briar awoke, the shutters were open. He stumbled over to look outside. If he judged correctly, it was well past noon. Rosethorn and Evie still slept. Luvo was nowhere in sight. He stood for a long time, eyeing the view. Their room was on the southern side of the temple, with half of Garmishing spread out below. The city he remembered had been hammered. Everywhere he saw blackened pits where bombs and fires had destroyed homes, temples, and public buildings. Holes had been blown in roads and parks. The air smelled of burning and death. People labored to drag war's debris into piles, except for the dead people and animals. There, the scavengers were having a feast. The vultures were so bold, they didn't even flinch away from the humans. Briar turned away from the sight. He'd found a lot to admire in Gyeongshi, but sky burial still unnerved him. A look at his hands showed him that he was utterly filthy. He opened the door and peered out. A novice sat there reading a scroll. "Sir?" he asked. "How may I assist?" Soon Briar was soaking in a huge tub full of hot water. He got out only when he started to sleep and slipped under the surface. "Back to bed for me," he thought, once he stopped choking. He was drying off when Parahan arrived. The man wasted no time in stripping off his clothes. "Bliss," he announced as he settled into the bath. He looked exhausted. "Suda and Serugo are back," he told Briar. "They chased the Imperial army as far as they dared, but the enemy got away. We'll see if they return." "You think they will?" Briar asked. He put on the narrow breeches and long tunic that someone had left for him. "The Emperor isn't nearly beaten enough. He'll get more troops and mages and he'll come back. We'll be waiting, too. Actually, I don't think the Emperor was with this army. He might be in the north or northwest. Those troops haven't arrived, which has the God King worried. Weishu knows he has to take Gamishing, though, to hold Gyeongshi. I'm not sure he can." "Why not?" "The shamans were always going to be a problem, even more than the tribes themselves," Parahan explained. "Half of battle magic is knowing what the other side will use. Weishu's famous mages don't know how to fight shamans, because the shamans don't work alone. The mages cannot direct their power at one person. Shaman magic is based on the combination of 5 or 6 different people with different strengths and skills. They practice weaving those things together all their lives. And if any of the court mages have ventured out to learn the shaman music and dances, I, for one, will be much surprised." "Do you scrub feet?" "No," Briar replied, thinking over what the prince had said. "Do your mages in Kombanpur study the shaman dances?" "No," Parahan told him comfortably. "But we have never been stupid enough to attack Gyeongshi. There are easier places to attack on our side of the Drimbakang Lo." Several novices entered in a rush to open the taps on another big tub. Steaming water rushed into it as the novices placed soap and scrubbing sponges on one of the benches within reach. Briar was about to leave, and Parahan was sinking into his bathwater when Rosethorn, Evie, and Suda came in, all dressed in bathing robes. "Do any of you ladies scrub feet?" Parahan asked as Rosethorn stripped off her robe and stepped down into the water. "Scrub your own feet, you lazy oaf," she advised him. Evie stood there, trembling. Parahan covered his eyes and Briar looked away. It was Suda who said, "It's safe, lads." She and Evie were tucked into the rising water. The novices closed the taps when the water reached a couple of inches from the rim of the tub. Briar silently cursed himself for missing a glimpse of Suda, but he knew he wouldn't have felt right. Bathing wasn't for ogling women. It was for getting clean. It worried him that Evie was so clearly frightened of being bare when she had taken baths in groups all of her life. She had sunk down in the shared tub until her chin rested on the top of the water. "So, can the shamans drive the Emperor out of Gyeongshi?" Briar asked, returning to his conversation with Parahan. Their friend shook his head. "If the 3 of you were to stay, perhaps we could come up with something that would kill Weishu," he said. "That would force Yanjing out. It's his ambition that brings him here, and greed. Without him, his generals would retreat to fight over the rest of the empire. His sons would fight too. That would keep all of them busy. I hate to agree with my brother on politics, but for once he's right," Suda remarked. "I will have you know that in the years I trailed the Emperor like a chained monkey, I received a very good education in politics," Parahan retorted. "You can't ask for a better teacher than Weishu. That's how I know Gyeongshi doesn't have enough soldiers to send against him."
That's not even counting devices of war. We fight him with no catapults, no Zeyao bombs. We didn't have any pitch for that matter. Without Briar, Rosethorn, Evie, and Luvo to work on them, those catapults would have been the end of us. I would do anything to get my hands on the Zeyao formula. It's death for anyone in the Empire to sell it.
You don't need to buy it, Rosethorn said with a yawn. It's evil stuff. But if you truly need the formula, Briar and I both know how to make Zeyao.
Suda and Parahan stared at her. Do you know how much my uncle paid the Empire for 60 kegs of it last year? Suda whispered.
We'll teach you how to make it for free if we leave you to face him, Rosethorn announced. But it's evil. Once you have it, you guarantee your enemies will get their hands on it so they can use it against you.
Let's not get carried away with this for-free stuff, Briar said quickly. If Gyeongshi can pay, there's nothing wrong with that. We have a long journey to reach our ship.
Now the twins were staring at him.
So you mean to leave us? Parahan said.
Briar shrugged.
We're supposed to be on our way home now, he reminded their friend. If we don't catch our ship when it makes port in the southernmost realm of the sun, we risk getting caught in your monsoons. We have family at home we won't have seen for 3 years if we have to wait. You could make the difference between victory and slavery if you stayed, Suda explained. You know Wei Shu, Parahan added. He destroys what he cannot keep.
Briar glanced at Evie, who had sunk almost to her nose. She was weeping silently. The others saw him looking at the girl. Suda reached out and stroked Evie's hair.
What is it?
She asked gently. Evie sat up enough to clear her mouth of the water.
He'll torture us, she whispered. He'll whip our feet till we can't walk, and he'll murder our friends. His people killed my cats because they were in the way. They killed the villagers and Captain Rana's soldiers for the same reason. They don't care about anyone. She was shivering so hard her teeth chattered. I want you to kill me. Don't let him get me.
No one will let... Rosethorn began, putting an arm around Evie. She got no farther. The door blew off its hinges and fell onto the floor. A deep, powerful voice boomed.
Why does Evumeme weep? Who has terrified her so much that her bones shudder?
Luvo stood at the door. For someone that's a chunk of crystal, he looks seriously angry, Briar thought. We were just talking, Luvo.
Your talk has meddled with the healing I did with her,
Luvo said. He waddled into the bathing room. Several novices peered through the open doorway, but they did not seem to want to come in.
Much rockfall singing, much time spent with Big Milk. Yet now Evumeme is as frightened as she was when I called her to me. Why? She was good when she had slept and eaten. You are her friends. What have you said to do this to her?
Luvo, it's all right. I'm fine, Evie said. She wiped an arm across her eyes, but the tears kept coming. We were just talking about staying for a while because maybe Gyeongshi needs us. That's all. I'm being silly. Briar realized this might take some time. With a grunt, he lifted the rock creature up onto the bench where the women had placed their robes. When he leaned the fallen door back over the opening in the wall, he wasn't surprised to find it weighed less than Evie's friend.
Evumeme,
Luvo said slowly.
You wish to leave here? I can find you small furry creatures. There are many of them here.
No, Evie shouted, standing up. I don't want any more cats. I don't want anything that can get killed. Look at Briar. He got wounded. He could have died. She looked down and realized she was naked. Climbing from the tub, she dragged her robe over herself and squeezed through the opening between the leaning door and the frame. They heard a novice outside ask if she could help. Evie shouted, "Get away from me!" Luvo turned his head knob toward the others.
She wishes to leave this land.
She's afraid to stay, Briar said quietly. She's afraid the Emperor will get her and torture her. Or us. You did a splendid job of putting her back together after what those monsters did, Luvo. He had to stop talking then. He was afraid he might weep. Only time heals such deep wounds, Rosethorn continued. Briar, perhaps you should take Evie home. The First Circle Temple is the home of my religion. The obligation is mine. Why don't you take Evie home and I stay? Briar asked sharply, the idea of leaving Rosethorn here cutting into his heart like a dagger. You've got a cool head for a long journey, and Lark is waiting for you. We are all tired and hungry still, and truly, I did not mean to start a quarrel when you have helped us so much already, Parahan said. Come, let us set this aside for later. Suda and I have warriors to see to. Briar and Rosethorn exchanged looks. We should look in on the healers, Rosethorn said. No, Suda told them flatly. If the enemy returns while you are still here, you are battle mages. Do what you can to restore your strength. But do not heal, please.
I will speak with Evie and sing to her,
Luvo said.
If it is for the best, of course she must go home. I had only hoped to show her all of my mountain.
Parahan climbed out of the bath and lifted the crystal creature down to the floor. Welcome to the human world, my friend, he said quietly. We all have those we wish to show our favorite treasures. If only there was enough time. Chapter 22. First Circle Temple, Garmishing, capital of Gyeongshi. Evie didn't stay in the room once she had dressed. The others would be asking her questions and trying to understand her, when she didn't even understand herself. Instead, she fled the Living Circle Temple to wander Garmishing. There were people in the streets, all busy. Most were hauling debris out of the yards of houses and temples. The Imperial Army had rained stones and Zayao bombs on the city for days before General Seirugo came to distract the soldiers. Now, even the smallest children helped to clean up, dumping little baskets of trash into wheelbarrows and carts. Evie felt guilty to be loafing, but her power was still not what it had been a week ago. Even her body was exhausted. Her arms and shoulders felt like overcooked noodles when she tried to use them for lifting. She had not considered that people might care that she was Yan Jingyi now. It was hard to keep her temper when someone did and spat on the ground at her feet. Luckily, this did not happen often. When Evie saw others with Yan Jingyi blood, she nodded, and they nodded back. They knew what it was like to have the enemy's face, even if they had lived here all their lives. Evie had seen a couple of Baita temples here when they lived in the city that winter. They were built for the worship of Kanzan, the goddess of mercy and healing, and for Tuyan, the god who was heaven itself. It made sense that there would be some Yan Jingyi people in Garmishing, with so many foreign temples in this country. Had they been watched, or even locked up during the siege? Briefly she considered going to a Baita, but she changed her mind. She didn't know how long she could wander before she got too tired and had to hitch a wagon ride back to the Living Circle Temple. She did mean to walk as far as she could, though it was sad to see all the damage done to the vividly painted homes and temples, At least they had put a stop to that, she and her friends. She stopped to stare at one untouched temple wall. It was illustrated with a number of Gyeongshin figures. Since her time underground with Luvo, it seemed that every painted image she saw was moving. These had decided to rejoice in the siegeless day. An ice lion danced with a snow leopard, then leaped across it to chase a large yak. The snow leopard chose to keep dancing with a spider the size of the leopard itself, while several of a naga's heads read a scroll and the other heads looked bored. "Sometimes I throw pine nuts over their heads," the God King said, "and they get angry because they can't catch them." Evie looked at him, startled. "Should you be wandering around by yourself?" she asked. "What if there are spies in the city and they grab you, or—" She blinked at what she was thinking, and her voice shook. The thought in her head was too awful. The God King strapped up like she had been, lashed like she had been. There are bad people in the world. He slung an arm around her shoulders as she began to cry. "Come here," he said, and led her to a bench against an unpainted portion of the wall. He sat with her there, her head on his shoulder, letting her cry out the tension and fear that had swamped her. "I am protected," he said. "You would be surprised how protected I am." He looked at the wall paintings, which had come to stare at Evie and pat her head and back. "Evie, you're worrying them." "I'm sorry," she said, wiping her face on her sleeve. Rosethorn could not seem to break her of the habit. "I'm just tired." She frowned at the God King. "And it doesn't seem very godlike or king-like to tease paintings with pine nuts," she told him sternly. The images halted their previous occupations to make faces at the God King. "They tease me right back," he told Evie, nodding at the grimacing creatures. "They come into my throne room when I'm hearing complaints and make rude gestures while people speak to me. They know I don't dare laugh, or people will think I don't take their problems seriously." He looked like the farm boy he had once been, except for his braid rings and earrings. "These paintings come into your throne room?" "Not exactly. There are paintings like them in the room," he replied. "Paintings from all over the city, for that matter. I think they trade turns tweaking me." He offered her some of his pine nuts. "It must be your exposure to Luvo that allows you to see them in motion now. You never said you could see them when you were here before." "You talked with Luvo?" The nuts were nice and sweet. She had forgotten the world had good things like pine nuts. "You three were asleep for a while," the God King said. "It was Luvo who told me what happened to you." He looked away, his face shadowed. "I am so sorry, Evie. You did nothing more than travel here to learn and to share your wonderful magic." Evie suddenly had another horrible image in her head. The God King, chained as Parahan had been chained, at the foot of Weishu's throne. He said all she had ever done was visit Gyeongshi, but all he had ever done was spend long days on his uncomfortable-looking throne listening to people complain, or at meetings with adults who talked at him, not to him, or reading messages. Did he ever get to run and play as boys did? She felt a hand squeeze her heart. "Has the Emperor gone home?" The God King shook his head. "He has only retreated, and not far. He is resting and summoning his northern troops. We can only be grateful that he is also giving us time to rest and wait for more of our allies to come." "Will they be enough?" The war was almost a more comfortable subject than anything that had happened to her in Gyeongshi. It is our land. Things happen in Gyeongshi that can happen nowhere else, he replied. We must pray that is enough. A man had come to speak with him. Evie watched, thinking, I can't take Rosethorn and Briar from him. If I go, I bet Luvo will return to his mountain, so I can't take Luvo either, if he'll stay for me anyway. But I can't leave and turn a whole country over to Wei Shu, not without trying to help. I just can't let them get me again, that's all.
Rosethorn went in search of First Dedicate Dok Yi when they returned from their bath. Briar envied her energy, but he was still tired and his leg pained him. He apologized to Luvo for being poor company and went back to sleep. The Snow Serpent River glittered in the sunlight. He sat on the bank fishing. In the dream, he knew that he rarely fished, but he was doing it here. And the crystal waters had produced a bite. He wrestled his fish up onto the riverbank. He had landed a body, that of an old woman. He looked at the river. It ran with the bodies of the dead, men, women, children, animals. They bristled with arrows or showed gaping wounds as the river turned them over and over in the rapids. For some dream reason, he put his hook and line into the water again. The next body he pulled onto the bank was Evie. Her feet streamed blood. He sat up in bed, gasping. No more of that, he told himself. No more of that at all. He found a cloth and dumped some water on it from a pitcher beside his bed, then used it to wipe the sweat from his face and neck. Rather than try to sleep again, he would make himself useful, tired as he was. He collected a pack with his medicines and found his way to one of the infirmaries where the wounded were kept. Much to his surprise, his work as a healer was not wanted, though the medicines were. It was true. Gyeongshi had plenty of healer mages. He did find that his friends among the wounded soldiers wanted to see him. They were eager to introduce him to their friends. Briar did the rounds, sitting with each of them and joking, fighting to keep a cheerful face, no matter how upset he might be at the extent of a soldier's wounds. Many of them had mage fire burns, a sight that deepened Briar's hate for Wei Shu. Why couldn't the man be happy with what he had? He was almost finished in the main infirmary when he saw Rosethorn, Evie, and Luvo were also visiting the wounded. When he was done, Briar joined Evie. Everyone wanted to meet the girl and the heart of the mountain. He helped those who could to sit up so they might talk with the odd pair. Evie, so shaky in the bath and in their room, was endlessly patient as she lifted the crystal bear for those who could not sit. Briar realized that Luvo was giving out a soft hum, one so deep that he felt it in the soles of his feet as much as he heard it. It seemed to leave the wounded stronger. They might have been there all night, except the healer in charge shooed them away, so her staff could feed everyone and change bandages. A messenger found them with an invitation to join First Dedicate Dok Yi for supper. Rosethorn and Evie were glad to see Dok Yi. The old man was leaner than he had been when they saw him last, but his gaze was no less sharp as he looked each of them over. He clasped hands with Briar and bowed to Luvo, but he embraced first Evie, who had been his winter student, and then Rosethorn.
You did well,
he told the woman quietly.
Very well.
Thank my horse, she said wryly, her voice just as soft. He took me there and back, and if we did so well, why do I still see moving paintings? My errand is over, yes? Dok Yi smiled.
That effect may remain while you are in Gyeongshi, where we sit between the divine and the earthly.
Paintings didn't dance and cavort this last winter, Rosethorn told him.
Carrying the burden changed your ability to see the portals. That is what the paintings are.
Dokyi looked at Briar, who was chatting with the temple's other supper guests, the God King, Parahan, Seirugo, and Sudamini.
Though I have yet to explain what happened to Briar.
He touched the pack that I carried my burden in, Rosethorn explained. We had to tie him to his horse for half a day. He wouldn't sleep in the temple fortresses after that, though he didn't tell me why.
Dokyi grinned. Ah, that explains why he jumps so. Like you, he now sees the little gods as they really are on the walls, alive in their doors to our world.
Are you two going to eat? Called the God King. Or do we have to finish all this ourselves? Rosethorn had needed a meal like this with friends, and very little talk of the war. It was understood by the adults, she was certain, that they would be working on strategies soon enough. Evie was quiet, not sulky. Something she told the God King struck him as quite funny. He nearly choked, he laughed so hard. They broke up in a good mood and went to bed early. In the morning, Briar and Rosethorn found a workroom in the part of the Living Circle Temple given over to the use of the Earth Temple. There, with pots and earth from the temple supplies, they began to replenish their thorny seed balls. Evie helped, carrying in jars of water and filling the pots with enough earth to take the seed.
I do not understand,
Luvo said as he watched them work.
Surely this emperor will go home now that he has lost so many of his people to the fighters of Gyeongshi.
That is exactly why he won't stop until we find a way to beat him like a drum, Briar said bitterly. He could lose 3 times as many people as he did and still have plenty more to throw against us. He wants this place. He wants the temples and the God King's palace and all their treasures. He wants a hold on all the religions that have temples here, and he won't take no for an answer. He's the kind of fellow who will burn a whole garden because one plant is sick.
I do not understand,
Luvo replied again. Briar had just finished the tale of Rosethorn's attempt to save the rose garden when Jimut arrived carrying 2 small wooden kegs. What are these for? Rosethorn asked when he set them on the table.
Well, a slinger who's a long way off might not get one of your cloth seed balls very close to the enemy, he said cheerfully. That's why I had to go back to my old way of fighting when we twisted the Emperor's tail.
It doesn't seem to have hurt you, Rosethorn replied with a smile.
Yes, but I felt bad, he told her. Most of my friends never got to see what happens when one of your little balls explodes. And I was exploring hereabouts, feeling like I have nothing to do. I just happened to find the wine cellars.
Briar began to laugh.
Jimut said loftily, And they have all these empty kegs waiting for transport to the Yangjingyi winemakers, except there's a war. So I got an idea. What if you put 1 or 2 cloth balls in an empty keg and load that into a catapult? A small catapult, maybe, like the ones they have on the rooftops here. The keg will pop when it hits the ground, and your seeds will scatter and grow.
Rosethorn clapped his shoulder. That's a very good idea. Now, go find the first dedicate of the water temple and ask her to donate her kegs. I'm certain she will be pleased to do so.
Jimut stared at her. I thought you might handle that part.
Rosethorn sighed in mock regret. I would, but I am growing thistles, so they will give us more seed. Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't come myself.
Jimut looked at Briar, who shrugged.
I'm doing the same thing, Briar explained. I'll come, Evie volunteered, if you think it would help.
Jimut sighed. No offense, Evumeme, but you are not always careful about what you say. I will be in enough trouble when she hears I was prowling in her wine cellar.
He wandered off. Rosethorn watched him go. I hope Parahan and Suda appreciate that fellow, she said, thinking aloud. He's clever, he thinks fast, and he doesn't frighten easily. And he's loyal. They should promote him. She turned it over in her mind as she settled seed after seed in the earth and called to the growth in them. Up sprouted the plants, to bloom and go to seed. It was work she would set a novice to at home, or several novices. It was pleasant to greet the plants. Their thorns were as long as her forearm once they were more than 2 feet tall, though they were sweet-natured to the gardener who appreciated them. But she wanted to do more. She could do more. For all the harm she had done, she was not a battle mage. She was a medicine mage, a planting mage. Rose Moon was nearly over. Winter came early here. How much of the fields had the Imperial armies destroyed already? Evie, you are now a thorn seed harvester, she announced, moving her sprouting plants to Briar's side of the room. I am? The girl asked, though not irritably. She had been dozing on a heap of sacks.
Evumeme's power is not with green things,
Luvo said from his spot of observation near Briar. Briar started to explain how he could keep the plants growing, as Evie watched and harvested. Rosethorn hurried down the hall, searching for Dokyi. I did understand correctly, she asked the first dedicate when she found him. Barley is the most popular grain crop in Gyeongsi?
It is the hardiest of the grains, he said. Others do not fare as well. Why do you ask?
I know a way to replace some of the grain that's been lost to Weishu's army. Dokyi's face lit.
That would be an incredible blessing to our people, if you can manage it. Do you need anything from me?
She nodded and began to explain. The first dedicate listened to her idea, thought it over, and led her to a storeroom. He helped her carry a number of flat, shallow planting boxes back to the workroom and appointed 2 strong young novices to haul in more sacks of earth. She set out a row of the planting boxes and dug her hands into a bag of soil, feeling better than she had in days. This was what she needed to do, not killing, not seeing visions. Moreover, the strength she still held after her stewardship of the 4 treasures surged forward as she worked, pouring into the dark earth in the boxes and the barley seed that she scattered over it. Of course the treasures would lend themselves to crops. She had to grip that power to keep her new plants a simple 2 feet in height. As it was, a quarter of them was heavy with seed. Swiftly, she harvested and planted it all for a new crop. She remembered to teach them only to grow under an open sky when their farmers gave them a particular word. It would do no one any good if the new crop grew only to be trampled by armies again. She also arranged her magic so the plants would grow to maturity in the field in 4 weeks. With luck, even if the war ran another couple of months, the people of Gyeongsi would still be able to gather at least 1 crop, perhaps 2 from these plants. Dokyi brought their midday meal. He remained to help Briar, Evie, and Rosethorn as they packed the seed that was ready to plant and sprouted more. Luvo had gotten bored and wandered off. Jimut and Riverdancer, who came by in the mid-afternoon, told them he was replacing entire walls by humming at the debris in the street until it rose and packed itself in place where the walls had been.
He offered to teach some dedicates to do it, but they could not sing so low,
Jimut said with a grin. I don't think this city is going to recover from Luvo's visit any time soon, Rosethorn observed. She looked at her hands and grimaced. Barley plants and constant hand-digging had not been kind to her skin. I think it confuses him, Evie says. Not all the temples, but why so many people would want to live in such a small place. Since the God King had invited them to supper that night, they bathed in the temple's newly repaired bathing room and dressed in clean garments for the evening. Luvo joined them at the God King's table, as did Parahan, Suda, Serugo, and the first dedicates of the fire, air, water, and earth temples of the first circle. Rosethorn had feared that with so many adults present, Evie might go quiet or find an excuse to leave. She had not reckoned on the girl's friendship with the God King. He was even able to startle a laugh out of Evie. The other first dedicates, who might have been stiff in such an unconventional group, relaxed considerably when Dokhi told them about the work they had been able to do toward proper barley harvests, war or no. Rosethorn was delighted to see Briar grin at them when he saw how happy they were. He, too, needed something better than combat to take away from his time here. They had finished their meal and were simply lazing when a Gyeongshin man in gold-trimmed armor and one of Serugo's soldiers came to see them. Both communicated in whispers, the gold-trimmed man with the God King. They left as soon as they had delivered their messages. The God King and Serugo frowned as the others continued to talk. Finally, the God King looked at his companions and smiled, though it was a smaller smile than usual. There's no reason not to tell you. General Norbu at the Lake of Birds reports that his scouts to the northwest are late to return. That's all. Serugo said, As are mine to the east. We have been preparing for a fresh attack, the God King said. The Emperor will not catch us unawares. I think we should get a proper night's sleep. Evie stood. We should all stay here in Gyeongshi, me, Rosethorn, and Briar, till it's over. Till he's beaten. She turned and fled the room. Rosethorn took a breath. Evie's courage hurt her heart. Wait a moment, Briar, Luvo. Don't let her think we're chasing her, she said. When Parahan spoke, his voice was cracking. I wish I had the bravery of that little girl. Suda rose. We will find such bravery for our own or not, God King, but we will fight for you. You will never regret taking us in. The boy looked up at her. Make no mistake, Princess, Prince. It was the gods of Gyeongshi who wanted you here. He looked closely at each of them, and then at Rosethorn and Briar. All of you. I am grateful. Don't think I am not. But the gods brought you here for a reason. It may take a long time, or a short one, but sooner or later, the gods of this land always have their way. When Briar and Rosethorn returned to their room, Evie had brewed a pot of calming tea and was drinking some. She poured out cups for them. One corner of the room was crowded with the products of their day's work. Kegs upon kegs, containing 1 or 2 thorn balls each, ready for the catapult, and bags of barley seed, ready to sow. Briar was thinking of burying some thorn balls in choice places before the gate as a way to welcome the Imperial Army when he felt the overwhelming need to sleep. Evie and Rosethorn were already abed. Rosethorn's light snore sounded from the other side of the barrier that gave them all privacy. He could barely keep his eyes open. Luvo, do you sleep?
Not as you do,
he heard the rock creature say.
Were I to sleep, it would be for centuries, and I would be reluctant to wake.
Oh, I suppose this is different. Briar had a jaw-splitting yawn overtake him. He curled up in his blanket. "Good night, Luvo." He didn't hear Luvo's reply. He slept deeply. The big cats of the Temple of the Tigers nudged Briar, holding him up as the priestess's cub tried to nibble his hair. He saw Discipline Cottage, his home. Lark was throwing his belongings out into the dirt. Rosethorn and Evie floated downriver among other bodies, their eyes missing. Briar struggled to wake up, but he couldn't. The Emperor's young mage, Jajui, stood in the air, a glowing set of beads in her hands. Briar fell, landing in a field full of the dead. Sandri, Triss, and Daja were standing on its edge, but when he pleaded for them to help him find Rosethorn and Evie, they turned and walked away. No matter how he struggled to wake, the nightmares went on and on. He called up dream plants and wove them into screens to shut out the view of ugly things, but they withered in his hands or collapsed when he held them up. Just as he thought he might go mad, a rude hand poked his shoulder. A real rude hand. A voice shouted, "Wake up! No tricks! You're a prisoner of our glorious Emperor, and if you try anything, we'll cut the girl or the woman." The same rude hand pulled him from his bed onto the floor. Chapter 23. The God King's Palace, Garmishing, capital of Gyeongshi. Wei Shu looked glossy and pleased, seated on the God King's throne. He did not look like a man who had been fighting for weeks. Briar stared at the flagstones, wondering if there was dirt under them and plants. "Don't try it," he warned himself. "You'll get someone killed." The God King's audience chamber was ringed with Yan Jingyi archers, each with a crossbow pointed at a captive. The mages who flanked the throne had beads ready in case their foes among the captives got any ideas. Like a vision from his ugliest nightmare, he saw that Wei Shu held a chain with the God King at the other end. The boy sat on his heels, 2 steps below the throne, his face unreadable. He showed no signs of a beating. Either the kid had gone along peacefully, Briar thought, or Wei Shu realized that hurting the God King was a very bad idea. Briar shook with rage. Parahan, Sudamini, and Seirugo were badly beaten. Rosethorn had a bruise shaped like a hand on one cheek. If Briar had been awake when that happened, the one who dealt it to her would be dead.
"My good friends," Wei Shu said in Tian, "did you enjoy your sleep? It lasted for 3 days. I trust you will forgive me. I had to travel for some time to sit in this splendid chair, and I did not wish you to wake until I could greet you. I hope you are not too stiff."
"Where are my priests and priestesses, please?" the God King asked. "The heads of the temples should be here." Daki, Briar realized. Is he dead?
"They are locked in their temples and still slumbering, boy," Wei Shu replied. "I will not have this discussion interrupted with more religious babble than necessary."
He raised his right hand and beckoned with his fingers.
"Hang Kai, get them on their knees,"
he ordered, his voice no less friendly. The general walked out of the shadows behind the throne to stand at the Emperor's right. He held a rope of mage beads in one hand. He'd lost weight since that breakfast in the oak grove. Briar was interested to see a bright gold band of metal around the man's neck. How could he command an army if he was one of Wei Shu's slaves? Hang Kai looked over the prisoners assembled in front of the dais. When his eyes lit on Briar and on Evie nearby, he spread his mouth in an ugly grin. He rolled a pair of beads between his fingers. They weren't wood. Briar checked them instantly, though he didn't mean to try anything that might vex the Emperor. Suddenly, Briar felt pressure on his shoulders, head, and hips. The pressure grew and grew. He wasn't sure when it got to be too much. One moment he was standing, the next he was on his knees. He looked around in panic. Rosethorn and some of the shamans were still up, including Riverdancer. Then they, too, were forced down. Only the mages had knelt. The guards beside Parahan, Suda, and Serugo shoved them or kicked their shins to force them down. Weishu smiled.
Hankai does know how to use magic on mages.
Briar yawned. He raised a hand to cover it before Rosethorn tweaked his ear for bad manners and heard the sound of a blade coming out of its sheath. No hand movements, he thought, and slowly lowered his arm. It was sore. Were we really asleep for 3 days, he wondered. That's why I feel like I'm made of wood. He smiled cheerfully at Weishu and Hankai. Sooner or later, they would leave an opening. They might know academic magic, but ambient magic was trickier by far. Briar could pass a river of it through the ground under Garmishing, and these people would never feel it. He only needed a plan.
Much more respectful to have you on your knees,
Weishu said, as if they were all friends.
What a splendid gathering of talents. Sudamini, it is an honor to meet you at long last. I have heard tales of your beauty, but they were inadequate. You and your brother will make fitting ornaments to my throne.
He looked at Parahan.
And this time, I will ensure the chains cannot be removed.
Parahan leaned forward and lazily spat on the floor.
You will give in,
Weishu said gently.
Or I will return you to your uncle, and I will give your sister to my concubines. They can be very jealous and very good with poisons when they sense a woman does not have my favor.
He looked at Rosethorn, Briar, and Evie. His face darkened with anger.
I show you my hospitality. I welcome you to my palace. I shower you with gifts, and this is how you repay me,
he said, his voice expanding to thunder in the chamber.
You side with my enemies. You slaughter my soldiers. You will spend your lives working for me, each of you hostage, for the good behavior of the others. And you,
he said, glaring at the God King as he yanked the chain leash on the boy.
I sent a command of surrender to you, and you defied me.
The God King stumbled and fell on the throne steps. There was a rustle, and a soft growl from the Gyeongshin captives. The Yanjing-yi archers and mages went very still, their eyes on the shamans. The archers fingered their crossbows. Of course I did. I still defy, the God King replied, his youthful voice breaking the tension. Everyone watched him. You are greedy and foolish. Stop, Evie cried. Don't make him angry. The God King looked at her. Don't worry, Evie. We're having a talk. To Weishu, he said, shame on you for allowing what was done to her. Shame on you for what you have done to this land. You understand nothing about Gyeongshi, but you think killing and burning will make it yours. Weishu yanked his leash again, dragging the boy up a step. The God King continued without stopping. You will never rule this country. As well ask to rule the desert sands as you grasp them in your fingers. And if you try, your own lands will be deserts in the time of your grandchildren.
You will die horribly where many of your people can see it,
Weishu said, leaning forward.
That will teach them who rules here.
The God King chuckled. I don't rule. I only speak for the gods. They will not speak to you." Briar was so overwhelmed by the boy's courage, or folly, he was still trying to decide what it was, that he didn't notice the vibration under his feet until his teeth started to knock together. He glanced at the wall paintings. The people and the creatures in them leaned forward, their eyes fixed on Wei Shu. The paint actually bowed out from the walls. Most important of all, the large figures, the nagas, the winged lions, the giant spiders, and the huge vultures, were wriggling, as if they meant to peel themselves free. "Stop it," he mouthed at the walls. Too many guards were ready to kill the prisoners beside them. The paintings stared at him, but they settled down. "I don't understand," Briar said, to distract Wei Shu, and because he really wanted to know. "How did you get here without us knowing?" The Emperor smirked.
"For all your intelligence, you thought you couldn't be beaten, is that it? Kings plant traitors in foreign cities like you sow plants abroad. Such traitors may live in a city for decades before their masters call on them. It is then that they drink a certain keep-awake tea, so they can open the gates. I would have called on them earlier, but I wanted you 5 foreigners in Garmishing before I sprang my trap." He smiled. "My mages put the rest of the city to sleep, and my traitors let me in."
The ground still trembled. Some of the archers were beginning to notice. Worse, Briar saw movement in the darkness at the top of the hall. On the very high ceiling in the rear, it was strange, disjointed movement. "Since you are going to kill me," the God King said, taking a more normal seat on one of the throne's steps, "would you answer a question for me? There are no tricks or mockery in it," he assured Wei Shu, as if he were the conqueror's elder, and Wei Shu the captive. "It is a straightforward question. I hope you will be able to answer." More than at any time before, Briar thought he did not sound like a boy at all.
"Ask it,"
Wei Shu replied, all good humor. "When you studied this realm before you began your conquest," the God King asked seriously, "did you wonder why so many religions begin in Gyeongshi? And why so many religions have at least one temple here?" If Briar had not turned his head to look at Rosethorn just then, he might have missed the glint of light on thin, silk-like strands behind the mages and the Emperor. Wei Shu chuckled. So did a number of his mages. "Even some Yan Jingyi gods have temples here," the God King went on. "But you don't understand at all, do you?"
"What I understand is that all of these temples will surrender their treasures to me, and I will carry them to my palaces," Wei Shu replied, still amused. "What do I care if people choose to haul themselves here to knock their heads in your dirt? Temples are places for priests to milk money from worshippers. I am the only god they need to worry about now."
All around him, Briar felt Rosethorn working on crossbows, drawing the strength from the wood until it was as dry and brittle as kindling. He quickly helped her, feeling scared. There was something in the air, a feeling like that before a thunder or sandstorm. Power was building all around them that had nothing to do with the kind of magic he knew. He didn't know what would happen if it got loose. "I will explain," the God King was telling the Emperor, "though you have said enough, that I am fairly certain you will not believe me." Wei Shu yanked on the God King's leash. The metal cracked to pieces and fell on the floor. "People come here to be close to the gods," the boy told the Emperor. "Things happen here that happen nowhere else." As the Emperor straightened, ready to shout an order, Something that looked like a metal snake with a skull for a head slid down the filament over him and dropped to his shoulders. Swiftly, it wrapped itself around the Emperor's neck. Rosethorn sighed. Who let the cave snakes out? She didn't seem to expect an answer. She also didn't seem surprised. Guards behind the captives threw the doors open. More Yanjingyi soldiers poured into the throne room, filling the space behind the captives and joining the other soldiers along the walls. Behind the throne, a familiar deep voice boomed.
Try to kill anyone here, and your emperor dies.
Hang Kai raised his hands. Immediately, the filament above him captured them and bound his arms. It whipped like a spinning rope, fashioning a cocoon for him from shoulders to hips. He cursed, furious, then shrieked in terror as giant spiders lowered themselves to the dais on ropes of web, giving every mage who stood there the same treatment. Hang Kai croaked something, seemingly the start of a spell, only to have a strand of web fall over his mouth. At last, the spiders dropped to the floor behind the Imperial mages. Briar and Rosethorn pulled what life remained from the crossbows and the crossbow bolts of the Imperial archers. Already dry and splitting, the weapons broke apart and fell from their holders' grips. Evie had not been idle. In the hands of the mages, beads made of jade, cinnabar, and quartz split, cutting the strings on which they were hung. The rest of the beads fell to the floor as the spiders bound the mages together in bundles. Briar looked at the paintings on the walls. You may as well help, he told them. You know you've been itching to. The paintings walked off the walls. The large ones, the gods and goddesses, grabbed those soldiers who ignored Luvo's warning and went for their swords. The painted gods seized the weapons and threw them aside. Unnerved and undone by the sight of a painted many-armed god or a very tall red goddess standing over them, the soldiers fell to their knees and pressed their faces against the floor. The little creatures from the borders of the paintings swarmed the soldiers and mages who continued to fight, taking up positions on their ears or faces. Suddenly, the humans went quiet, not daring to touch the alien beings perched so close to their eyes or ears. Many of the painted gods bore weapons. Luvo came forward from the back of the throne room, mounted on the back of a giant peak spider. They climbed the dais until Luvo could step off onto the top. The spider retreated to the foot of the steps and crouched, waiting. The God King still sat on the steps by the throne, as if this were a normal day in the palace, watching as crossbows and mage beads went to pieces and paintings came to life and battled. Now he stood and bowed to Luvo, the spiders, and the paintings. I am honored beyond all words by this visit, great ones, he said. I am only sorry that you could not see the capital at its best.
Do you think you have the upper hand?
Wei Shu shouted. He had pried the cave snake a couple of inches from his neck so he could speak.
Have you forgotten my army? It will avenge me. Every one of Yanjing's armies will cross your mountains. There will be no Gyeongshi when they are done. Those of you who are not Guangxin, my assassins will hunt you until the end of time. They will kill you, your children, and all you hold.
By then, the cave snake had changed its hold enough to tighten its grip on the Emperor's throat again. Briar was close enough to see that its body was in reality all backbone, made of metal and dirt like its skull. He wanted one. He has a point. Parahan, Sudamini, and Seirugo had left their guards to stand with Rosethorn. Briar and Evie went to join them. We have the Emperor and his mages, but it will do us no good. Parahan continued. The army is still here. His heirs will want to finish what he began. Luvo walked closer to the God King.
Your nearest army has its own problems at this time.
The God King sat up, eager. Would you show me? The biggest spider of all slid down a flaxen rope to the floor. Everyone stepped back except Evie, who bowed low and said, "Hello, Diban Kangmul. It's very good to see you again." The great creature uttered several squeaks and touched Evie's cheek with the hard edge of one arm. Then she settled back and began to eject fluid from her spinneret. Evie backed up then, too. "Who's your friend?" Briar asked Evie. "She's Diban Kangmul. I told you about her. She's a peak spider. She and her daughter helped heal me after Luvo brought me into his mountain," Evie explained. "The peak spiders are the gods of the highest parts of the mountains. I'm not going to look at that," she added, turning away from the pool of spinneret fluid. "I know it's perfectly natural, what they make the webs from and all, but I think that looks nasty." The milky pool spread over the floor until it was several feet across. Diban Kangmul straightened and stepped away from it. The peak spider that had placed Luvo on the dais now carried him down to the floor and set him at the pool's edge. As Luvo waited, an image grew in the milky liquid. It was a view of the plain outside the main gate. Briar did his best not to gape. There were creatures out there. Horse-like ones with eagles' heads, thin legs, and metal hooves fought the cavalry, their golden beaks and silvery hooves cutting deadly wounds on horses and riders. Lions that looked impossibly as if they were made of ice fought beside snow leopards, cave bears, and nagas, fully fleshed, not painted. Cave snakes shone as they slithered through the ranks of foot soldiers. Peak spiders walked among them, casting webs over several soldiers at a time. Giant vultures attacked from overhead. Whole companies of soldiers were giving the creatures the great bow, their foreheads on the bloody ground. And it was very bloody, Briar saw. The creatures who fought for Gyeongshi could die. The Yang Jingyi soldiers were dying too. The peak spiders had a stinger. It killed. But they were vulnerable to arrows or swords. Many of them lay sprawled in the dirt, their limbs and heads hacked away. The horse-like creatures bled dark blood when they were cut down. "What are those horse things?" Briar asked, pointing. "Deep runners," Rosethorn answered, to his surprise. "They live far underground."
"Sometimes my brothers and sisters get bored, and they make things,"
Luvo said.
"Sometimes things make themselves."
There was movement in the pool. A company of soldiers, battered and limping, was struggling away from the field of battle. More turned to follow.
"Cowards!"
Wei Shu shouted.
"You will die for this!"
More soldiers saw what was taking place. They abandoned their flags and fled, the strange creatures pursuing them. "Your army has abandoned you," the God King said, facing the Emperor. "I think that if you want to live, you will have to make some arrangements, don't you? Oh, hello, small one." He reached down and lifted something from his shoe. It was a baby cave snake. The God King looked at the one around the Emperor's neck. "Is this little one yours? I won't hurt it." Briar could have sworn the skull on the serpent around the imperial throat looked cross. It nodded to the God King. A moment later, small cave snakes were crawling on many of the captive mages. Heng Kai in particular was horrified and struggled to get away from the one that was tugging on his mustache. He fell over. Briar was in no way inclined to pick up the general. "I'd kill him." Suda eyed the Emperor with intent. "He's earned it 1,000,000 times over." She looked over at the mages. "And them." "But there are so many problems that come from his death," the God King reminded her. "If you two are to regain your kingdom, You can't worry about Imperial assassins or Imperial money going to pay every rebel who ever dreams of raising an army against you.
I will never think of him as a boy again, Briar thought, staring at the God King. How does he not go mad with all those gods talking to him and giving him advice? I go crazy with my sisters, or Rosethorn and Evie telling me what to do, and none of them are gods.
I don't believe that.
The Emperor pointed to the pool, which was vanishing into the cracks between the stone tiles.
Magic. I can buy 1,000 illusions like it. Any of these hand-wavers could have done the same.
His own wave of the hand dismissed the mages bound in spider silk on both sides of him.
I demand to look on the field of battle myself.
The God King shrugged.
Please yourself. Zochen Brul, would you be so kind?
That appeared to be the cave snake's name. It unwound from the Emperor's neck and slid down the throne to the God King's side in a clatter.
I want a guard, as is my due,
Weishu said, shaking out his robes as he stood. His eyes glinted with his familiar arrogance. Briar shook his head with reluctant admiration. It took a great deal to shake Weishu's sense that he was entitled to rule over everything, it seemed. He could never feel that way. His teachers and his girls would never allow it.
You may have whomever you wish,
the God King said agreeably. Suddenly, he looked much less agreeable.
But first, you will order your mage to wake my city. All of my city.
Your monsters hold him,
Weishu said, looking down at the cocooned Heng Kai. He stared up at his emperor without trying to utter a word past the spider silk that bound his mouth.
If you would.
The God King asked the spider that lurked in the shadows behind Heng Kai. It reached out a long leg and touched the cocoon. The silk shriveled and fell away from the general. Gingerly, Heng Kai sat up and looked around himself on the dais. He picked up several beads and held them in one trembling hand. Parahan turned on the guard closest to him and grabbed his sword from its sheath. The guard didn't try to resist. The big man strode up the steps to the throne and put the tip of the sword to Weishu's throat.
Call me untrusting, God King,
he said apologetically, without taking his eyes from the Emperor.
But in case Heng Kai does try something, I will take his master's head. He was Weishu's chief general because he can work battle magic very quickly.
The cave snakes have an eye on Heng Kai, Parahan,
the God King assured him. Briar looked at the general. A number of baby cave snakes and 2 of the larger ones lay at Heng Kai's feet, watching him. Perhaps that was why the man trembled so much. Perhaps he was steadfast enough in ordinary battle. But these strange beings were too much for him. Heng Kai handled the beads he'd gathered in a particular order, his lips moving. He passed his free hand over them. That done, he shifted the beads to his free hand and murmured, then passed the other hand over them. Briar felt a pressure on his ears, then a pop.
Don't you feel better?
The God King asked Heng Kai.
It can't have been easy for you, holding such a vast spell for so long a time.
The general did not answer him. He sank onto the top step by the throne and put his head in his hands. Weishu did not even ask if he felt unwell. He ducked Parahan's sword and walked down the steps, ignoring the God King. He brushed past Rosethorn and Seirugo, pointing to different Yang Jingyi soldiers. The others moved out of his way.
They will leave their weapons here,
Seirugo called as Weishu was about to pass through the open doors.
Very well,
the God King said.
Weishu, you heard General Seirugo.
The Emperor did not move.
but the soldiers he had chosen did. They stripped off their sword belts and even their daggers, leaving them in a heap before they accompanied Wei Shu out of the throne room. Without discussing it, the God King, Parahan, Sudamini, Rosethorn, Briar, and Evie followed. "Are you coming?" Evie asked Riverdancer when they passed her. The shaman shook her head. "I have seen too much death," she said haltingly, proving that she spoke a little Tian. They kept pace with Wei Shu and his soldiers as they passed from the God King's palace onto the wall that encircled the city. From there they followed the wall down, level by level. All the way to the gate, they saw that Gyeongshi's big and little gods had been fighting here too. They found Yan Jingyi's soldiers in smothering bundles of spider silk and others bloated and face black with poison. More were wounded or hacked apart by sharp edges. On and off, Briar looked over the edge of the wall, inside the city and out. Quite a few soldiers had jumped to get away from whatever had attacked them up here. Wei Shu pretended to see none of the men and women who had died for him. At last, they came to the main gates and the scene they had viewed in the spinneret pool. No inch of ground on the plain was untouched. The earth was dark from spilled blood. Parts of it moved. The creatures they had seen in the pool, cave snakes, peak spiders, the eagle-headed horses Rosethorn had called deep runners, nagas, ice lions and lionesses, and mortal snow leopards and cave bears wandered everywhere, together with huge red, blue, green, and orange many-armed gods. Giant vultures wheeled in the sky together with mortal eagles and ordinary vultures. Some were busy killing those of the enemy who were still alive. The rest were pursuing the fleeing army. And it was fleeing. Any sense of victory Briar felt over Wei Shu's army vanished. These poor bleeders had no idea of what they might be walking into. They were used to fighting their northern neighbors' armies, horse nomads and Imperial Namorn's trained army in the northwest. The Emperor had walked them into a storm of magic and creatures from their nightmares. He wondered if they had even been given a choice about joining the army. Knowing Wei Shu, probably not. He glanced at Rosethorn. She was even whiter than usual. Only Evie looked happy. There was a small, tight smile on her lips. She's entitled, maybe, Briar thought. More than maybe, after what they did to her. There was no expression on the Emperor's face at all. The God King had to reach up to put a hand on his enemy's shoulder. "Let's go back inside and talk about a treaty. You won't even think of breaking it when you get back to Yanjing. I know. You can never tell what kind of spies will choose to come back with you." They turned back toward the palace. Briar chose not to mention the baby cave snake dangling from a silk thread or a spider thread on the Emperor's robe. Rosethorn drew a deep breath. "I'm going to get my kit and go down there," she said. "I won't hold it against you if you stay behind." As if he would let her go alone. Briar looked at Evie, who was shaking her head. "I'll keep Luvo company," she told them. "There isn't much I could do down there. At least, here we can help rebuild." Rosethorn nodded. She and Briar went in search of their medicines. Chapter 24. Garmishing, capital of Gyeongshi. A week later, Riverdancer came to the workroom to tell Rosethorn and Briar that Wei Shu had left for Yanjing with those healthy soldiers who remained to him. He had needed a cart just for the agreements he had signed with the God King. Rosethorn murmured, "Mm-hmm." Briar made no sound at all. They had spent most of their time with the Earth Temple novices, filling bags with their fast-growing barley. With luck, the Gyeongshin farmers might get 4 short, plentiful harvests before the winter snows. Hang Kai did not go with him, River Dancer said through her translator. That got the attention of the 2 green mages. They stared at her. River Dancer smiled and passed each of them a seed cake. Hang Kai has entered the temple of the Yanjing goddess Kanzan. He hopes the goddess will forgive him his many killings and keep him safe from cave snakes and peak spiders, he says. River Dancer and her translator took stools and nibbled on their own cakes when Rosethorn and Briar relaxed. It is too bad, in a way, River Dancer went on. If he had gone home to Yanjing, he would have forgotten them, except for some dreams. Rosethorn looked sharply at her friend. What? The translator nodded. The gods protect Gyeongshi, she said, and translated her words for River Dancer. The older woman spoke. The translator said, Surely you have heard no tales about the things you have seen. Nothing about the creatures that showed themselves to you or to the Emperor? Rosethorn and Briar both nodded. You're right, said Rosethorn. Not a word. The gods do not want folk from the world over coming to disturb their peace, the shaman said through the translator. A veil will fall between you and these memories when you leave us. You will remember the humans, but the Nagas, the cave snakes, the ice lions? River Dancer shook her head. Only in dreams. They will be rich dreams. Briar scratched his cheek and heard a rasping noise. He would have to start shaving more often. I'm surprised the Emperor let Hang Kai stay. The Emperor blames his defeat on Hang Kai. He took away Hang Kai's lands and fortune. He wanted to take Hang Kai back to Yanjing a prisoner, but the God King left him no choice about any of Yanjing Yi who wished to remain. River Dancer smiled. A number of mages and generals also stayed. Briar whistled softly. Wei Shu won't forgive the God King anytime soon. The Emperor will have signs to remind him of his fate if he thinks he will take revenge, River Dancer said, and shrugged. Maybe he will die of a long illness. I do not think it will be that. Many of his nobles are unhappy with his wars. He will have enough to keep him busy. She tousled Briar's hair. But you have finished with your seeds, yes? It is time for you 3 to go home. And we'll forget? Rosethorn asked wistfully. You will dream of the Nagas, the spiders, the cave snakes, River Dancer said. We would be sad indeed if you were to forget those of us among the humans. We will certainly remember you. Chapter 25. The Temple of the Goddess River, Kanpoja Pass. 2 weeks later, the twins accompanied Rosethorn, Briar, and Evie to the Kanpoja Pass leading to the realms of the sun. Jimut and Luvo came as well. Jimut wanted to pay his respects to the river that was worshipped in Kombanpur as the goddess Kanpoja. Like the twins, who meant to work for the God King for 2 more years to earn a nest egg for their coming war against their uncle, Jimut was remaining in Gyeongshi. Luvo had come to say goodbye to Evie. One of Diban Kangmo's daughters would carry him back to his mountain afterward. You're the only thing I'll miss about this place, really, Evie told him as they watched the river tumble by. It seemed less personal than watching Parahan and Rosethorn. I mean, I'll miss Parahan and Suda, but they'll be riding all over the country and getting rid of any soldiers left behind. I don't want that. No fighting, no war. I wish I could have stayed with you and learned more.
I wish you could stay too,
Luvo said.
This traveling is so odd. We mountains never stray. It astounds my kin that I went to Garmashing.
Parahan came over to Evie and crouched before her.
"I owe you everything,"
he told her quietly.
"You know this, don't you?"
Evie flapped her hand at him, her way of saying, "Forget that."
"I would heap you with jewels were I at home, but here I am only a poor soldier. The God King hasn't even paid me yet."
Parahan smiled at her.
"The gods bless you in your journeying and give you sweet dreams."
He put his palms together before his face and bowed. Evie hugged him fiercely. She would never get another chance. When they let each other go, Suda was waiting. She too bowed to Evie, her hands pressed together before her face. "Thank you for helping my brother to escape the Emperor," she told Evie. She looked at Briar, who had come over with Jimut. "Briar, my thanks to you both. If our prayers count for anything, you will reach your home in health and safety." Rosethorn led her horse over to them. The peak spider followed her.
"Please count my prayers too,"
Jimut added. He had splashed river water over his face and head for what seemed like the dozenth time since they had reached the pass.
"Because of you, I have seen the place where the beautiful river crosses into the realms of the sun."
He looked at Parahan and Suda, then grinned at Briar and Evie.
"Don't worry, I will take good care of them."
"Then we should all go," Rosethorn said, swinging into the saddle. Evie and Briar did the same. "We have a long journey ahead. Emelon is almost half a world away. Luvo, your spider friend is ready to take you home." Luvo had been rocking back and forth on his stubby feet as everyone talked. Now he turned to the peak spider.
"I thank you, but no,"
he said with his usual courtesy.
"You do not need to return me to Kangri Skadpo."
"I beg your pardon?" Rosethorn asked. Luvo made a humming sound full of rises and falls. The spider crouched low to the ground, then rose to the top of its toes. Luvo hummed louder and deeper, then turned toward Rosethorn.
"If you will permit, Rosethorn, I wish to journey to this Emelon with you."
He turned his knob head toward the mountains.
"No, my brothers and sisters."
His voice thundered against the rocky heights all around them. Everyone covered his or her ears.
"That you have never gone forth does not mean I should not do it. My mountain is fine. Its waters and plants and creatures will do nicely without me, and I will wander where I choose."
By the time he had finished, all of those near him but Evie had moved away and were using their forearms to put as much flesh as they could between their ears and his thundering voice as it echoed in the pass. Evie was crying. "You don't have to do this," she told the creature who had made her feel safe in those ugly hours after she fled her torturers. "You don't have to leave your only home." Luvo turned his head knob up to her.
"I have seen how your education goes, Evumeme,"
he said quietly.
"It is well enough, but I can teach you other things. And I do not wish to sleep eternity away. I wish to see more. You and Briar and Rosethorn and your friends, among you I have felt more awake than I have felt since the first humans came to Gyeongshi. I wish to stay awake with you."
"Well, if that's settled, we still need to go." Rosethorn opened a bag on one of the horses and pulled out some of the scarves the God King had given them. "Will you ride a pack horse or with Evie?"
"I will ride with Evumeme for a time,"
Luvo said. Rosethorn and Briar quickly wound scarves around Evie and Luvo until the living stone was tucked and secure in front of the girl. Jimut handed Evie the reins. "Give my greetings to the river goddess when you reach Kombanpur," he told Briar. They clasped hands. "I will," Briar said. He bowed to Parahan and Suda and rode to Rosethorn, taking the lead rein for their string of pack horses from her. Evie waved as the twins and Jimut turned to gallop back to the main road to Garmashing. She waited until they were out of her view before she leaned over and spat on the earth of Gyeongshi. "Pass that on to Yanjing, if you'd be so good," she whispered to the gods of the realm. "I know at least a couple of you are listening." She looked ahead. "Come on, Luvo. Any place that gave us Briar and Rosethorn has to be interesting."
"I look forward to it,"
the heart of the mountain said. "I look forward to going home," Briar said. "Home! My sisters and Lark, and a city where winter means rain and wool clothes, not furs. Our garden," Rosethorn added. "Winding Circle Temple, the sea."
"I have not been near the sea in a long time,"
Luvo said.
"It must have changed very much."
"You will have to tell us," Briar replied, "and the Kanpoja River will take us there." They set off at a trot, the road clear ahead of them. This is Nancy Wu. We hope that you have enjoyed this production of Battle Magic by Tamora Pierce. This program was produced and directed by Bob Dion. Executive producer Paul R. Gagney. Print edition published by Scholastic Press, an imprint of Scholastic Inc. Text copyright 2013 by Tamora Pierce. Production copyright 2013 by Scholastic Inc. All rights reserved.